Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and racing drivers. Welcome to the SRI 24 Hours of Spa, round 5 of the SRI Championship here. I am joined today by Brian Larson, Dave Hedges, Chris Hill, and as ever behind the cameras, Steve Proudley. Good morning, all.
Morning.
Morning, Adam.
Good morning, Adam.
Are we ready for a long day of racing?
Oh, I don't know about ready.
It's going to be 24 hours of hell, I think.
Absolutely. So luckily we're not at the Nordschleife, so it's not exactly the 24 hours of hell, but as close as you can get. The beautiful track here set in the Ardennes Forest in Belgium plays host to the 5th round here, and it's going to be an absolute stonker.
Well, we got 45 teams, so it's definitely going to be busy for, well, the first couple of laps.
Absolutely.
And hopefully, being a 24-hour race, people may be relaxed a little bit and just let the race come to them.
Absolutely. Well, hello and good morning, good afternoon, good evening to anybody in the chat. We'll be watching you guys talk to us as we go through the stream. You are going to be joined by my lovely voice and Brian's for the first 2 hours, with occasional interruption, I'm sure, by Chris Hill and Dave. Yeah, absolutely. So before we start rattling on, we've got a lovely video to play, because this isn't just the 5th round of the SRI Championship, it's also a very big and important charity race for the team. So we'll play the video now and enjoy.
Good morning all. My name is Patrick Boxham. I'm the chairman of the Cancer Foundation, and I'm very happy that I can address a few words to you. As you all might know by now, our foundation has its origin in 2004, and it started with a real life track day where a child with childhood cancer could have a spin around the circuit in Assen. And that was basically the trigger for a yearly event that has taken place now 17 times every year, and that has grown into a very big experience day for more than 200 sick children and their family members. More than 2,000 people every year we welcome in Assen to give them one day where they purely can enjoy being a family, being a regular family, and enjoy all the good things in life. And that was basically the first start of our foundation, and it has been growing ever since. Unfortunately, I have to say, because if every year 600 children are diagnosed with the sickness, cancer, it's very sad. And it's very sad that our foundation needs to be there and giving them some positive energy in their battle against cancer. So it's very sad that our foundation is needed this much. And on the other side, I'm very happy that we can do, and that we, by now in 2021, organize multiple events like what I've told you, the circuit day, but also VIP events where children can go to a Formula One competition or go to a soccer match and just purely enjoy not being sick for a moment. And we also do organize holidays, giving people 4 days of just pure being on a holiday as a family, enjoy each other and enjoy just life and not being sick every day. I'm very proud and happy that we all do this by solely volunteers. Our foundation is based on volunteers only, and nobody within the organization and the foundation will have one penny from the foundation. That means that every euro that we get will go into the families that need it the most, and need just having a day off and giving them a smile in their race against cancer. So I'm very happy that we have grown so far, that we can that we made such an impact on so many lives in the past 17.5 years. I'm really excited to and looking forward to the race that you are all competing in the next 24 hours. I'm really excited because 17 and a half years after the first real life event, we are now having the first big race against cancer online in the sim race. And I know it's a very challenging fight that you're all facing, and I know that it's not very easy to compete 24 hours in an online competition, and I know it's a very harsh competition. And I'm looking forward to seeing a very fair and nice competition in the 24 hours, and wishing you all teams very much of luck in this competition. And I also want to take the opportunity to thank you all for all your effort that you have done before this race in raising donations for our foundation. The amount at this moment, there's still donations coming in, and we're very happy with that. And I'm very pleased to announce that all the donations combined together already gives us the opportunity as a foundation to organize 120 family days, holidays. So there are a lot of smiles that we can give to families that are affected so harshly by childhood cancer. And on behalf of the Against Cancer Foundation, myself, and also all the families and sick children that were going to benefit from this, I want to thank you all from the bottom of my heart, and wishing you a very good race and a nice event, and may the best win.
Well, thank you very much. So as we get set to start the race, I suppose we should go through the track and show you guys just what these 45 drive teams have lined up for them. So the 7 kilometer 4.35 mile circuit plays host to round 5. As you can see at the start line, they're heading straight towards turn 1 there, La Source. Corners 3, 4 and 5, Radion, No Rouge. Beautiful section of corners flat out down the Kemmel Straight towards Le Combe. Bruxelles is the beautiful downhill turn, followed by corner with no name, Pouon, the long left-hander. Campus section 13, 14 and 15, followed by Stavelot, Curb, Pulfray and Blanchemont, before a flat-out sprint towards the bus stop, chicane towards the end of the lap. The average lap time should be about 2 minutes 18, 2 minutes 19 as the drivers go round. And as we see there, it's a beautiful track, 7 kilometers long, sorry. And as we go to grid now. So the entry list is stacked 45 cars, and you can see at the front there Rocket Simsport with, I'm not sure who's starting, Robbie Stapleford starting, Kieran Vidago in the number 22 Simsport racing car. We have Wild Things Wannabes in P3 there, the Aston Martin number 127, started by Leo Hervenen. Team Abbey Racing with Chris Vickers behind the wheel in P4, with Team DGTL 42 Team DGTL Racing started by Lasse Ulgaard. Number 6 is Positive Perception A, the Aston Martin V8 Vantage, started by Rob Jackson. In P7, Sergio Piperetta starts the Team Racing Point PS Evo 488. In P8, we have Odyssey Racing's 488 GT3 Evo started by Daniel Georges. In P9, next to him lining up is Mark Ham in the DC Sim Racing.nl. RNE ACC round out our top 10 with Jonas Hakola, in a 488 GT Evo, followed by EM Racing with Ike Toes in the AMG. Another Aston Martin in P12 with Marius Fredriksson taking the Maniac Azure car. In another 71 Team Racing Point with Salvatore Siaka. I do apologise for butchering the names. Mode 11 Racing in P14 with Dennis Workman in the Lexus RCF GT3. Dork driving with Tim Kroll behind the wheel in P15. EGT Motorsport round P16 with a Bentley Continental with David Belanga behind the wheel, followed by Sim Racing Holland's John Baton in his RCF GT3. 610 Motorsport are in P18 with a Mercedes AMG GT3, behind the wheel Thomas van Schalk with Pulse Motorsports Lexus RCF GT3, held with Patrick Swanst. E-Senior Team Racing in P20 with Mark Neutlings in the Bentley Continental GT3. Apologies for our track walk, it has slightly had a malfunction, but it's all good, we'll carry on. P21 with J-Dog Simsport, Brennan Schmidt behind the wheel. P22 is Park Burmay Endurance Racing with the Aston Martin V8 2019. CBSR RMP23 with Aaron Van Dronen in the Mercedes AMG GT3 2020. 99 Revolution Sim Racing Gold, Mohamed El Ghieri behind the wheel. Positive Perception Racing B with Mark Raddenbury starting the car in P25. Team Hot Air Balloon Motorsport in the 911 GT3R in P26 with Pascal Eckstein starting the car. IDC Racing's McLaren 720S in P27 with Raymond Leighton behind the wheel. As we see the drivers starting to make their way around, we will finish off the grid. We have Newark Simsport with Simon Pike in the Honda NSX Evo, the only Honda NSX on the grid this weekend. Wii Sports with the Aston Martin V8 2019 with Lucas Zverkov behind the wheel. We have in P30 SRB1 Racing Team Ruben Williams behind the wheel. Miata Racing Team take P31 with Mika Rosas and P32 Michael Volkering. Dutch League Racing Blue with Melvin van der Kerchhoff in P33 with 101 Garage #RipArt101 Stefan Hoffman Arvidsson taking P34. Green Moose Racing with Andreas Vestkamp in the McLaren 720S GT3 Special in P35 with P36 being THRC in the Aston Martin V8 2019 with Hugo Vervat behind the wheel. Racing Dudes Motorsport Carlos Denis in Bentley Continental GT3 followed by Simzone Race Team Cal Van Horn. Wild Things Racing Dennis Pope starts the car with a Nissan GTR Nismo 2018 spec. Downforce Esports in their 420 car, followed with Vita Rennen starting the car. Red Lazak Racing starting in P41 with Sam Pearce. 787 Ghost Racing, Ren van Dixon starting in P42 with Team Eurocamp with Aris Node starting the car. TVN Racing in the only GT3 Cup entry with Stein Passport starting the car. And in the last place in P45, Barcelos Andre in the Aston Martin Vantage V8. So, 45 cars, 24 hours. What are we expecting?
Wow. It's all in the mix, I would say. I'm just looking through the qualifying times, and you actually got top 21 cars within 1 second. So there was this recent update just before qualifying, and it seems like they didn't have much time to get the cars sort of set up. We heard that there was a lot of teams struggling with especially the tires being warm and tow in. So let's see if they spend the Friday testing and getting the cars up for the new update. So, but still, top 21 cars within 1 second in qualifying, and that's a combined qualifying. So it should be very interesting.
Yeah, absolutely should. You're absolutely right there. You can see 3 Aston Martins start the grid. It's going to be very interesting to see, especially with a driver of Robbie Safe's caliber. It's going to be very interesting to see how aggressive some of these drivers are into turn 1 to see if they can take the lead from the Rocket driver. Obviously the qualifying was average as well, so whilst obviously you can see that Robbie's time was a 2:17.2, which is an absolutely alien time.
Yeah, it was perfect blistering time from Robbie.
However, sorry, go ahead.
He was definitely the fastest out there with the minimum of being able to set up the car after the update. So he's probably going to be the man to watch for his first stint, and let's see if the others can make something about it.
Absolutely. So as we're coming into what looks like the bus stop, we're about to get underway here. It's very close. As you can see, the Simsport racing car is definitely trying to get alongside him as they start. So there we go, they're all bunching up now as we see everybody getting into line. We're waiting for the green lights to come on, I believe. We're going to start going down the hill. So we see the start line is here, start finish line is here, but they don't actually start till they go around the round turn 1. So it's going to be very interesting to see how strong a start these cars can make. Obviously the Bentleys should get a better line and more speed coming through down the Camel Straight, so it should be interesting to see as they come around the final corner as they get about to get underway for 24 hours of racing here.
Yeah, definitely. Eau Rouge here at the beginning should be very interesting. Cars side by side, and we'll see how everybody's going to go through that. But I think, yeah, hopefully they'll take it easy for the first couple of laps and then get the racing on.
It's green flag and away we go, and you can see Robbie Stapleton's got a very decent start, but also alongside him, number 22 has. They go side by side up through Eau Rouge, through Radion. Robbie Stapleton seems to have held the lines. We see somebody go wide a bit there. Not quite sure which one it was. It looked like a Ferrari had gone a little bit wide into Radion. As we've got a big pile up at the back of the grid as well. You can see in the background we've got a huge pile up, a lot of cars involved. But Robbie Stapleton still has to go into Lecombe. So that looked like a huge incident right at the back, but we can see that Robbie Stapleford has still held on to lead with all three cars that took P1, 2, 3, so Rocket, Simsport Racing and Wild Things, all still within their same points. Denise Pope has made an amazing start up to P4, although I'm assuming that needs to be timing towers having a little bit of an issue here. There we go, yeah, so Denise Pope is a bit further back than the timing tower wants to show us, but Robbie Stapleford still in first place with Regan Mitchell actually in the Aston Martin. So we've got a small update now, so it's Regan Mitchell actually in the car, but it is Robbie Stapleford and Leo Hervenen in the other two cars, so a small switch there to see Regan in the car. We can see Mark Avanusa has taken the start instead of Chris Vickers. So as we slowly find out who is actually behind the wheel there, we can see that a few cars have made a few positions. You can see that Benjamin O'Connell in the R&E Spa 24-hour car trying to make his way past what looked like the 208 Aston of Mark van der Hoek. So we've got a small bunch already as the leaders have already slowly made their way from Lucas Ogard, now over 2.5 seconds away between P5 and P6, so over one lap was an amazing gap to make. Dennis Workman is trying to work his way around another Lexus in front of him there, the black Lexus number 12. Tim Kroll is in the beautiful blue and red Lexus just ahead of them, so three Lexuses. We let's see a Bentley go for a move down the side there at turn 1, turn 1 of the bus stop. David Belanga trying to make his way towards La Source and trying to make his way round the beautifully coloured Lexus.
Are we going to see any cars in the pits after that first incident, or are they all going okay? Because it didn't seem that bad of an incident. There was a car, 2 cars, 3 cars spun around, but
it looks like we've got a few cars into the pit lane already.
Okay.
It looks like a couple of cars have possibly gone into the pit lane with damage. It looked like 7 or 8 cars were just piled up. Possibly 3. Obviously we can see the battle of Bentleys here, so we can see that EGT Motorsport are trying to make their way around a Mercedes and a Bentley at the same time. You're going to see them go around the outside and then back down into the inside of Lecombe. Can't make it stick though, and Brian Schmidt just holds him off a little bit longer, but you can see it's bunching more cars up. You can see the Bentley, another Bentley joining the battle here, with Lexus not far behind, and another, what looks like a McLaren, oh no, sorry, a Ferrari just behind, and Mark Neutlings isn't far behind either, so we can have most of the Bentleys all in one bunch fighting each other for what looks like it would be P16 with car number 16 holding the spot at the moment with Veerman in the Mercedes. So Patrick Vance trying to make his way round as there's a bit of contact with the other Bentley, with the Lexus and the Bentley, but it looks okay. And it's trying to go 3 into Blanchimont there. Oh, big spin, and that looked like a Bentley that's gone off in the background there. Aston Martin was it? Oh, so slowly getting used to trying to call all these cars off as we've seen Team Hot Air Balloon Motorsport in P24 trying to fight their way around down the inside of a Mercedes possibly. No, just can't make the move just yet, but only 5 minutes in and immediately a lot of battles taking place here as the packs slowly start to form. You see the Honda NSX at the back there.
Actual cars in the pits there, Adam. car 53, car 69, car 380 and car 750. Looks like they've all picked up damage on lap 1.
That's unfortunate to hear. So obviously we'll eventually we might get a replay and see what happened into Eau Rouge and Radion, but it was a fair bit of contact. You can see the Bentleys going towards La Source again, almost side by side here. Looks like the 514 Bentley tried to make his way round the outside. That is, if we can find 514 EGT Motorsport with David Belanga behind the wheel. Bellinger, sorry.
It looks like Team Redline Zach have picked up a stop-go in the pit for speeding in the pit lane.
Oh, so we've got a stop and go already within the first 5 minutes of the race. We've got a small penalty for Redline Zach Racing car for speeding in the pit lane. You see David Bellinger trying to make his way round as they come through Lacombe now. Beautiful red and white Bentley there. Very pretty livery there. Going through towards the downhill section now. Looks down the inside, doesn't go for it though. P18 and P17 currently. Definitely on the pace still though, as we see Bart Zwiernik. Thank you. In the Lexus there, I believe the livery is missing, so that is why it's black, but you can see he's being chased by Dennis Workman in the number 11 Lexus as they come through the campus section of corners.
Yeah, they'll still be fighting a little bit because I can imagine that track positions have changed from the beginning, so people would normally try to get back to their actually qualifying place, but yeah, I think it's just in the beginning, people coming side by side through Eau Rouge and everybody want to gain that maybe 1-2 positions, but sad to hear that a couple of cars been to the pits, and it seems like a couple of them are still sitting there, so hopefully not too much damage. It didn't look like anybody went into the wall. I think it's just a bit of push and shove, so, and we see another Bentley coming into the pits there. Maybe he's got some problems from earlier, so, but it seems like they're taking off in the start of the race, so it seems like Robbie has actually found a little bit extra with maybe with tweaks of the setup.
Absolutely, I think maybe he has made a little bit more progress. You can see he's gapped Regan Mitchell by 1.6 seconds now. Obviously this is still a championship round, so obviously all these drivers are still fighting for a championship. Leo Hervinen looked down a little bit down the inside to try and make a position on Regan Mitchell in the Aston Martin ahead of him. Yeah, so obviously with these drivers being in the championship as well as wanting obviously a 24-hour crown, everybody wants one. And especially being at Spa, it's a special race, obviously against cancer, obviously not only sponsoring but to the charity race for this weekend. Anybody that can donate, definitely donate. Great cause and great people behind it. You can see Regan Mitchell still trying to close the gap on Robbie, but Robbie seems to be in a league of his own here. He just set the fastest lap in the last lap of 2:19. It looks like he may set a faster lap yet, as he's still gapping Regan and Leo behind him. They've also gapped Mark Abranosa in the Ferrari, now 2.4 seconds back.
I just think Regan Mitchell is actually he's losing a better time from Robbie, because he's probably spending a little bit of his time defending for third place. So he's I think he's sort of like in the mix, losing out to Robbie and still wanting to keep ahead of third place. So it takes a bit of time when you have to do these battles.
Absolutely, as we ride on board with Leo Hervinen in the Wild Things Racing car here. I believe it's the is it the Wild Things Racing or the Wild Things Wannabes? It's the Wild Things Wannabes. So the second team to Wild Things Racing with Leo Hervinen behind the wheel. It is a 6-car team, in fact.
One of the six cars teams, yeah.
that plays obviously a big issue then. So that's good to hear. So race control will just come back to us saying the average time to go down the pit lane is about 85 seconds, and each of the drivers that went in for repairs was about 55 seconds stationary, and normally 30 seconds of that is about the tyres and fuel. So any extra time normally is for damages, with about 25 seconds of damage. That's quite a big amount. As we've seen Leo Hermanen actually overtake Regan Mitchell. So while we've been talking, Leo Hermanen has made his way round Regan Mitchell. So Leo's now going to try and chase down Robbie Stapleford. So look, that move must have come on the Camel Straight as they come through towards Blanchimont now. Obviously Regan's not going to be happy with that. He'll be pushing now to try and catch the Wild Things Wannabe car, as David Bellinger is still oh no, he's made his way past, sorry, Brian Schmidt in the orange and white Bentley, as he's now chasing down Dennis Verkman, Veerman and Holzer in the cars in front. So we've got a small pack forming here of 5 cars. Packs forming across the grid here. You can see there's a few of the drivers that are already going to be close to getting lapped here. Number 69 looks like they're going to get lapped within the next few laps at least. Anyways, Benjamin McConnell is fighting with what looks like Georges and Van der Hurt, sorry, as they come through. Where are we on track? We're coming through Paul Brett towards Blanchimont, sorry. Getting corner names mixed up, I apologise. So we can see that we've got a small pack here forming of 4 cars now, as they seem to be pulling away from P18 Mr. Schmidt in the number 61 Bentley.
I think what you find with endurance races is obviously, you know, the first hour is pretty frantic with everybody finding their pace. Obviously incidents with pit stops, and then it just settles down for the next 23, and everybody just, so you get a bit of spreading out, some racing happening. Hopefully it'll be exciting when that comes. But it's all about consistency and making sure you don't have a drive-throughs, you don't have incidents, hitting the wall yourselves. All those are really important when you're trying to get as far as you can in the 24 hours.
Well, there was a big incident there as the number 514 Dave Bellinger tried to go down the inside of 2 cars at La Source as he goes up through Radion, and there was a little bit of a cut by the looks of it. But it seems to be okay. It doesn't look like he needs to slow down at all, or whether he's got a track warning or not, we won't be sure. But you can see Dennis Workman trying to make his way round the Aston Martin there of Holzer. As he looks down the inside, he's going to have the move done going into Lacombe. He's made the move, but the Aston Martin does try and fight back a little bit, but can't seem to get his way through. And now Bellinger is trying to make his way round Holzer through towards Bruxelles.
A lot of great racing here, and as Dave said, it feels like a sprint race right now. Everybody's trying to get into their sort of like fixed position where they qualified, and hopefully they'll get the car through this first hour without big incidents, because it is very costly on this track with going into the pits. We heard from race control earlier, it's 85 seconds to drive through, so that's a lot of time to lose on something that may be a little bit of a damage, like from the cars at the beginning. That's cost them very, very dearly. But again, 2 wide through Eau Rouge. I'm guessing down the line there might have been 3 wide, and that could be one of the issues causing the collisions from the beginning. But yeah, it's a long race, and hopefully people will start to settle in. Then they also need to worry about with the fuel consumption, the tire use, especially after this new update. They spend a lot of time trying to get the cars working with this new tire model, so it should be interesting to see if they'll keep on battling for this, because they don't really know what the tire's doing in the long run. So depending on the teams spending all day Friday to do practicing and see how the car handles, but it seems like Robbie has definitely found the perfect setup for this.
Okay, so we're now going to have a look back at the start and see just what happened here. So we're looking at the Wild Things car, I believe, I can't see what number it is inside, but the Nissan GTR here. So you can see there's a little bit of a slow car on the outside there. We're watching the McLaren as everybody goes through. It looks bunched up at the front. You can see a little bit of contact. And yeah, it looks like it bunches up. There we go. There's a lot of contact there, and it spins a Ferrari round, and there's a lot of cars into spin. So you can see a load of cars there. Wild Things, the Quick Fit McLaren, the brightly coloured Aston Martin also involved. So we're back on board with Brennan Schmidt following David Bellinger and Holzer in the respective Bentley and Aston Martin. You can see they're coming down towards the corner with no name here, and for the past few laps Bellinger's had the number on the Aston Martin, but he just can't seem to find his way through. But saying that, he's made a bit of a mistake here, and Schmidt's now going to have an opportunity to overtake him towards Pouon. We'll jump on board now with Daniel Georges in Odyssey's Racing, number 15 Ferrari, and he is on the back of Van der Hoek in the Aston Martin, also being chased by McConnell in the 169 Ferrari. So you can see these three are slowly catching also at the front. I'm not sure who that is. I think that is Lucas Urgaard in the 42 Lexus. So you can see these three here now closing up the gap a little bit. But Robbie Stapleford hasn't been told that this isn't a sprint race, and he keeps setting fastest laps. We saw just before the replay that he had set at 2:18.8, which is the fastest lap so far of anybody on the session. The track at the moment is optimum with the track temperature at 30 degrees. Very quick time still by Robbie Stapleford.
I think he's just getting ready, isn't he? He's using his hour wisely. Obviously we're going to be probably looking at a tyre change every 65 minutes when the guys come in for a pit stop. So it's, if you can do it and you can keep it nice and tight, not getting track cuts, then why not have it as 24 sprint races in a row? Yeah, so Sten Perspon, story of the race so far, I'd say, in the Porsche Cup car. He's gone from 44th to 35th so far. It looked like at the start he managed to get around all the carnage and has made hay whilst the sun is starting to shine. So he's just coming up to the bus stop. He's got quite a big gap behind him to the cars behind, and it's going to take a bit of time for the other cars to catch him up. So he's doing excellent in that car. Because obviously, not forgetting, it hasn't got any traction control, this car in ACC. So he's putting it out there, and hopefully the rain doesn't come down too hard for him, because obviously that will make it treacherous.
So here we are watching car 79 Denise Pope in the Wild Things Racing Nissan GTR after getting involved in what was a fairly big collision at the start. It seems to be making our way very nicely towards the back of this pack of Aston Martins. You can see that we've got the 787, the 99 and the 73 right in front of her, as they are battling for what looks to be P36, and then obviously the first person to get back onto the back of the GT3 Cup car. Yeah, absolutely. So we can have a look on the chat here. We can see we've got Packer Biker saying, "Come on TRP, simple race, good luck for the event." Obviously, Chris Hill, when the broadcast focus on a particular car number. We've got Dobby Dan saying, "Go Team Eurocamp," and somebody asking if we can see the back of the grid, and here you go, Sand. We can see the back of the grid here. So we've got Vilcek, Pierce, Ant Brown in the 750 Ferrari, Lee Mosley in the TRH Enduro car. So they've still got damage by the looks of it, so they've actually not fully repaired their damage. You can see the bonnets flapping, and you've got the car in front as well, the 787 car, also damaged. I believe they have a small bet going on with the car currently in P30 as to who's going to finish higher. It'll be interesting to see where they actually get in the end of the race. Obviously we're only within the first 20 minutes, and we can see obviously the packs are slowly starting to form. Eventually we're going to have people running in their own little pockets of air and setting their own respective lap times. Louis Mosley still trying to chase down the car in front, Tissac, as he goes round. There we go. Move is immediately made there as I say that, going through what looks like campus. Oh no, sorry, Stavolo and Coupefrère. We have a move made. So we're going to see a plate of Patrick Swans here as they go towards the Lecombe. So the 777 Lexus, watching it, very, very brave move. Does a little bit of a cut and a spin, and just about stays out of the way of colliding with any cars. Very, very well done there. As we see a spin, so Lee Mosley was backwards there, so we don't know what's happened there, but Denise Pope's now going to go around the outside towards the source. They're going to have the move done, so looks like a small incident there between a couple of the cars. You can see damage still on the Nissan GTR, but Lee Mosley's had a small mare there and obviously lost a few positions in the process. You see Denise Pope's now going around the inside of the other Aston Martin there, Tiska. So Tiska's let Denise through and also let Lee Mosley through, so possibly some contact between Lee and, oh sorry, it's Willem. Is it Willems? I'm not quite sure. We've got, obviously we'll have to wait for the time screen to update, but I believe it was Tiska that
Tiska's let him by. It looks like, fair play, he's had a contact into the bus stop,
and there we go, the move's made straight away again through into Lecombe. Tiska takes the position back from Lee Mosley. So these two are going to be fighting it possibly right to the end of their stint here, as we see Patrick Vonst on the back of the Miata Racing Team Mercedes, the 635, driven by Rosinanos. Vonst is going to go around the outside. It's going to be a very brave move, and Blanchimont if commit around the outside. Miata Racing Team holds the inside line there, but they're heading towards the bus stop now. So the possible switchback move coming up here. It looks like an Aston Martin trying to get in on the action there as well, but Bellinger's now also trying to fight around the outside of the Aston Martin, and there we go, Patrick Vonst makes the move around Miata Team Racing. As we are only 20 minutes into the race, we still have a lot of battles going on, as Bellinger's now going to go down the inside, holds the line, and does well not to make any contact, as they almost make contact coming out of the source. So,
yeah, we're in some big groups here now, aren't we? So there's sort of at least 3 individual groups of cars starting to sort of get their rhythms. The battling's obviously slowing some of the cars down towards the mid pack. Got some good racing going on.
Well, so as you can see, we've got Patrick Vonst still on the back of the Miata Racing Team. He's going to go down the inside at Lecombe. Is he going to be able to make the move stick? It looks very good so far, but the Mercedes is going to hold the inside line. Coming out of Lecombe here, we're going to see whether the Pulse Motorsport car can go around the outside. It can't, so it's going to have to wait for a little bit longer, but now it's been under attack from the number 88 Nawak, as they're also under attack from Dave Bellinger. So the 4-way battle here for position being number P20, so obviously being in 20th place, getting closer to the front here. So you can see that there's 2 little packs forming, almost battle groups, as we head towards Pouhon. Through Pouhon now, Patrick Vonst runs a little bit wide, maybe a track cut, as they stayed fully on the throttle. We can see that a few drivers are definitely going for it in this first race, well, first bit of the race even.
It seems like they forgot it's a 24-hour race, because they're racing like it's a half-an-hour sprint race. But it's still awesome to see all these nice liveries and people doing this big effort to support the sport. So it's awesome to see. It's just too sad with the beginning with the incidents, but 45 cars on the track. It's almost inevitable that accidents won't happen. So, but it's really good to see these battles, and people are being very generous. I would say, just for the racing I've seen up to now. There's been incidents, but nothing like really bad driving. So it looks like an awesome pack of drivers they got together for this.
Absolutely have, as we can see Benjamin McConnell still racing behind Luke Ogard. So, oh, there's contact!
No further action for incident between cars 380 and 19 on lap 1. No further action between cars 380 and 19 on lap 1.
So, race control coming in, as we just saw a little bit of contact between McConnell and Van der Herk. So, oh sorry, no it wasn't, it was Ogard, so that'll be definitely under review, I'm sure, as we've just caught it on the stream, but Yeah, so race control coming through. I'm not sure what the outcome was. Unfortunately, we don't have the audio for race control, but we can see that Benjamin McConnell has made the place there on Urgaard, but at a very punty rate. Yeah, anything to say to there, Brian, or just?
Well, I spoke too soon with being awesome drivers, and then somebody's doing this dive bombing into the corners, though. But yeah, generally I would say that it seems like very good racing. People seem to be well aware when others are trying to overtake him, or where they have to defend and stuff like. So it seems like it's generally a good bunch of drivers here, with some of them with amazing skills. So you still see Robbie just leading away from the top three, and it seems like they in the top they sort of found their rhythm, and is trying to stick with them for the long run, not thinking about the short run. But and again, with this newest update just arriving before the event actually starting up, I think a lot of the teams are still a little bit in the grey about how the car actually responds after a certain amount of hours.
Yeah, absolutely right. I mean, obviously with this new update coming in, a lot of the drivers have been caught unaware and off guard here. Because Tim Kroll takes a very adventurous line. I believe that's the new line. You may have to wait till next year to actually try and use that line in Spa, but obviously practicing for the new layout for next year. But you can see he's trying to close on the back of the 71 Ferrari here as we follow them through Le Combe. Very, very well held there. There's a big slide coming through Le Combe and down towards Bruxelles. These drivers, obviously, like you say, are very high caliber. Robbie Staplefort's now gapped Leo Hervenen by 5 seconds, and across half an hour, that's quite a big gap. Regan Mitchell still holding up third place, so Aston Martin 1, 2, 3. Abranosa in fourth place in the 321 Ferrari. Young in the Aston Martin 751 car with 2 more Ferraris of Georges and McConnell in 6th and 7th. Lucas Urgaard in P42. There we go, so no further action between cars 380 and 19 on lap 1. Mark van der Herk in P9 and Ska in P10, with Tim Kroll trying to chase down that P10. So only 5 tenths between the two drivers. Patrick Fons is still in between this battle of Miata Racing Team and what looks like the 88 for Aston Martin of, if we can go through the entry list, Parc Fermé Endurance Racing. There we go, and that is Adrian Nowak of Parc Fermé Endurance behind the wheel. So we can, as we see, Team Abbey Racing are actually closing down on Regan Mitchell in the Simsport car. So we can see possibly in the next few laps that there's going to be a change on the podium between the Ferrari of Team Abbey Racing and Simsport Racing International's Aston Martin. It's been a long, well, I say a long, we're not even a 24th into this race yet, and we can see that these drivers are very much pushing their limits and trying to find a way towards the front of the pack as quickly as possible. We can see that looks like the Bentley of, I can find number again in the pit, it looked like
car 21, car 91 and car, I think car 71 was in the pits, I think.
Yeah, so it's interesting to see that a lot of these cars are slowly starting to make their ways into pits, whether it's early stops or stops for damage repairs. I'm not quite sure, but obviously, as we can see, a lot of the drivers are trying their best to stay within their limits and not cause too many issues. But we can see Martin van der Herk on the back of Urgaard. Urgaard may have damage on the rear of that car as they come through towards Bruxelles. You can see it looks like the Lexus is struggling a little bit with rear grip as it looks a little bit twitchier towards on the out exits and corners.
I'm wondering, the guys in the YouTube chat, how well you're doing with your sim racing endurance bingo. We've already had a commentator's curse with Brian after 25 minutes. I'm sure there's a couple that have hit the wall. So let us know in the chat.
as we see Ryan Ware under attack from the number 61 of Schmidt. No, it's not Schmidt, sorry, it'll be Zwerink, as we're still waiting for an update. Obviously, I forget that you have to wait for the sector splits for it to update, but Patrick Wants is now under attack from Pike, so he's overtaken Pike. So he's now under attack from Pike, so Pike's been overtaken but not given up just yet. The NSX trying as hard as it can to stay on the back of the, I believe it's Lexus, yeah it is a Lexus, 777 Lexus.
Yeah, if anybody wants to go and check out the current lap timings, Pitwall Live is live for the race, so you can see all the gaps, people's sector times, and how well they're doing, and if they're closing on any of the race, their competitors around them. So go and check out Pitwall Live under the SRHI banner, and check out all the race times.
Thank you very much. Well, you can see that Salvatore is trying to catch up as we now jump back on with Michael Walkerin, as he is fighting with Mark Neutlings here in P19 and P18. Yep, correct in saying that. ECU's Team Bentley is under attack from the McLaren Shadow Project car. I don't think it's actually registered under that name, but obviously in that beautiful orange and black McLaren livery.
So who have we got now then? We've got some the groups of cars are again still spreading out, but we've still got some pretty close guys. You know, car 71, which is Skiaka, I believe, in 10th position. So there's a good fight for around the top 10. We've obviously Robbie Stapleford obviously putting in some seriously good laps over this first half an hour. He's got a good 7 or 8 second gap by looks of things to P2, with Regan Mitchell just behind in P3, but car 321 in 4th, Abrinosa is right on the tail of Regan by looks of things. So he's got his work cut out here, because he's been catching him quite quickly.
To be on board with this battle, we can see that there are also coming up to some lap traffic, so this battle could become very interesting as they come through towards this traffic. Abrinosa is right on the back now of the Simsport Racing Aston Martin. The Team Abbey Racing Ferrari seems to have the pace over Regan Mitchell.
Yeah, these back markers are going to be really difficult, aren't they? They're fighting their own battles. Let's see if they let them past.
Yeah, especially in the groups where they're actually fighting, having to let another car pass. It's never easy when you are doing a battle, because they're afraid to lose they actually position in the race. But yeah, I've seen a lot of blue flags, so there will definitely be some more fighting now with these faster cars coming through, and not being able to having to settle it yourself.
Absolutely, all of a sudden other drivers are starting to play a factor into your own battles. You can see there's another car up ahead. It looks like Abrinosa should now be through the first bit of the lap traffic there. So Aston Martin and the Mercedes getting in the way of the Ferrari there, chasing down Regan Mitchell. So Regan Mitchell's been given a little bit of breathing space here, but not much, just enough to try and get back into the rhythm and possibly try and pull away here. Leo Hervinen and Robbie Stapleford are in their own little worlds here. You can see the 127 and the number 2 car. If you look on the track map, a nice little gap between them and the 3rd and 4th place drivers. We've got a few things here. Someone saying hashtag RIP 101 command. Got some people giving some love to East Enias Racing, and we've got a few people on here asking how long till finish. We're not even not even an hour in yet. Yeah, if you look at the top, CBSR Racing, I believe we've just had you on the stream there in your Mercedes. So unfortunately there's a bit of a way to go yet, lads, as we're going through towards what is probably lap 14 for lap 14 for these drivers. who are currently P4 and P3. Michael Walkring is now on the back of the EC in this car still. Mark Neutling's doing a stout job of defending. In fact, they've both caught up to the back of this 3-car train here. So we've now got a 5-car train. Absolutely. You can absolutely see that he is a master of defence there, definitely.
Yeah, I know from first-hand experience how well Mark is at defending. That Bentley is very wide at times. Let's put it that way. Even on some of the widest tracks, he always seems to hold the best lines. Very difficult to pass. You really have to get your elbows out and force your way through. As obviously as best you can, but you won't make it easy.
No, absolutely not. We've got a race control penalty for car 169 causing a collision with car 42 on lap 10. So 169 is the... We go through the entry list, I can find it. I swear. So it's the 488. So Jonas, I believe Jonas Hakela.
15-second time penalty for car 169 causing a collision with car 42 on lap 10. 15-second time penalty for car 169 causing a collision with car 42 on lap 10.
I think owner Benjamin McConnell is behind the wheel of the Ferrari, so he has been given a penalty for the collision, I believe, with Ergaard. As we see Michael Volkring spin, is he going to go into the wall? He's held it. No, he's gone into the wall, going up Radion. So there's a big hit there for the 720. That's going to hurt the car massively, and it's definitely going to be a long stop. As you can see, then that looks like Patrick Avance going through. We've got another car there, the Miata Racing Team car, catching up as well. So that's going to lose the car a lot of positions because that's at the start of a lap. So we've now got a 4-way battle instead, where Mark Neutling suddenly be given breathing space. So no longer is it the wide Bentley, it's got to be the narrowest Bentley in the world to get around these 3 cars in front of him. We can see that these drivers are trying their hardest. Good morning to all drivers from Ramirez, asking to see if we can see car 99. We've got Lee Ellis asking, are we there yet? No, we are pretty much the furthest away from there as we can be at the moment. So you can see Benjamin McConnell's penalty has now come up on the screen. So Christopher Holtz, we're watching Mohamed El Ghieri in the car 99. There we go. So Ramirez, here you go, your beautiful Revolution Sim Racing gold car, which is ironically white, coming towards Lacombe here. A beautiful looking car nonetheless. 444 has finally been caught by, I'm not sure if that is actually someone racing for position or not, but we can see that the Porsche Cup car is going to be overtaken by a car soon. Adrian Nowak in the Parc Fermé Endurance Racing right behind Deniz in the 107 Bentley.
Looks like car 16's had an off. Going around Blanchimont, I'm not sure if he's hit the wall there. Maybe we can see a replay if see how he's got on, but he's certainly lost a few places.
Yeah, so we can see that a few drivers are having minor issues. As we go, Adrian Novak goes down the inside at the bus stop, makes the move stick before even exiting the corner. It's a very, very good job there by the Aston Martin on the Bentley as they now go through to start their next lap. You can see the best lap was a 2:20 by them, and the last one was a 2:22, so the battling definitely holding up the driver. So we've got a replay of the 720. We're going to find out just how bad the spin was and what happened here. So you can see that coming through, everything looks normal, gets a bit twitchy, and then yeah, just drops the back end, going through Radion. Quite a big impact indeed. Steve just saying since then, it's quite a big shunt from McLaren, and that's going to be a while in the pits possibly. Adrian Novak now on the back and chasing down. It looks like a small pack growing there, so the Mercedes going slowly. We've got an issue for the yellow Mercedes. I'm not quite sure which car it is, but it looks like it's got a bit of damage on the front. You can see that Novak is on the back. As we can see Simon Pike go around Perperta down the inside, so Pike has just made a position as well, so let's see if Adrian Novak can go through as well as we head into the corner with no name towards Pouon. Look, the car, very beautiful colour, reminiscent of the JPS Lotuses. As as we come towards Pouon. It's a very, very tight line there. We can see that someone's saying, I'm starting and changing games, leaving GT Sport and heading to ACC. Absolutely, it's definitely the worthwhile, as we see Salvatore Saka trying to overtake Urgard as they all come through to start their next lap. We've got a yellow flag.
Denise Pope looks like she's off at Blanchimont.
Well, that's not very good. We've just had Dennis Pope went off at Blanchimont, but that's okay. She's still moving on the track map, so absolutely brilliant. SSRI are still P3. As we see, Abranosa still chasing down Regan Mitchell, so there could be a move here as they go in towards Lacombe. It looks like the Ferrari's going to dip out and then dip back in. So thought about it, but then changed their mind. This is the new BOP. This is the 2021 BOP, so all the cars online will now be restricted to the 2021 BOP. So because the Abranosa is still chasing down Regan Mitchell there in P3.
Denise has come in the pits. Obviously, that hit was pretty hard. Her Nissan's looking rather second-hand at the minute.
Oh, that's unfortunate to hear. It's the only Nissan on the track, so it's a shame to hear when the single cars on the track have issues. Obviously, we don't want any cars to have issues at all, but we can see Brian McConnell's still not taken the 169's 15-second stop-go for the contact. I'm not sure whether they can appeal the penalties, or those penalties are set. So
yeah, they'll set. They'll need to serve their penalty within 3 laps, or they'll get either a stop-go 30, or they'll get DSQ, depending on how the serve has been set. So they'll need to do it, and there is no appeals position with Stewart's decisions. It's final.
Actually, I need to correct you on that bit.
Oh.
You should have attended the driver's briefing. Did you not listen to us?
Of course, Chris.
Did you? All right. So I don't need to explain to all the viewers then, do you? You can do it.
Well, there is an option for a Toto or a Horner, which is a right to review. However, obviously, within 3 laps of the penalty being issued, the sim will obviously give whatever it needs to. So they have to be very quick to donate their €25 and let the stewards know. But I think at the end of the day, how many Totos of Horners have been successful this year? Big fat 0.
So you've passed the test. You were paying attention. Thank you very much.
He's probably just quick, he's just probably quickly messaged someone saying, "Oh, quick, how do it? What's this about?" But you can see that Tim Kroll is now on the back of Urgard. So Urgard's been overtaken by Sasaka for P9. So it's now the battle of the Lexuses as opposed to a Lexus versus a Ferrari. You come up through Eau Rouge and Raidillon, very lovely corner. I can't wait to see how it looks next year. I'm going to be lucky enough to be there next year. A endurance race, so we're going to watch a replay now as we can see Denise Pope. Oh, that's a teammate. It's the Wild Things wannabes are over. Oh, so it just looks like she just loses the back end and goes into the wall trying to avoid her teammates in P2. So Leo Hervanen must have scared the teammate just a little bit into going into the wall, but we can see that obviously they're still on the track and they're still pedaling around, so should be okay.
She's just in the pits now, so that's cost her pretty much maybe a lap and a half.
Absolutely, but obviously in the first hour that's not too bad. Pavel QK asks, is it worth to start racing with the racing line to learn the tracks? I mean, personally, I definitely did when I started learning, until you slowly learn how you should learn a racing line. But I definitely think, definitely don't become reliant on them. Anyone else want to comment on that one, or?
Yeah, I think there's certainly a lot of the fast guys, especially when a new track comes out. They use the racing line, but they do turn it off pretty quickly after. They might be doing 20 laps with the lines on, but then you've got the lay of the land. You should be. If you're good enough to learn the tracks a bit, choosing different lines to see what's quicker. Getting used to the track is obviously key, because then if you do make any setup changes, you're obviously you're confident that you're fairly consistent on the track already. So it's not unheard of that the pros and the aliens do use the racing line to start with.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I normally just hide behind the pros and watch their lines until I'm within 3 or 4 seconds of them, then I'm like, yep, that'll do. So you can see we're following Brendan Schmidt here, who's being attacked by Alexis Observer. So as we can see, they coming on to their next lap here. The last lap was only a 2:21. We can see that penalty's still up Brian McConnell, so I'm pretty sure that we've had 3 laps since, so it's interesting to see it's still up there.
Yeah, it should have been served by now, to be honest. If they'll probably add it to the pit stop result, so fine by us. Right, okay. So
it's just an additional 15 seconds, so it's not an actual drive-through or stop-go.
Okay.
Yeah, so that will be on the pit stop time. So yeah, I sold you a pup earlier. Drive-through stop-goes need to be completed within 3 laps.
Right, okay.
Well, you see that Brendan Schmidt is on the back of Swearing in the number 12. Oh no, sorry. Sorry, late night. You got me talking.
You had a late night. How do you think we felt after yesterday over there?
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, so just to explain, this race almost did not go ahead today due to some issues with the ACC. We're very close to pulling the plug off. Sorry, let me rephrase that. Postponing it. And the admin team had a meeting that lasted, correct me if I'm wrong, Dave, 4 or 5 hours last night whilst we were trying to assess all possibilities and test servers. And very fortunately, a hotfix came through just before we were going to make the decision. We decided to give that a whirl and ran 2 servers for 3 hours, which enabled us to make this decision to go ahead with the race today. But yeah, it was a long evening last night, wasn't it, chaps?
It was, and you know, all kudos to Kunos. You know, they brought out an update which has had some issues since Wednesday, and you know, they brought out 3 hot fixes yesterday to try and resolve the issues. And at the moment, fingers crossed and touch wood, that you know the issues seem to be been resolved. So you know, fair play to the guys at Kunos for getting those hot fixes done, and you know, I'm sure our stress yesterday was multiplied by a factor of 100 for them.
Absolutely. Respect to them for doing that. Absolutely. Can't. And obviously we haven't got a hotline to them to ask them to do anything. It's just a look on our part that it came through so quickly.
Absolutely. Well, we're watching the battle for P3 slowly catch up now to what looks like the Cup car. So we're about to see the Cup car get overtaken by what looks like the battle for P3. So that Cup car is still running really well and running really clean. So I hope they do get a lovely race. And the guys in the car are doing a great job. Brendan Schmidt is he's going to make a position here surely. As Zerwink's run off, there we go. Zerwink's going to be a gentleman and allow Brendan Schmidt the position due to running the entire section, well, straight on. You can see Abranus is still trying to chase Regan Mitchell. We've got Adam Zailovic, my guest commentator for a couple rounds of the VTCC, in the chat saying, "Come on, Regan, defend!" Or sorry, go Regan, defend. It looks like he's defending with all his life here as they're coming towards the end of the stints. There's not long left on their stints, at most about 15 minutes. So we're going to slowly see the drivers come in for their first round of pit stops. I believe everybody has to change drivers.
No, you can do multiple stints. It is just a 65-minute stint timer. There is a maximum time for the drivers that they can actually compete for, so that's what they have to be careful. And it depends on how many race drivers they have. So obviously the ones with the lower numbers of drivers in their team, they can have a slightly longer on their driver time. But obviously 65 minutes is the key there. There's no requirement for changing tyres. So in the night we might see some people trying to push a double stint on the tyres, because it does save you about 12 seconds in the pit stop over a full tank of fuel. So let's wait and see. I think they'll be brave to do that.
Absolutely right. I mean, I've played this game to a bare minimum, but I know that the tyres are probably one of the hardest things to manage sometimes, especially in longer races like this. So the pit stop battle has already started, and car number 21 has set 3. I believe that that could be possibly more, and they're 6 laps down, so 3 stops have caused it to be 6 laps down, so it's really unfortunate to hear. So obviously we don't want to see any drivers in the pits for longer than they need to be, and there we go, there's the car in last place, number 21, the Dutch League Racing Team Blue. It's a very lovely car, and it's a shame to see it this far down, but obviously we can see that Van Schalk, and exactly like Steve says, there's plenty of time till the race ends. So we've got CBSR Racing saying, wish I was in Hawaii, I'd much rather be in Belgium. As you can see, these two are battling, so now Abranosa is right on the back, and we've got somebody joining as well. It looks like Georges has joined them as well, so these two battle so long that we've now got 3 cars battling for the podium here. So we're not even with it an hour in, and we've got 3 cars now battling for that last podium spot. Herven and Stapleford have made like a tree and left. Well, after last night's storm, most trees have left, but we can see that a 3-way battle starting to emerge, and there's a lot of cars behind that would happily join in this train if something were to go wrong. We've got obviously all the way down to P10. McConnell still has obviously the time penalty to worry about. As we go, there we go. So Abranosa is going to lose his position to Georges. It's Georges that's going to go, you know what, you've had enough opportunities to try and overtake, it's my turn. So Abranosa is now going to have to fight his way back to P4 and then eventually possibly past Regan. So it's now going to be a different Ferrari on the back of Regan Mitchell. CBSR, we've seen that one. It's almost 2 AM Hawaii. I'll catch this race in 8 hours. So sleep well, Recon HI, and we will see you in the morning. So we can see that Abranosa is trying to now catch up to the back of Regan and Georges as they come through Rouge and Radion towards the Camel Straight. We can see that that Ferrari has carried a lot more speed. So is Regan going to be able to defend from the Ferrari number 15 of Georges, as it looks like they're going to come towards Leclerc side by side. So Georges is going to make the move possibly down the inside. Can't see what's happened just yet. There we go, the move has been made. So Regan Mitchell now has finally lost 3rd place after fighting so long with Abranosa. He loses it to Georges. As soon as Georges gets the first opportunity to overtake, he does. So we can see now that Georges going into Brussels has the lead over Regan Mitchell for P3. Abranosa is now going to try and find his way through again.
And actually, the best part about it is Daniel George actually started in 8th place, so he's been doing quite well. We haven't seen a lot to him, but we haven't really seen him on the footage. So, but it just goes to show that it can change very much. But I believe that Regan Mitchell and Abranosa has been fighting for a long time, and Regan defending got actually Daniel George to be able to catch him up and just say, the hell with it, I'm going to pass you both. So great racing, guys. Great racing.
Absolutely, and it looks like he's pulling away as well. So Dan Georges has clearly found some sort of advantage over these two that we've not really been aware of. So possibly that he didn't. I don't think he did the quali for them. No, he didn't. So Georges didn't actually do any quali for this team, which means that obviously we don't actually know his pace. We just know that he's, well, clearly a quick driver, as he's overtaken both P4 and P3 in the space of 1 lap. As we come up to the position where Abranosa lost his position to Georges.
It seems like Robbie Stapleford and Leo Heroin actually found sort of like the sweet spot. They're sitting just over 6 seconds, 1st and 2nd place, and it's been so for a while. So I'm guessing they sort of got into the rhythm. Robbie is not actually, going away from Leo Heroin, but it seems like they're just sitting there, just waiting each other out, coming into the pit stop round. So let's see if one of the teams are going to spend more time in there than the other. If with the tires and everything, are they going to change, or are they going to stick with one set and then go out again? I don't think so, but let's see what happens after.
Abranosa is now going to try and make his way around the outside at the com. So instead of going down the inside, he's going to try and make his way around the outside. He looks like he might make the move, actually. He's made the move stick round the outside. That's a very impressive overtake by Abranosa there. That's a very, very impressive overtake. So Regan Mitchell's tyres clearly are starting to go away now, as we can see that Abranosa is now overtaken him, with Dan Georges now pulling away already at 1.3 seconds down the road from the two drivers behind. We can see that that's also allowed Jack Jones to close a little bit. It's now down to 6.6 seconds between Regan and Jack. We'll watch that gap closely to see whether that closes. McConnell's on the back of Young, so that's going to be very interesting to see how that carries on. Robbie Stayford is currently, I believe, far enough down the road that it's quite a comfortable lead at 6.4 seconds, so he's still actually closing the gap. So Robbie Stayford, here we go, the 15-year-old Simsport, Rocket Simsport driver here, must have just finished the long week of school and now is doing a long endurance race. He is joined by quite a few big drivers from Rocket Simsport. We've got Luca Burke, Ross McGregor, another Stankovic, and Callum Cripps. So we're going to now look back at the overtake on Regan Mitchell, and we'll see just how interesting that was. So there we go. So we can see that he's chasing now. What looks like they're chasing up the hill. So you can see how much gap the Ferrari's closing. So the Aston Martin's clearly struggling with its tyres. You can see these twitching a bit. So there we go. That's possibly where the move has sort of been decided. At the back marker just getting away ever so slightly. The Ferrari right on the back.
It looks like he might have had to lift it for the back marker and just going into Eau Rouge, and that's obviously given the Ferrari the run on him onto the Kemmel Straight into Lake Holmes.
Absolutely. Well, still a very impressive overtake that, as we can see Robbie Stayford again in the Rocket Simsport car. Not far behind still is Leo Herman, and the gap's now expanded to 6.8. And obviously 2 cars between them. So I think at the moment the only reason that Herman is actually keeping with him is the back markers. Robbie's having just catching the back markers in all the wrong places. We saw this with Formula 1 a couple of weeks ago, where Max would possibly catch the back marker at the wrong place, and it would allow Lewis to close up, and obviously vice versa. But meanwhile, we can see Tim Kroll in the Lork driving car, still trying to catch Øgaard in P10. So this battle ahead of him is for P10. That is the Bentley of Bellinger. So Bellinger, I'm not sure where he actually is on track at the moment. He was fighting quite high up, so clearly something's happened and he's been put a bit further down. Whether it was just a premature pit stop that wasn't fully planned or otherwise, yet to be seen, but we can see that Tim Kroll is still trying to push. There we go, so that's confirmed. So he's clearly had an accident somewhere across. We've just been confirmed that he had a 51-second stop, which normally means there's been some damage somewhere across the lap, and obviously had to come in for an emergency pit stop. So we're coming towards the first round of pit stops now. We're about pretty much in the pit window, I'd say, about 7 minutes towards the end of the stint. You're obviously starting to think about coming in for your first round of stops. Does Robbie Stayford come in? No, so he's going to go around another couple of laps by the looks of it. I mean, if I was Regan, I'd possibly come in. Those tyres seem to be slowing him down at this current moment. So just confirmed for me there. We're getting just under 7 minutes in stint time left. So drivers are going to start thinking about making their stops. Obviously, they're probably going to aim it to be just over the hour so that they can make as little pit stops as possible. We've just lost, I believe, Chris from the commentary booth, so he's off to go harass somebody else for a bit, which is quite nice. We can see Vetty Renan going down the looks like he's battling with Anderson in the 101 car, though the 101 car has a massive advantage over the 787. I'm not quite sure where the 787 is, but these two cars have an interesting bet. We'll probably get one of them in at some point to talk to them and just see what this bet is. Obviously, as far as I'm aware, it involves pizza. So let's see if I can get in on the bet somewhere. Because
787 are back in 39th and 101 in 26th at the minute. So there's a bit of a gap between them, but it's still early.
it's still very early. We're just about to tick over the hour mark here, so we're about to hit 1 hour of 24 completed in the SSRI 24 Hours of Spa Against Cancer. There is a link in the bottom of the chat, of the description, where you can donate to a specific car or donate in general. Every penny counts. Obviously, every euro counts. We also have auction items available. I'm not sure whether you can find them on eBay or on the Discord. Obviously, there we go. Steve just saying linked in the description. So there's also auction items. I'm sure there's some very amazing stuff on offer. I know that there's one from, I believe, one of the drivers, where if you donate €1 to their team, he will keep a beard that his girlfriend, fiance, wife, I'm not quite sure, doesn't like, and will keep it for 1 more day for every euro donated. So if you want to make his life a misery, then definitely donate to that car.
He's going to have that for a very long time, isn't he?
I believe people have already donated up till February. In all fairness, so I thought that was a really well thought out plan, wasn't it?
It was. I would like to, obviously, there's in the description, there's a couple of eBay auctions there for 2 pairs of gloves that Gridfinder has kindly donated. So thank you to them for donating those. I think the auction's for a voucher for you to buy the gloves off of their website. So please do go and bid freely and give as much as you can.
Absolutely. Well, we can see that somebody's just posted in our private chat that we've got the 24-hour bingo. It's going to be interesting to see how many of these actually have come through. So hit a wall has definitely come through. Getting laps definitely there. Massive tank slapper, we've seen the 720 do that. So there's a few definitely been taken up now. So we can see the drivers are finally starting to make their stops. It looks like Positive Perception A's car is just in front. There we go. Yeah, I can see it just going around. Tim Kroll just there, and Van der Herk.
Looks like we got another stop though, 30, which probably again is speeding in the pits.
Who's that?
Car 879, A Valeri, car in 45th currently.
Oh, it's a shame to hear. Again, obviously you don't want to get any penalties, and a 30-second stop go is probably the worst penalty besides disqualification you can get.
Yeah, it's another pit stop basically, and that's painful enough.
Absolutely. Well, you can see that all the drivers are starting to make the stops. So Robbie Stapleford still hasn't stopped, which means that he's going to try and run the timer down. So he's got to stop within this next lap, surely. Otherwise, he's going to run out of time, and that would be very, very catastrophic for Rocket Simsport to lose a lead. So 2 minutes 45. So he could actually, in theory, do another lap, but it would be very, very risky because I don't know where his box is. If it's right at the start of the pit lane, then I would possibly go another lap. But if it was me, I'd be in now. And we're going to see what he does. Yep, there we go. He's going to come in behind the McLaren. And so Robbie Stapleford, after in the first round of pit stops, does come in with the lead. So we're going to see whether Hervenen comes in as well. I don't think Hervenen or George's Abranusa, anybody in the top 10 has stopped properly yet. So Regan Mitchell's gone down to 5th place, and he's pretty much sat there now from this point. Mark Neutling's in the seniors racing Bentley. Lovely guy, absolutely funny as anything, Mark, and great guy to talk to. Beautiful looking car as well. So we've got a no further action for the incident between cars 8 and 777 on lap 13. So Patrick Munst and Narak have had an incident on lap 13 that has been ignored. So we've got the three leaders and everybody up as far. I'm pretty sure everybody in the top 10 will be pitting this lap. So we can see that a few people are now coming out of their stops. So it's going to look like they're obviously going to be ahead of drivers, but obviously they're already laps down, some of them. So it will just look a bit interesting as well. Everybody drive through that. 635.
Would that be speeding in the pit?
No,
that will probably be track limits. That one, Brian. So you get 3 track limits penalties, and then you get drive through for the next one.
Just pissed around being around right now. Maybe I just thought he might be speeding in the pit.
Yep. So it's Miata Racing Team with the drive through. So they're now being under attack again from Patrick Moss, and they've swapped their drivers. So we've got Iancu Constantinu. I apologise to everybody that I butcher their names. It's a long race, and I'm going to butcher so many names.
Contact.
No contact them. Boy, hell boat. So Yata Racing Team still there. We've been joined again by C. Chris in the commentary booth. So
so the top 11 have pitted by looks of things.
Yeah, top 11 are now all in the pits, so you can see. So we're going to be big contact there. Big contact with the wall coming through Puon. So Constantino's had a big incident just as they've jumped into the car. Rinan's also got a drive-through penalty there, and we are joined by Steph and Hoffman. Morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. Afternoon. There we go, good afternoon. How are you doing?
Decent. In the 101 car, I heard some rumors that you needed some explanation of some rivalries and pizza stuff.
Absolutely. Well, we always love an interview with the car 101 and 78. Well, maybe 787. Maybe not say that in front of.
You'd rather interview us. We know that. It's fine.
So, yeah, obviously, we've since watching. I've seen that you guys have also brought in a channel just for memes against each other. So how did this all start?
Well, we had 12 hours of Imola, more than a couple of days ago, but it's a little while ago. And basically the 787 beat us because we had a disconnect for like 3 laps or something, so we're getting a bit of stick for that, which we of course like very much. So we thought, this race, a good long endurance race, you wanna get it on? Okay. So that's basically the short story, and it's kind of just built up like with memes and good stuff. So it's good banter.
So is there any way that I can get some free pizza if you guys win the bet then?
I mean, if you go to Denmark, you can get a slice.
Well, that's a bit. Alright then, I'll have to make a small trip over.
I'll take a slice for you, Adam, as I'm based in Denmark, so that'll be okay.
Oh, there you go then. Yeah, you can have my slice. You can have the slice of halfway.
Oh, you're Japanese.
Well, not today, mate, not today.
Everybody's Danish for pizza, that's for sure.
Absolutely.
That's for sure.
So how's the race been going for you guys?
It's pretty good so far. We had a decent first stint. I think we started with P34 and now we are P29. Unfortunately, the 787 had some issues, so they're off to a shaky start, I think. So in that battle, it's going pretty good, and Oliver had a decent first stint without too many issues.
Absolutely, it looked like a very clean stint, at least from what we were seeing. Yeah, I mean, what time are you jumping in the car then, Stefan?
We have all the other guys have to do a couple stints before me, so I'm just waiting till around 6 o'clock, I think.
Is that because they're scared you're going to bend the car?
Yep.
So, absolutely, yeah. I mean, best of luck to the team. Anything you'd like to say to the viewers? We've got a load of viewers watching, currently 180 watching, so anything you want to say to our viewers?
Make sure to donate to Rip 101 because, you know, Oliver's beard is... I want to see it all year, like, for the best of him and his very happy girlfriend.
I want to see a picture of his girlfriend every week to see how much more angry she gets with it.
Yeah, the more you donate, the bigger...
How do you clarify that?
Well, and on that note, so, no, absolutely brilliant. I'm sure we'll be talking to you again at some point. I believe I'm in the comms box when you jump in the car, so I'll definitely watching for you.
Around as well. I'll be watching the stream as well, of course. Great.
Awesome. Take care, buddy.
You too.
So as we can see now, Chris Johansson has taken over from Urgaard, so that's new battle going on as Van der Kroon's actually overtaken. So Tim Kroll has overtaken in the stops. So both new drivers in the car. So very few drivers actually staying on. Abranos has stayed on. Regan Mitchell stayed on. Georges has stayed on. Young looks like he stayed on as well, but a few teams opting to switch early. So Sean Arnold in the 127 car has taken over. Callum Cripps has taken over from Robbie Stapleford. So we've got a new front two with Abranosa, the only driver staying out in the same car currently, and Regan Mitchell not far behind in P4. So we're going to see whether Regan can now catch up again, as George has actually lost a lot of time in the stop. So he's lost 2 positions in the stop. So George is, after making a great fight to P3, he's lost 2 places in the stops. Johansson is trying to fight his way back past Van der Kraan, and we've got Timmermans ahead of them in an Aston Martin. As you can see, somebody coming into the pits. So anybody that's trying to pit now, if that's just for their regular stop, what kind of penalty are they looking at?
I think over stint time, I think is it's either, I think it's 30 seconds. Or double check, but it's you definitely don't want to be doing it, because it every time you go across the line, it increases that penalty up to a point where it disqualifies you.
Yeah.
But was he the number 42 car? Was he one of the cars having a drive-through penalty? I can't remember. I think it's.
So Ant Brown just about made it in with 15 seconds to spare in the positive perception car. Although no, because I believe Ant took over from Mark. I believe Mark was meant to start the car, but yeah. So whether they've Mark possibly made an early stop, but
yeah, he was in on the first lap, wasn't he? I think he was involved in the first first lap incident.
So we're watching Zamaro in the Park Fermi Endurance Aston Martin go through.
Car 635 has been disqualified for not completing their drive-through.
So 635, which car is that?
Miata Racing.
That's the Miata Racing.
So Miata Racing been disqualified in the first hour and 20 minutes. That's really unfortunate to hear. We've got a car sideways. We're talking, and the car 19 is sideways in the campus section of corners. Not quite sure what's happened there. We'll have to have a look at replay in a moment.
Car 99 it looks like they're involved, because they're going slowly as well.
So car 19 and car 99 have had a small issue, and we're going to have a replay soon and see what happens with that as Chris rejoins us here. So we're watching Johansson close up to the back of Van der Kraan again. Van der Kraan is definitely under attack here from the 2 cars behind it, with Schmidt and Johansson. Hackler is in the pits again, which seems to be a bit premature. I don't know whether there's an issue or they've not put fuel in. I mean, that would be a really unfortunate thing to do, to not put fuel or tyres on, because it means you've got to do a whole new stop.
No further action for incident between cars 88 and 777 on lap 13. No further action for incident between cars 88 and 777 on lap 13.
So just getting confirmation that there's no further action between the car 88 and 777 on lap 13. So Hackle is in the pits. We've got Johansson now overtaking Van der Kraan into Lecombe. So Lecombe seems to be the beautiful spot for overtaking here. Once again, a lovely overtake from Alexis, against Alexis, into the Lecombe section of corners down towards Bruxelles. Now Johansson seems to have pulled a little bit of a gap from the Lexus behind with Van der Kraan. So we're going to see the replay now. We can see 99, and we're looking for car 19 somewhere. I believe 19 is Mercedes. So we're watching 99 be chased, and trees, and it's just an Antonio Giovinazzi, and there we go. Just spins on his own and takes out a Aston Martin. So almost reminiscent of the Antonio Giovinazzi and George Russell crash. Just car 99, absolute passenger in the incident.
It's
really horrible.
Yeah, very unfortunate. It's just something, yeah, that's racing for you.
Absolutely.
What's going to be interesting this hour is, you've got Callum Cripps, who is a real life racing driver, races NASCAR Euro Series for the Rocket Simsport team, and Sean Arnold, who is a very quick ACC driver. So it's going to be interesting to watch this. Obviously, Callum, with the help of Robbie in the first stint, has got a big gap to Sean, but I do expect Sean to close. But let's see how it goes for this hour.
It seems like they lost a lot of time and doing the pit stop run. They're down to 15.4 seconds, and I believe that they were almost just over 6 seconds coming into the pit stop round. Yeah, a lot of gain from second place Sean Arnold to first place Callum Cripps. Definitely 0.5 of a second last lap, so he's definitely
just using more fuel. It could be that Robbie managed to hold the stint while being very quick in a lower engine map possibly.
Yeah, but do you think, Adam, that some of the teams are actually speculating in running maximum stint time in order to maybe jump one of the other teams with a lesser pit stop?
Absolutely, I think it's definitely a possibility.
Yeah. But it needs to be like they have to be driving incident free, not to get any other. But it's still a total pit stop, and we heard earlier that just going through the pit stop is 85 seconds. So it's it's half a lap basically. So
the most efficient way around this track in terms of stints is to make sure you do over an hour, because then if you do. If you can get up to 64 minutes, you've got 4 minutes every hour.
Yeah.
And by the time you get to the end of the race, that's worth a pit stop.
Absolutely. So you can see that Martin van der Kraan is struggling a little bit with grip by the looks of it on the rear of that Lexus. But obviously, Callum Cripps being caught slowly by Sean Arnold. So over the stint, if he gains about a second a lap, we could see in the towards halfway through the stint a battle for the lead and possibly a change in the lead. Regan Mitchell's actually right on the back of Dan Georges, so Dan Georges is now struggling against the Aston Martin. So the Aston Martin at the start of the stint clearly has the superior pace.
And they're full of fuel right now, remember that, so it's a whole different car coming into the corners with the weight distribution, definitely.
Absolutely. Regan Mitchell is definitely closing down on Dan Georges, as we can see that Mr. Larson on the mic. So you've got a fan somewhere in the comment section, Brian, as we come through the Kemmel Straight.
I got a free pizza.
Yeah, you got a free pizza. Look at you getting all the fans and the pizza. Anyway, so as we come through Lecom, we can see that not far behind actually is Jake Young in the Positive Perception team, I believe. The A team. So we see the move possibly happening at Brennan Schmidt going down the inside of Johansson, as we go towards Lecom, braking a bit later, getting the job done, and the move is made. Seems to be a very popular move, that going down the inside and braking and just outbraking your opponent into Lecom.
Yeah, it seems like the favourite spot, and not that we've seen over
looking for a move here, possibly can't make it stick as they come through campus section of corners. Call it college, same thing. So as we come towards Curb Paul Frere, they're looking like Regan may try and set up a move towards the bus stop, almost reminiscent of George's move on Abranosa in the first stint. We can see that Regan is trying to push as hard as he can in that Aston Martin, clearly the faster car on a full tank of fuel. Probably fresh tyres and full tank of fuel is definitely playing into the hands of the SSRI driver.
I think he can smell blood, to be honest. He's seen he's vulnerable with a fully fueled Ferrari, so I think he wants to get the better of him as soon as possible, so maybe he'll be able to get a little bit away from him and then take the battle further on when they get down into the fuel level.
Absolutely. I think all that George has to do is remember that Regan struggled last time with the fuel at the end and pace at the end of the lap. So it'll be interesting to see how they play it out. Unfortunately, yeah, I seem to be yawning a lot. I do apologise for that, trying to stay awake as best I can. We can see Regan Mitchell definitely trying to push as hard as he can to catch up to the back of Dan Georges here. We've got Jake Young not far behind in the Positive Perception Simsport, Positive Perception Racing, sorry, A car, with, yeah, Jack Young, sorry, Kieran Cox in, sorry, yeah, so, no, that's third, I'd say. Abranosa, yeah, sorry, Abranosa in third place, being held up by Kieran Cox. So Kieran Cox holding up the P3 driver, which is allowed, actually, you can see in the background there, the Georges and Regan Mitchell. Not far behind them is Jack Young. So it's going to be very interesting to see how these guys get on as the laps progress. Kieran Cox is going to obviously be caught by, there you go, there's Daniel Georges and Regan Mitchell not far behind. So it's going to be interesting to see. We've got a few messages on here. Come on, Jackie boy, #751 from Jack's teammate Ash Copeland. I believe at least it's his teammate. Might be wrong. No, it is. So teammates there giving each other support, as we see that it looks like Abranosa has had a lot easier time getting round the Bentley as opposed to the Ferrari.
For those guys that are enjoying the YouTube stream, hopefully you are. If you don't already, click the subscribe button and hit the bell so you get a notification on every stream that we run. Obviously, the racing in the endurance series is pretty frantic, as you've seen, and the sprint series even more so. So please do help us out by clicking that subscribe button.
Absolutely. Obviously this is one of many races and many series and championships that are held with, as we're watching a replay of car 42. So watching, just see what happens here.
That's Regan. I think that was Regan getting past, wasn't it?
No, that is. Oh, it's a very.
It's a Lexus.
So it's a Lexus being hit. So that was the Ergaard Lexus, I believe. It's not Ergaard behind the wheel anymore, but. Yeah, it looked like a back mark has just come across him. Kieran Cox is still within the mix of the front leaders, so he's possibly imposter syndrome. Say again, sorry? There we go, thank you very much, Chris Johansson. So, yeah, no worries. So Chris Johansson driving currently, so we can see that Kieran Cox is still getting in the way this time of Jack Young. As he's trying to make his way towards Regan Mitchell. So Jack Young behind the wheel seems to be very quick in the second stint. In fact, he's closing up to Regan quite rapidly. Van der Kran not far behind Timmermans, with the Porsche sort of separating them. So I don't think that Porsche is actually battling with these guys. Johansson is still behind him. So there could be something interesting going on here, whether that Porsche is just not abiding any blue flags and just sort of racing his own race here. It could be possible. I'm not sure whether he has to get out of the way or it's just a warning to let him know that there's a faster car. I don't know whether Dave can clear that up for me.
Sorry Adam, I missed that bit. I was just typing a message in YouTube.
Blue flags should definitely be from lapping cars. So if he's not in the mix in the battle we're seeing, so it must be a lapping car coming up behind him. So he should, within I believe 3 or 4 corners, actually give way for the faster car approaching.
Yeah, I think you start to get blue flags within a second of the car in front, and yeah, we expect the slower cars to wake way as soon as they can, but in a safe manner. Obviously, there's no point in doing it on an apex of a corner. There's plenty of straights.
That's a very impressive time. You see on the bottom, 4.5 seconds gained by P2 on Callum Cripps. So the that is the Wild Thing Wannabes car, has made a lot of time on the Rocket Simsport car. So we could see, like I predicted, in a few laps, a battle between the two leaders. Miata Racing is still going around the track, so despite being possibly being disqualified, they're still going around the track.
It's possible that race control allowed them back, perhaps.
We've got a battle for P3 again, so Georges has finally made his way to Abernusa, so there's 101 car in the background there, so playing into the hands of Georges, but 3, 2, 1 and 15 are about to go at it again for the podium position. Even though we're not even 2 hours in, these two haven't given each other any breathing space, and I think this battle could rage on well into the night if it is unaffected by back markers. So we can see that Daniel Georges is in the Odyssey Racing 15 is trying to chase Abernusa in the 321 Abbey Ferrari.
I'm wondering if Regan Mitchell actually been held up with back markers since Daniel Georges actually got away from him, because it seems that Regan Mitchell were coming on very strong.
It could be a possibility, yeah. It could well be a possibility that Georges has managed to pull away due to the back markers. You can see Regan there, he's stuck behind the 101 back marker. So Regan's now struggling a little bit with pace, being stuck behind them, as there was a little bit of a nip there from Daniel Georges as they come through Blanchimont. He's going to look down the inside again, a move reminiscent of the move he did earlier in the race. He's done it again. He's made the move stick. It's a beautiful move.
Very beautiful.
Brave move from the Ferrari, and he's up to 3 again. So Daniel Georges is making no friends on this track, and wants that position.
Yeah, that was a very, very beautiful move, definitely.
So we've got Peter Wolfsenner behind the car now in the E-Seniors Racing. So Mark Neutlings makes way for his teammate. They are chasing down Zamaro. So Zamaro in the 88 Aston Martin, trying to hold off the 217 Bentley. So the battle of the very beautiful and very dark coloured cars here, with splashes of brightness from the luminescent yellow and the gold of the Aston Martin, trying to hold off a big old Bentley through as they come towards Blanchimont now. It looks like the Bentley has more speed, so is there going to be a move reminiscent of Daniel Georges' move on the prior lap? We can see now, no, the Aston Martin's held much more speed through there, so he's going to defend for another lap. We've got a car off, car 420 spins off again. We can see in the corner just the yellow flags coming up for that spin in Pouhon. We can see Patrick Vonst behind Bellinger. Bellinger's actually back up to P14, so after whatever's happened to the Bentley, I apologise, Mark, if you want to come in here and tell me off, you're more than welcome to. But Bellinger is being attacked by Patrick Vonst and Cisa in the Aston Martin behind. It's the first time we've seen Cisa on the stream, and he's catching up to Vonst quite nicely. Looks like he may try and make a move as they come towards Lacombe. Here we go, so the move is possibly on here, down the inside. We're going to see it braking a bit later. Looks like the move maybe made a little bit of tap, but it's fine. Still side by side as they come towards the end of the comment. There we go. There's the move made. Very impressive move.
Very good.
So, corrections. Sorry, E-Seniors. I do apologise. I will pay for your bus pass for the next year. But anyway, so Patrick Vonst now has lost a position to Disa in the 187 Aston Martin, as they are now both chasing down Bellinger in the 514 Bentley. So we're seeing a few drivers, the newer drivers coming in, definitely making way of their respective teammates. And laying down the gauntlet as such for lap times. I can see in the top right, the Porsche 444 car has been swarmed by GT3s now, so the Cup car is slowly getting swarmed by GT3s. We'll see how they pan out towards the end of my stint. So, speaking of stints, obviously we're going to have a lot more commentators. We'll possibly have the commentators taking over from me join us soon. As we can see, Patrick Vonst still trying to make his way around the Aston Martin, so he's got more speed coming towards the bus stop chicane. It looks like the Lexus is going to try and close the gap. It looked like the car was off then, but there is a car off. Car 53 is off, so I'm not sure where they've gone. They've disappeared, so whether they've slotted back or they've disappeared off track completely. But waits to be seen. But Patrick Monster still behind. You can see just behind him, it looks like there's still a battle going on between the E Seniors and Zamaro in the 88 car. So we can see a few battles still emerging. We can see P12 and P11 fighting closely for P10 with John Baton, Johansson and Sebastian all fighting for P10. Patrick was still trying to close the gap with the Aston Martin in front. This car 53 Herbie gone bananas. I'm not quite sure, but we'll see soon enough.
Yeah, it seems like car 53 is actually sitting in the pits.
Oh, so we've got possibly a DC or a possible issue.
We got a couple of cars in the pits. Car 21 going into pits now. Car 4.
So we're going to get a replay of car 53 and find out what's going on. So I believe we're watching car 53. It's the Aston Martin just behind the 99. Getting closer and closer. Looks like they're about to make a move, and they snap. That's a massive snap of oversteer, and just gone. An absolute tank slapper going into the Blanchimont section.
That's why we are seeing him sitting in the pits. He's probably getting a lot of repair done for that.
I think he's getting a new front end there.
Yeah.
Bellinger's in again. So interesting. Dave Bellinger's back in the pits. So after fighting. Yeah, it may well be. Obviously, anybody that stopped reset their stint timer, which means that they've gone longer in their stints, but it's going to affect their final position due to being off of off of the standard pit strategy.
Got car 21 in the pits as well.
So car 21. Stop go 30 seconds for Dave Bellinger. So Dave Bellinger's sped in the pit lane as well. So to add insult to injury, he's got to go back round again and come back in for another penalty, which is going to allow 101 another position, so they're now up to 23rd. So we're going to have a look at the overtake on Patrick Vonst again. Beautiful move by the 88. Sorry, not the 88. Sorry, I believe it's the 127 Aston Martin. So you go just a bit further back. Still sticks to the inside. You can see that Vonst holds the inside line for the next section. They're still side by side, but eventually he realises he's not going to keep around the outside there and slots back in, gives him a little bit of a tap to say that was my corner, and then carries on. So there's the Miata Racing car, somewhere in the positions, still running round in what isn't a Miata, but you know, close enough. So Vonst is still trying to catch the back of the Aston Martin 187 Caesar, as we see what looks like P45 coming out of the pit lane, trying to stay out of the way as best he can, with Avanusa still in P4, so Regan Mitchell's not actually gained much time, despite now being possibly in clean air, so we're looking a bit further ahead, obviously, but Patrick Vonst is still trying to chase Caesar as best he can.
Bit of useless information for you guys. The 187 car that's involved with the overtake manoeuvre on Patrick there, they were very close to not being able to join as he got. Was that a disconnect almost? That looked weird, didn't he? He went off straight off into the. Sorry, they almost didn't join the race because their lead driver was late home from work. So we were talking about it just before the broadcast started, weren't we, Dave?
So we're looking on board with 420. Is it? Wow, that's a very interesting. That looks like netcode. That was possibly a netcode incident. So I'm just having a look now at the Against Cancer page, so we can see just how much has been donated. And we can see that Racing Dudes Motorsport has donated 2,000 euros, which is quite a lot. We've got CBSR with 1,100. Revolution Team 99 have put 1253 in, Mode 11 with 900. So we've just been told that as well we will have a live total update in the next hour or so. So anybody that donates now, if you want to be adding to the total as well, we obviously any euro counts. It's all going towards a great cause, great charity, great guys, and obviously thank you once again. And thank you once again to everybody that's donated. So 5 seconds now, the gap between Cripps and Sean Arnold. So Sean Arnold has closed the gap massively to the Euro NASCAR driver. We're going to see how that develops over the next 25 or so minutes. So the next time that they realistically need to come in is at 21 hours and 50 minutes. That will be the next, I believe, stint end, if I'm not mistaken. And it'll be very interesting to see how these drivers affects the strategies of the drivers. We can see Sergio Sebastian in between the Lexus of Johansson and Timmermans' Aston Martin, and it looks like he's going to go try and make his way around in Campus. He's going to look around the outside of the first turn of Campus. He's going to make the move in the first turn of Campus. So an amazing move by the 91 car there to overtake the 208 around the outside. So we've got a battle here going on with Kieran Cox and the 101 car. The 101 car trying to hold off the back of Kieran Cox. He runs wide. He almost just gives up the position and lets 2 cars through. So not just 1 car, but 2 cars have gone through. Kieran Cox runs very wide though. So Oliver Anderson in the car, I believe the person with the bet, so possibly his beard getting in the way of his vision. Trying to hold off the back of the 2 cars and just makes the mistake. Oliver Anderson now trying to catch up to the back of the 2 drivers, Chow and Kieran Cox. So with 2 hours and 24 minutes remaining, we've still got, I believe, every driver is still somewhere on the track, whether in the pit lane or pedalling around. I still believe we've got all 45 drivers. We see Chris Johansson on the back of Timmermans' Aston Martin. So Timmermans is still under attack from another car, this time being Chris Johansson, trying to get his way back into the top 10. Now 4 seconds the gap between Arnold and Cripps. So Cripps possibly with some sort of issue, or the back markers possibly just getting in the wrong position. It could just be that, like Steve says to us, then he's just a very quick driver. 2.7, so 1.2 seconds gain. There's got to be an issue for Callum Cripps there. That's too much time to be gained within one split. Well, absolutely. So we're going to see possibly there you go. You can see just in the distance there the Rocket Simsport Aston Martin being chased down by the Wild Things Wannabes Aston Martin. Sean Arnold is an absolutely rapid driver here, and Cripps has just not had the pace to keep away from him.
It looks like Callum's struggling with his race control coming up.
15-second time penalty for car 15, causing a collision with 911 on lap 29. 15-second time penalty for car 15, causing a collision with car 911 on lap 29.
So I had 15-second time penalty. I'm not sure for which car that was. We're about to have this come up now. So it is 15-second time penalty for car 15, causing a collision with car 911 on lap 29. Obviously, I believe that is car 15 is. Trying to look at the interest quickly. Odyssey Racing. So Odyssey Racing. So Daniel George's car, currently in P3, has now got a time penalty for a incident with car 911. So possibly overtaking a back marker in the process, and has potentially thrown his team's chances a bit at a higher position.
We're just watching Sean Arnold here and Callum Cripps, and Sean's last lap was a 2:19.5 and Callum's was a 21.8. So Callum's certainly struggling, I think, probably with the rear tyres here. He nearly lost it going through Eau Rouge on the last lap. An excellent little save, but Sean Arnold's going to be back on the break.
Absolutely. So if everybody was interested in the lap times at all, you can have a look at Pitwalk Live and just see how much time is being gained between the 2 drivers. Obviously we can't show the laps exactly, but Pitwalk Live has all the information that you'll need across the grid. So we're watching Sean Arnold. We can see that he has now gained. He's going to be possibly on the back of Callum before the end of this lap at this rate. The way he's closing this gap now, he's down to 1.1 seconds, a little bit wide, but that's completely fine. All within the rules. Denise, I don't know who is in the Wild Things car, but they are now being chased down by the 2 cars behind. I don't think this is full position. There's the blue flags confirming my suspicions. So Johansson is still chasing down Timmermans, who are stuck behind the GTR. I'm not sure who is in the GTR at the current moment. I can check now. If I click here wanted to work. So we can see that we have in the Nissan still is Denise Pope. So Denise Pope is still in the Nissan. As you can see in the bottom right corner, that Callum Cripps has been caught massively by Sean Arnold here, going down the Kemmel straight towards Lecombe. Lecombe is going to potentially be the moment where Callum Cripps has suddenly got his rearview mirror full of a bright green front end of an Aston Martin.
Yeah, he's really powering down. I mean, that's just amazing lap times. But
It is
I'm only guessing Callum Cripps might be having an issue with one or other things, since he's not fast enough. That.
Normally, yeah, I'm surprised at the pace, but equally, Sean Arnold's pace has just been absolutely astronomical. It's not actually faster than Robbie Stapleford's fastest lap, but equally, it's still fast enough to make it an issue for Callum. So Sean is now right on the back of the Rocket Simsport car. You can see that he's trying to push him as hard as he can. So the move may be made before we get to the next lap here, as they come through the super corners towards curve corporate.
Coming into the bus, the best we told you. I believe that.
Well, I don't know. He's a Euro NASCAR driver, so he may have the experience of making his car as wide as possible. So we'll see how much pace that Sean has going towards the bus stop. There you go. Runs it wide, runs it shallow, then runs it wide again.
Right.
There you go. I don't think the move's going to be able to be made there. Look how much time. Absolutely, I think that's a very smart move. I think the drivers here are on a different level at the moment. They're a different kettle of fish at the moment, as these two have pulled a 21-second gap between them and Dan Georges. So these two are absolutely pushing each other to the limit. So we'll look at the last laps. The last laps, 221.1 from Callum Cripps and a 220.4 from Sean Arnold there. So with only 1 hour 42 gone and 22 hours 17 minutes remaining, it's a big ask for to hold him off for at least another 20 minutes.
He's got a run on him. He's closing. They're on the marbles, which doesn't help it going into Lecombe.
He's gone down the inside. He's gone defensive. So Callum's gone defensive, which has allowed him to stay in front. They've got a decent margin, but they want to have this battle done as quickly as they can, because obviously the more they battle, the more likely they are to allow Abranusa, Mitchell, Georges to all catch up with them.
Yeah, but I think this is only a matter of time. It's going to be a great battle, because we are talking about two really great drivers, each Simsport and real world. So, but he's just got amazing speed, Sean Arnold. So I think it's just a matter of time, but this should be great racing. Let's see where he actually goes for the move.
Absolutely, it looks like it will only just be a matter of time. You can see that they're absolutely parallel now, almost in terms of lap time, because it looks like Sean obviously is getting held up slightly by the Rocket car. Obviously Rocket Simsport, a big name in the real world racing, as he goes a bit sideways and holds it beautifully. So he's definitely not doing any favours to his tyres there as he tries to defend from Sean. But a very, very good save there to prevent himself from going in the wall. There's a reason he's got the Rocket name on the side of the car. Sean Arnold is going to look around the outside, possibly try and get a superior run through towards the bus stop again. Maybe he's going to just think, I need to make this move now, and then push away as far as I can. watching them come through now. It looked smooth, it's still smooth. They're both snaking through the bus stop beautifully. This is allowing Dan Georges an opportunity to catch ever so slightly.
Yeah, but I think Daniel George has still got 15 seconds penalty, so yeah, not good for him.
It's absolutely not, and I think there's going to be some donations on behalf of Dan Georges, on behalf of the team, to apologise for I believe it's not the second one, is it? There was another, we've got Zamara with a drive-through as well. Looking back, car 88's got a drive-through. So
Sean's got to run again.
There we go. There, I think this is possibly the moment we see a move. Going to be a little bit of squeezing from the rocket car. They're going to be side by side going towards Lacombe. Down the Kemmel Straight they come, almost over 106 miles an hour. They brake heavily. Both cars are still side by side. Contact, but it looks like they've both run wide. So both cars have run wide. I'm not sure where cars have come out. Where's Callum? There he is. So Callum's going to hold the position still. It's a bit of contact, but I think that's just rubbing. Rubbing is racing, that's completely fine. That was a beautiful bit of battling there, but it's allowed the Ferrari behind them as a back marker to stay behind them.
Yeah, there was racing coming through that corner. They're still being able, not spun around or anything, came offline, came off track, and they still believe to keep the battle following. That's just amazing.
Absolutely, very, very well held, and a lot of respect for both of these drivers here, as they're both fighting tooth and nail to keep that lead. Obviously, one wants the lead, one wants to keep the lead. He knows that whoever gets in, whoever gets in the car next is going to inherit a great position if they are in the lead when they jump out the car. So Sean's definitely trying to push as hard as he can. That was almost very, very close to contact there between Sean and Callum as they come through the back towards Blanchimont again, where it all started. We can see that the Ferrari behind is still kept with them, and so has the Bentley. I'm not sure which driver is in the Bentley, whether it is still I've forgotten the name, unfortunately. Yeah,
I think it's Bellinger, isn't it?
Yeah, I believe so. It is Ballinger. Yeah, so we can see that Sean Arnold is still trying to keep on the back of Callum Cripps here. Well, I say trying to. He's still trying to push Callum Cripps through most of the corners at this rate. As they come through, we can see their lap times again. In fact, Cripps finally sets a faster lap than Sean Arnold. It's a 2:22.1 and a 2:22.3 from the drivers. The drivers behind them are much quicker. So you can see the view from the Bentley is, I believe, Pierre Oliver. So yeah, so Cloutier is actually, I believe Ballinger has come out of the car then and has allowed Cloutier into the car. They're still following behind this impressive battle. They must be watching in awe as they come back towards Lacombe, where it all kicked off last time. It looks like Sean Arnold's not going to be able to do anything on this lap. He's a bit too far back. You can see an Aston Martin in front. Off in front is the Aston Martin. So the blue flags must have spooked him a little bit, and he's jumped off the way.
Yeah, we got another couple of back markers coming up in front of these two guys just any minute now, so it should be exciting to see if what goes on with this battle when they actually hit the back markers.
Absolutely. Well, if I was Callum, I would use the back markers to my advantage and sort of just not force them in the way of Sean, but put himself in a position where he overtakes is a position that Sean can't follow.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting to see at the end of the stint. They got 12 minutes to the hour, so it's going to be very close to the stint. Slow fuel, tyres used, and still coming up behind these back markers. So, but I must agree with you. It's all down to tactics now, using them for the advantage they can give you.
Absolutely right. So we're seeing the Wild Things wannabe racing car number 127 still chasing down Callum Cripps in the number 2 Rocket Simsport car for the overall race lead as we come towards 22 hours and 10 minutes remaining. We have been joined by the commentator taking over this afternoon from myself, Findict, or I believe it is Jesse. Am I right in saying?
Yes, Jesse is correct. Hello, I am online known as Findict, but known in real life as Jesse Dot specifically. Yeah, and I'm here to take over commentate for the next 4 hours, but I don't want to rob you from this beautiful fight that you're having here.
It's an absolute beautiful fight. And it's going to be raging on, I think, into the night, this battle between Wild Things and Rocket. Rocket are definitely going to be watching this with interest. I believe Rocket have a few of their real-world engineers sort of feeding info to the team and helping them with the strategy and the driving overall. But you can see that Wild Things wannabes have just seemed to have it hooked up. They seem to have it hooked up from where they were on the list. I believe they started in P3, and their times weren't too dissimilar. So Leo Hervenen started with had a 2:17.7 and a 2:18.2 respectively. So that's not bad at all. In fact, Kennedy, so Sean Arnold didn't set any of their qualifying times, neither did Callum Cripps. So both these drivers don't actually have any quali times on the board. So we're now seeing Sean Arnold push Callum Cripps once again through down towards the corner with no name, towards Pouon, as they come through on their 46th tour of this impressive 7-kilometre circuit. It's an amazing circuit, and this battle has been raging for so long now. It's slowly becoming part of the circuit. We can see that the 444 is on its own again, just casually plodding along, and it's a GT3 Cupness. We've got a bit of a battle further back as well, with Van der Kraan still trying to chase John Baton in the battle of the Lexuses. We've got Patrick Blunt still following further back with 787 making moves here on car 19. So 787 trying to make its way back after a difficult start for the car. It is Radari Stewart in the car trying to chase down the 101 car. The battle of the pizza is still on. So we're back on board with this battle now. Sean Arnold still pushing Callum Cripps through. So they're going to come towards the end of the stint, and it's just going to be pushing each other all the way. So we can see Sean is trying to make his way through now. He's looking around the outside this time. Callum knows better, and he holds the line and absolutely defends like a hero there. The real world experience definitely paying off here, as they are still being chased by the back marker Ferrari. In fact, the back marker is starting to flash.
Just about to say.
He just wants to go through. He doesn't want to be involved.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, here we go. Sean Arnold looks down the inside of... Maybe.
Is it going
side
to
by
be
side? They're not going to go side by side. They're not going to go side by side up here, Rouge. Someone's going to have to back out. There we go. Sean backs out. Sean backs out, thinks better of it, but he's going to have a superior run. There we go. He knows, you know why he's backed out. He's got a better run. Going to be finally, maybe the move is going to finally be made. We've been watching these two battles for about 20 minutes now, and it's going to be...
No further action, for instance, between cars 62 and 267 on lap 16.
Sorry for cutting over race control there, but no further action between cars number 62 and 267 on lap 16. But we're still watching these two race as tight as possible, so we're going to see just about where these two come out with each other, coming down towards through Bruxelles, and towards Pouon after the corner with no name. So if there was a move made here, then I would just, that's race over. I would just concede. But possibly through Pouon. Looks like Sean Arnold may have the run. But yeah, for the first 2 hours of racing we have experienced, it's been an absolute pleasure to watch. These two amazing drivers go at it. Dan Georges as well with amazing overtakes on Abranusa and Regan Mitchell throughout his stints. We're coming towards almost 2 hours into the race now, and at this sort of pace, you'd think that there'd be some sort of incident. There you go. You're now slowly getting towards the front, towards back markers that they're gonna have to overtake again rather than let follow. So I'm assuming that that's a large battle group. There's a large battle group going on. There you go. So Callum's gonna push. Yeah, Callum's gonna push.
He's going to be in the way
into the back markers, like I said. He's gonna push him towards the back markers, and that's gonna be interesting. Although no, now there you go. So the back marker's now going to get in the way of both cars, and they're now both stuck behind the back marker. Again, there we go, Callum Cripps goes around. So does the Wild Things car. Doesn't get tagged. There we go. Very, very... Car 19, and that looked like the Ferrari that had been following. I'm not sure which Ferrari it was, but been following for quite a while. Come to grief at the bus stop. So we've got a small incident going on there, and that's a very unfortunate incident.
Yeah, I believe they were fighting for position, to be honest, so he didn't want to let them go past, I can imagine.
Absolutely. So you know, it's obviously trying not to be overtaken, but you got to be careful when you're doing moves like that. You just saw the Ferrari run wide, and then the next thing you know, it's backwards at the bus stop. But Callum Cripps has still held off the charge of Sean Arnold. So Sean Arnold's done an amazing job to close this gap in one stint, and yet still can't make his way through.
No, it seems like maybe laying behind him he seems like Callum found a little bit of pace, but he is very fast into the corners. We saw that when we were looking out, and now this battle again into the corners.
There we go. So the move through Brissell down towards the corner with no name. There's no way that the move's going to stick through here. He's going to try and look around the outside. He's going to hold the line. He's going to make the stick. So an amazing move there by Sean Arnold. He knew he had to pull something special out to get past Callum Cripps, and he has absolutely pulled something special out there. So after about 20 minutes of hard-fought battling between the two Aston Martins, we finally have a change in the lead. So count the time now, 22 hours and 5 minutes. We have a new leader, and that is Sean Arnold in the Wild Things Wannabe 127 car.
Yeah, Sean took the advantage there, and Callum looked like he lost the rear end into Brissell. His tyres really screaming by the looks of things, and Sean took the advantage. There was no way he was going to give that up.
Absolutely not. Well, we can see that David Wazowski is holding up what looked like P3 there. As we see a few small instances, I think there's a bit of damage on that car as he probably tried to just trickle his way back round to the pit lane. So Sean Arnold's now going to have to try and pull a gap a little bit away from Callum Cripps. Callum Cripps is now going to follow him through and try and just stick with the opposing Aston Martin for as long as possible here. Watching them now come towards the back marker. I didn't see the number just then. You can see that Sean Arnold is going to set a 2:21.1, and by contrast Cripps sets a 2:22.3. So you can see that both Wild Things and Rocket Simsport have an alternate strategy of their drivers, with possibly. So we're going to watch the overtake again. You can see that it's set up from this moment here at Le Combe. You can see just following each other ever so slightly, a little bit of oversteer from the Rocket car. You can see that he runs a little bit deep, and there you go. There's the door that Sean was looking for, and he's gone through and around the outside. An impressive overtake there. It's a very, very brave place to overtake, especially at speed, and especially with drivers of Sean and Callum's caliber. So Callum now getting caught behind the back markers there, the Aston Martin and the Bentley. The 15-second penalty has still hung over Daniel George's head across his stint, as they are looking towards looking likely to come towards the end of their stint very soon. We're about 12 minutes away from the stint change.
And it looks like Daniel George's 15 seconds. If you look at the timesheet, it's actually costing him 2 places, because car number 4 and 5 is actually under 15 seconds away from him. So
it looks like he may actually drop as far back as P6. Timing's Jack Young just in that sort of gap where he's not far away from Regan Mitchell, so that if Regan was to have an issue,
talking about tyre usage, it's just amazing that Sean Arnold can keep up this pace. He was 16 seconds behind when he got into the car, and he's under an hour after he's actually overtook him. So it's amazing how he can get the tyres to last.
Absolutely, yeah, he's made an impressive job there on his tyre management and tyre life. So we're looking at about the stop's starting to occur soon, I'd say, in about maybe 5-6 minutes. We'll see the first. Yeah, absolutely. So as we come towards the end of our first stint of myself and Brian, we'll have a look back at some of the beautiful moments. So we can see at the start here the incident between quite a few of the drivers at the back of the grid. You can see a little bit of a rally crossing there by the mint green Aston Martin. There you go, 101, causing a little bit of a back mark. and the incident there, big crash between a load of the drivers, GTR involved, a Bentley, a couple Aston Martins, and the McLaren, quick fit McLaren there in the background. As you can see here, but the overtake here on Monst from the outside, I believe. Or was it Monst overtaking? No, it is Monst overtaking. Yeah, there we go. It just runs a little bit wide and spins. Luckily, it doesn't come back onto the circuit and cause any contact.
Yeah, that's very well come back on the track. He didn't just go out into traffic, he actually waited, so kudos for that.
And the 720 McLaren having a massive accident at the top of Radion through towards the Kemmel Straight. A big hit for the 720 McLaren. Denise Pope trying to get out the way of her teammate and crashes into the wall. The GTR sustaining damage and having to pit. You can see that this is the battle between Abranosa and Regan Mitchell as they were chasing down the Ferrari ahead. So we can see the beautiful run up Eau Rouge and Radion there, and the mistake there for following a bit too closely, costing Regan that position. There we go, an absolutely beautiful move there. So as we have come towards the end of the first 2 hours, I think this is the bit where I shall pass over to Jesse and his wonderful team that he will have alongside him.
Yes, thank you, Adam, and Brian, of course, for your excellent commentary for the past 2 hours, leading us into a different phase of the race, and that Arnold has properly taken over the lead from Cripps, who is now already 3 seconds behind and following. Of course, well, I've already introduced myself earlier. I'm Jesse. I have decided to commentate today for this 24-hour race, and I've got a 4-hour stint ahead of me. So here we're I believe at Cripps, Sergi's Sebastian in the 91 car. Currently following Baton, the number 12 Lexus, very close behind, going around Blanchimont. Got a little way to go, but doing all right for himself. Seems very well. I think in the past, Bob, I'm not actually sure how it is since the latest update, because it changed a lot about the physics. And the Mercedes is classically a little bit inefficient on fuel, so may need to do a couple of extra stops, but for a 24-hour anyway. But it's a fast car. It's a very powerful car, classically. But let's see if that holds up in the new Bob. It's very close going out of La Source. It's not close enough for a move through a Rouge, and even then, if you are, you don't want to try it. But coming out of it, perhaps there's a chance. We go up our Rouge. It's such a beautiful corner. The elevation change. A good exit for both, but the Mercedes, of course, has a slipstream. The Lexus does not benefit from. The next car ahead is a couple of seconds away, but the gap is not small enough yet. Sebastian has to wait a little bit. Gonna have to try maybe 1 or 2 laps later. Oh, a little bit slidey from Baton, trying to keep that car under control, but maybe the rear tires are going a little bit. He's doing all right. Of course, we see on the side of the 91 car against cancer. Do not forget, we are racing against cancer today. It's a long-fought battle for humanity against the dreadful disease. If you want to join in the fight against cancer, please do donate. We have a link in the description. And if you do, that would be brilliant, helping not only others, but maybe yourself in the future. As we see Muldering going for a nice move through Bruxelles. Saw a small gap on the inside and decided that it was go time. Very opportunistic and very impressive to make it stick like that. It's already pulled a small gap there. I think driver behind the 99 Aston Martin was maybe a bit taken aback by that, but excellent move by him, making it stick like that. Wonderful things. It's actually the 107 car, I think, who is Am I seeing that correctly? I think the 107 car made a mistake and dropped back. Maybe it's not showing on the tower yet, but I do believe he's behind. That would be an unfortunate... Oh no, I think maybe I'm seeing it correctly. Now the 107 car is doing absolutely fine.
Yeah, he's on his own.
Yes. I believe it was the 101 car I was seeing. Yeah. But it's alright. Got the 99 car very close behind the direct competitor of Anderson. Well, it's very close going through Blanchimont. Ooh, a little bit too much curve, forcing yourself wide there. That's not what you want. The outside is completely open. He's gonna outbrake. Ooh, he thinks better of it. Might not be worth it, but in defense, the 101 car has outbroken himself and decides to go into the pits. May have had some damage. It's not the way you want to go into the pits, of course. But alright, the 99 car does have the position for now, but will also have to stop a little bit later. So it may only be provisional. Let's actually gonna scroll to the list to see if they have pitted. And let's not forget, I think the driver behind is currently not for position. They are.
Yeah, you certainly don't want to go into the pits like that, do you? When you've got cars behind you, you're gonna be taking a big chance of not being hit.
Yeah, and it just loses time going into the pits like that. You lost your braking mark if you just have the racing line there. We see, I think, a car trying to lap the 99. Does it quite nicely. Another car side by side. There's not really any defending that because this quarter he's on the inside, but does keep the line very nicely. Car directly behind, maybe a bit careful there. Doesn't want to get into a crash.
We're starting to see the pit stops now, aren't we? Jesse was obviously end of the second stints for those that didn't have any incidents or early pit stops. So we're starting to see those cars coming in now.
Yeah, absolutely. There's another pit stop phase. I was looking at the 99 earlier. Let's see if I can find it. Yeah, they haven't stopped yet for this stint, and they are an hour in, so we're expecting them to stop very, very soon. It's only provisional, but if they can have a better entry for one and have a couple of good laps now, the position they've gained is going to be permanent. And for their sake, let's hope that is the case, and let's hope they don't have any damage. So that will also cost you quite a lot of time. Spa pit lane is very punishing as it is, having to take a corner at your pit speed limit, but damage just compounds that issue even more. You see the fights have calmed down a little bit for now, and the car well clear of the driver directly behind.
We got on stream, so car 99 still, car 777 just going into the pits there.
Yeah, I believe we have someone that's joined us, Sam Pierce. Sam is the first SSRI ambassador, apparently. I've heard from Dave, and Dave is here to interview her. Hello, Sam.
Hello.
Good afternoon. How's it been going, the race so far?
Not too bad. Very, very difficult start. We had a big incident turn one, as you normally do at Spa, but husband Nace has had an amazing recovery drive. He's now, by the end of lap one, we were 44th and a lap down. He's now P28, so super, super happy with how well that's going, and he's just about to hand over the car to our next driver, Mike Landreth.
Okay, yeah, you had to do a bit of payback, didn't you, for getting that stop going?
Yeah, that's painful. Absolutely painful. I mean, we knew that the game had suddenly gotten really, really, really strict on pit lane speeds, and he got himself down to the speed in time. He just forgot to click pit limiter. Such a easy mistake to make, but a painful one here.
It is, yeah, and certainly there's been, I think, at least 4 cars falling down to the same thing, so be careful out there, people.
Yeah, yeah, super strict on that now.
Yeah, for sure. And as Jesse said, we're proud to announce that you are our first ambassador for sim racing. And obviously, what that entails is going to be you working with potentially new drivers, trying to bring more people to our wonderful community. We have a lot of different levels within our community, like Sir Robbie Stableford and yourself being new to sim racing this year. So talk us through how long you've been sim racing.
So I literally got into sim racing in February. So my husband Nathan has been sim racing for a good 8 years now. He's always been on at me to give it a go. And during lockdown, we're both big petrol heads. Being stuck at home, not being allowed to drive anywhere, not being able to play with cars. It's like, let's give the sim racing a go, get a little bit of my petrol fix, and I've absolutely loved it. And it was a big steep learning curve, but having Nath there, as kind of my live-in coach was really amazing, super helpful. It's allowed me to get up to speed quite quickly, and I'm absolutely loving it.
So if you were to give any advice to the novices, obviously not marry somebody that's into sim racing.
It is helpful. It is helpful.
Well, oh yeah, absolutely.
But I think the biggest piece of advice I give to brand new sim racers is to find a community that is supporting and understanding of the learning curve that you're going through, because the more help that you can get from the outside of people who are experienced sim racers that can give you those tips, those things that you only learn being in the car, is really helpful. So find a community, get active in that community. It can be really scary, it can be very overwhelming joining a community thinking, oh my god, all these people are really quick, and I don't want to ruin their races. As long as you're respectful, then they're going to be super welcoming. Everyone in SSR has been amazing to me, and I'm I'm nowhere near the likes of Robbie Stapleford or anyone like that, but it's a really fantastic welcoming community, and I've learned so much just in the couple of months that I've been with SSRI.
Yeah, I think it's certainly a welcoming community. I joined the team just as a race driver like yourself. Not really done a great deal of online sim racing. It was mostly done at a venue in Milton Keynes, and certainly a lot of the guys they take the time. They spend some quality time watching what you do, if that's what you want. And that's I think what makes a good community going forward. So what's generally been your biggest challenge that you've had then as a sim racer so far?
I think my biggest challenge has been learning racecraft. Learning how to drive the car, learning stuff like setup and things like that. It's stuff that you can learn relatively easily on offline, but learning racecraft, how to behave around other cars, how to drive respectfully around other cars while you're also learning everything else, has been my biggest challenge. And I found it very difficult to begin with, because I found a lot of just the public lobbies, I found them really intimidating. A lot of people in public lobbies can get quite aggressive, and I was already feeling quite nervous about taking up sim racing. To then add that level to it as well was quite scary. So because I was nervous about being in public lobbies and things like that, it took me a long time to find communities where I felt comfortable enough that I could also drive against other drivers that were similar pace to me, so that I could actually learn racecraft. So that's been the biggest challenge that I've found, is learning how to overtake, how to defend, all of that stuff that you kind of need other cars around to learn.
Yeah, sure. So obviously you started racing in the more female racers league, I
Yep.
believe.
Yep.
With Tyre and Verena and people like that. So
Yep.
obviously that helped you develop some of your racecraft.
Yeah, and that was a good way of starting, because they run it as a team environment. So Nath was my co-driver. He was able to be in the car with me to and help talk me through what I needed to do, how I needed to behave, and to figure out the whole being around other cars. And then finding other rookie communities. So I originally joined Octane Online Racing in their rookie league. That was kind of the next step up of, okay, I'm now doing this on my own, solo event. And then taking that big step, which I took in September, to join SSR in sort of my first real competitive league. Being against some really, really quick drivers, learning how to stay out of the way, blue flags, and how to do all of that. So it's been a progressive learning curve, but one that I've really enjoyed.
Cool. So just run us through how you've sort of got involved with the SSRI and what your initial reactions were to being offered the ambassador role.
Well, I was first introduced to SSRI by Chris Pinchbeck. He lives a couple of hours down the road from me, and I actually bought a sim racing frame from him when I upgraded from my little desk unit. And I decided that yes, I'm going to invest in this. I bought a rig frame from him, and we just got chatting. He said that he was part of SSRI. And I sort of joined their Discord, kind of, lurked in the background for a little while. And then when the GT3 Championship came up, I felt I had, some experience under my belt, that I wouldn't be a complete and utter liability. So I said, you know what, let's just jump in the deep end. And I signed up in September. And it really was a baptism by fire. I can remember going into the first practice race, the practice lobby before the first race, and seeing the lap times that were being set and thinking, oh my god, this is going to be just insane. But yeah, everyone was really, really supportive, and the fact that I was really slow didn't matter to anyone, which eased a lot of my nerves. And I've really, really enjoyed it. The community is, really fun. They're, quite happy to have a banter before the race. But then, when the race starts, yes, everyone takes it seriously, but not so seriously that it stops being enjoyable. So it's a really, really great community. I've really enjoyed it. And I talked my husband into joining the same community about halfway through, and I think I've convinced a couple of other of the Redline Zach Racing team to join us next season. So I'm already fulfilling my role, I think. But
so what do you hope to bring, other than some people from Redline Zach to the ambassador role and to SSRI?
What I'm hoping to bring to the ambassador role is just a way of sort of bridging that gap between the experienced drivers that are in the league and the people that are coming in, and to sort of ease them through that transition. And I've been there. I know how intimidating it can be to suddenly be in a league with some really, really quick drivers. I'm hoping that I can sort of act as a bridge to give people the confidence that just because you've only just started, or you're 5-6 seconds off the pace, it doesn't matter. It's a welcoming community, and to hopefully bring in not only new drivers, but try and look at making SSRI a truly inclusive community. Looking at bringing in more female racers, older racers, as well as some of the young guys, people with disabilities, anything like that. The great thing about sim racing is that there's there's really no barriers to you be able to do this. So it's something that literally anyone can do, regardless of age, race, sex, experience, pace. Really doesn't matter. So I want to help, kind of bridge that gap to make SSRI a place for everyone.
So what's the first priority that you're sort of really going to get your teeth into?
I think the first priority is to just go out into the community and see what people want. Talk to other new drivers, talk to other female drivers, older drivers, and just figure out what support do these sorts of drivers want or need out of a community, and find ways of helping a ride to be that place that provides everything that these drivers want, as well as maintaining what makes SSRI the great place that it is now.
Excellent. So what we've recently created as well, which we're going to announce now, is our new mission statement, which hopefully sort of encompasses all that we've been discussing this last 27 minutes or so. 15 minutes or so. The mission statement to make SSRI the premier esports league for all sim racers, regardless of race, gender, age or experience, backed by a community built on the principles of camaraderie, fairness, friendly competition and good sportsmanship. And I think pretty much what we've just said there, I think encompasses everything within that mission statement.
Yeah.
So back to the race. Obviously, you've been managing the Redline Zac team. How's that been for you?
That has been another baptism by fire. So only one of our drivers has ever done a 24-hour race before. So my husband Nathan is the only one with 24-hour race experience. So I've been leaning on him quite a lot to get my head around strategies and things like that. And yeah, Jen, it's been tough, but I've really enjoyed putting this team together. And there's lots of challenges with it. All of our drivers have different experience levels, different pace, different way that they like the car set up. So trying to find out a setup, especially after the update dropped on Wednesday, oh my god, it's just been a nightmare. And I know that's been the case for all the teams on the grid, but it seems that the Bentley has been hit very, very hard in terms of how it reacts in the wet now. It's a handful. So it's been challenging, but been really, really enjoyable. Definitely very enjoyable.
Well, yes, good luck for the rest of the race, and I'm due, I think, on track at about 5:30ish, so I might see you out there.
Yeah, I'm on track. I think around 3 o'clock-ish is
Okay.
when my first two stints are. I'll be in for 2 back-to-backs. So yeah.
Good luck, and
Thank you very much.
and good luck in your role, and welcome to the team. It's been a long time coming, this announcement, but it's a welcome one, and hopefully everyone will get involved with you, and when you talk to them, and please give Sam a warm welcome.
Thank you. And it's been difficult keeping this a secret for so long. I've been absolutely bursting at the seams, but yeah, I'm super excited. I'm really, really honored that you selected me for the first ambassador role, and yeah, let's go do it.
Cool, excellent. Thank you very much. And
Thank
back
you
over
very
to you,
much,
Jesse.
Steve.
Yes, I do believe we have someone else here for an interview. We've got Chris Vickers, and I believe Chris Hill will be taking this interview. Is that correct?
I wasn't planning on doing. I'm planning on sitting here quietly, in all honesty. But I don't mind asking Chris awkward questions.
Thanks.
No problem. So how's your race going then, Chris?
It's going pretty well so far, I think. 3rd place, qualified 4th. Kept it clean first few laps, which is always a big thing, especially in a long race.
It's only difficult for your team to do that as well, isn't it?
Yes. No,
Sorry.
we've done quite well.
Yeah, you have done. You have done really well. Sorry, I'm stalling while I'm...
Race control.
While you try and think of something to...
No.
Official warning for car 19, unsafe rejoin with car 169 on lap 47. Official warning for car 19, unsafe rejoin with car 169 on lap 47.
Sorry I had to interrupt that, Chris. Important. The stream understand the warnings that are coming through. So which fortunately you've not had any yet, have you?
No, not a lick of damage, not a touch. All fingers crossed, touch wood, etc. Going well.
Great. So I've got no more questions apart from. Are we having dinner soon?
Can do. What are you making?
Oh, I'm going to go down and get a butty out of the fridge. What are you having?
Not a clue.
Sorry,
I feel like we've lost the topic here.
Just slightly.
A little bit.
Get used to this.
Yeah, no, now I'm thinking what I need for dinner, what I'm gonna have.
Not when I start. That's a great discussion.
God's sake.
Let's think of some No, but there are some nice fights going on. I believe we're looking at Dennis Cole right now, chasing the 22 car of Verdago. But yeah, thanks for joining us, Chris. I have been looking at the first 2 hours with like half an eye, like in the corner of my eye, just checking it out a little bit. Have you driven so far yet, and how has the car been?
I've not driven so far. No, I'm due in about 3 o'clock-ish, I think.
All right, so you got a little bit of time to prepare then.
Sorry, not even 3 o'clock. No, 6:30 I'm due in.
A lot of time to prepare then.
A lot of time to prepare. Yeah.
But surely, excuse me, continue.
I was going to say, similar to everyone else having the struggles with trying to adapt a new setup with the 1.8, I think we somewhat, fingers crossed, nailed it yesterday with something that we're all comfortable with. So it's so far so good. We've dealt with the understeer we were struggling with without making it too twitchy. And I think it's showing so far.
That sounds very good. Yeah, it was a bit stressful, I think, for most people, because the patch was very brutal to people that have all their setups prepared and like have done ACC for years and have like this whole list of setup that all do not count for anything anymore. But of course, having a good idea of how to set up a car can help. So you've, of course, I say you have a lot of time to prepare, but surely you've prepared for a long time before this race as well. Can you talk me through the process of how it was to really adapt to such a significant change right before a 24-hour race? How was the interaction with that team then? Was there a bit of panic, or was there one person that just could take the setup and change it into something workable?
There's always panic, but it's usually my job to put something of a setup together. And in the past, and this time as well, it seems everyone's quite happy with the changes that I make. There's always a few tweaks that others add to it, and we all try it and agree. But as processes go, it's the case of you've got a new default to start with. We've got an aim that we want to go for in how we want the car to handle, and we just kind of work towards that as a team.
So you made the first big changes, and they seemed to work quite well, and then there was just details. How exactly is it to get those details right in a 24-hour race?
I think with so many drivers in the team, it's important to have a setup that everyone can drive comfortably, consistently. Because it's no good having a setup that caters for the fast guys that gives more rotation to the car. Because as soon as you give it to someone that can't handle it, it's just going to go in the wall. So it's it's a struggle for more people that are driving the car, but it's a good struggle. I enjoy that challenge.
Yeah, I've myself done some limited driving with the new patch. How would you say Eau Rouge is different with the new patch? Is it easier to take, or is it even more dangerous than it used to be?
At the beginning, it was harder to do Eau Rouge simply because of the understeer. But in terms of car stability, it feels much safer now. I think with the lateral grip changes of the tyres, it's certainly not as slidey or scary as it used to be.
Yeah, so see a brilliant overtake from the 22 car, the inside of Lecon. Yeah, as a replay, of course. Brilliant move there. Overtakes him there. Been a bit of a long time coming, but he's making it stick now and up another position. Alright, then thanks for joining us, Chris, and best of luck for you for the rest of the race.
Thank you much. Yeah, and the same to everyone else driving today as well.
Good luck, Chris.
Cheers, mate.
And later in the same lap, we see the 22 car chasing down the car ahead. Is he really gonna? I mean, it's a replay, so something has happened here. Ooh, sticking on the inside. Ooh, maybe a bit of a late move. There is contact. The 12 has to go over the curbs to go wide there. I think this was shown on the live feed as well, but here I have another chance to look at it. The 12, 22 and 33 all here fighting for position. So yeah, this was an unfortunate incident that happened there, and I believe in the current situation we've got a 22 car ahead of the 33, and the 12 has unfortunately fallen back since. So that's how that happened. Currently on board with Robbie then. Robbie has taken over the number 2 Aston Martin again. He is currently closing the gap to the leader. Yeah, put the focus on him. Actually, if I look at the gap development, it seems to be increasing. Hirvonen now 22 seconds ahead of Robbie. Robbie will have to increase the pace a little bit, or might just decide to save fuel a little bit. If I look at the stints they have been doing, I'm noticing that the number 2 car has stopped a little later. Is that correct? No, I've got too many things open to compare. They've actually stopped exactly the same lap, the 127 and the number 2. So this is just a raw fight for the lead. But unfortunately, has gone away from Robbie a little bit since. It's not over, of course. We've got 24 hours in total, 22 hours remaining. Robbie just needs to keep it consistent, keep it stable. No big mistakes, but the 22-second gap is quite significant. That's a lot of time to make up. And then if we take number 321 Ferrari that's behind in account, also stopped on the same lap. It appears to be slowly catching. You see the car 21 on lap 23, I believe. Ooh, has 53, excuse me, has unfortunately spun. I think that's through Brussels. Yeah, that's really unfortunate. Lose a little bit of time there, but no damage luckily. So you don't have to just take the walk of shame through the Spa pit lane, lose another minute. That's all right. Hirvonen then at the lead, a seemingly dominant performance so far in this stint. Just putting the gap to Robbie, just quite impressive. Hopefully he's not overdoing his tyres too much, but who am I to talk? He is a professional, it seems, doing an excellent job. See the lap delta then. Robbie consistently in the 221s, 0.7, 0.6 and 0.3. Does seem to be struggling here. It's got to be, I don't know, maybe he got the pressures wrong for this stint. I'm not sure how the temperature has changed.
I believe in
he's losing time.
In YouTube chat, Callum Cripps is reporting that Robbie's got 14 seconds of damage.
Ah, that would explain it then. A lot of damage for Robbie, and I don't care how good you are. When you are fighting for such a well-contested lead, that's going to make the difference. That's very unfortunate for him.
looks like there was a car spin at the top of Eau Rouge when he was coming out of the pit lane and hit him on pit exit. So it sounds like a very unfortunate incident.
That just sounds like somebody who's very angry at you up there and wanted to make that known, I guess. That is very unfortunate. There's nothing that Robbie could do there, and they're gonna have to react to that somehow. I'm not sure how long he wants to keep going with the stint if he's losing so much time, but again, if you have to take an extra stop, and that's a lot of time lost across the whole race, so it might be better to maybe stop a little bit earlier for this stint. I'm not sure how they've calculated it. I'm sure that someone in the team is trying to look for alternatives there. Ooh, as we see the 33 sliding a little bit there, but keeps it on the track. Car next to the track wasn't so lucky and lost a lot of time. That does mean that Lassie, the 42 car, is now very, very close behind. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I think this is full position. This is absolutely full position. 22 and the 33 cars then. Let's say 22, it's 42. Now, let's have a bit of a look at the details. They have been quite similar in pace, the 42 and the 33 car overall during the race. They were very close, I think about an hour into the race, and now they found each other again. On the Campbell straight does have some overspeed with the slipstream. Looks on the inside. You're gonna have to brake quite a lot there, but pulls it side by side. And I think emerges ahead out of Le Corne. Yep, that's a full car ahead. What a brilliant move there from Algaard, who has I think a lot of control over the car to make that move. Yeah, brilliant job. Has been catching for quite a few laps now, and it's paying off. Well done.
That was a bit of Lexus upon Lexus action, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's always nice when Lexus is battling. It's be quite a comfortable car, and you can make moves like that, which is absolutely brilliant. It's gonna have to look forward then to the next car, the 208, which I believe is only a second ahead. Here we're looking at the P32, the 34 car of Kieran Cox. Simsport race team is right behind. I believe that is full position. Absolutely, yeah, absolutely is full position. Just slipstreaming behind that green. I believe that's an Aston Martin. I'm not too good with recognizing the cars from a distance. I'm not a car guy, I tell people, and they tell me, but you're racing. I'm like, yeah, I'm not a car guy.
Yeah, it's the 787 Aston Martin.
Yes, the 787 Aston Martin, who I believe was behind earlier and is now ahead. Oh, right behind. Oh, that is very close. He wants that position. Little bit of an error in throttle application, it seems. Lost a little bit of time there, but not all is lost, because you're not going to overtake on the straight. It's about a good exit out of Les Sources. Having a good traction here and a good run through a Rouge. Maybe then have an opportunity. So we're on board with Cox then. It's a good run. I see the 787 left a little bit of space there on the inside. May have lost time, a little bit of time through that, but the gap is quite big. I don't see it happen this lap. There's definitely a fight to watch for the next couple of laps then. Not happening quite yet, but
He's lost it.
He's lost it a little bit. Ooh, the car can get a little twitchy there. Ooh. And that's what happens when you try to overcompensate. You make a small mistake and try to just immediately get the car going, and the car is not ready to grip yet. Fortunately, had to keep correcting, and in the gravel you go. The game can be brutal like that. That's how racing cars are. They are set up for speed and not for stability most of the time.
He was fighting that. He was fighting, trying to recover that.
Yeah, absolutely.
For long, to be honest.
You have to fight the car there, and to stay. You don't want to lose the battle just like that, right? So you want to overcompensate. You want to immediately get it back into the battle, and it's just not always possible. The 42 car very, very close to the direct competitor. I believe that's the battle for P9 then. They're very close. That's the 2A car, currently driven by Mike van der Hoek. Lasse having a brilliant race so far. Already overtaking the 33 car earlier, as we saw. Now very, very close behind the 208. Let's see it. Kieran, the car behind. Oh, lost it a little bit. Has to keep correcting. Goes over the grass. The tires have no grip now, and unfortunately, it's quite impressive that he like made the turn. He lost it after that on traction, but he made the front wheel stick. It's very unfortunate to lose it like that.
Sorry, it was so close to recovering that as well, wasn't it? It's just when he came off the grass and back onto the track, it caught him out again. And that's what spun him at the end.
Yeah, you're adapting to a new situation. You know your tires are not brilliant, so you lessen the throttle a little bit. But I think you miscalculated the fact that the grass is also on the tires, and you have even less grip than you think. As we see, Lasse, brilliant line through a roost. That looks beautiful from that angle. Very, very close. Yeah, here we see Kieran again on board. You can see his wheel inputs then. Like what do you have to do to keep a car on the road? Ooh, counter steer. A little bit too much maybe over the grass. And that's very, very hard to keep on the track. It's very unfortunate, but no damage there, so that's all good. See, Lasse still behind. Unfortunately, did not make it stick. Goes a little bit wide through Bruxelles. You lose some time there, but I think Lasse has some overspeed. So it's gonna come down to making a move after Eau Rouge Radial, maybe through Blanchimont if you get a really, really nice exit into there.
Yeah, there are some quite fixed overtaking places on Spa, aren't there?
Yeah, absolutely, but that doesn't mean that you can just drive the rest of the track slowly if you're in a fight, because we've seen moves, I think, everywhere already in this race. Because you leave the door open and it's just an invitation for a car to stick it on the inside. If you have an opponent or a rival that is really confident in their abilities and in the car, they've got a really stable setup, they will send it on the inside and it will stick.
Got a driver waiting in the shed, so we'll bring him in for an interview. Steve, do you want to take this interview? No problem. So ignore me.
I'll take it.
Okay.
I will. All right. Welcome, Mark. Mark Notelings, I think your name is. You tell us what you've been doing so far this race.
To be honest, I did the first stint, and I was sweating like crazy and nervous. But we did all right.
Yeah. You see, you are the 270. You're driving the 217 car. That's the Bentley. Currently, you sit in Saturn P13, I believe. So, are you happy with that?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Peter, who went before Reese, who is in the car now, they both do an absolute stellar job. It's more than I expected, to be honest. I was hoping to be somewhere around the 20 place, but no, we haven't had any issues at the moment, and it's going great. Can't complain.
Alright, that's very positive to hear from you that the race is going so well. Then, you have an explanation of why it's so high, much higher up than you anticipated, and does that mean that you are changing your expectations for the race?
Steve, shut up, please, mate. Just a few more years, and you are invited too. By the way, Dave also.
I'm sorry the stream couldn't hear my comments. I have opened up my mic now, and I did say that they have lots of experience, being that they are all E-seniors. So, yeah, sorry for those derogatory remarks, Mark. Carry on.
Nah, no problem, Steve. But like I said, mate, a few more years. Oh, all right, wait a minute. You are, you are the same age as me. Yeah,
I am, mate. I am.
Yeah, so you can do. Nah, the seniors, it's really a fun group to drive with. You have to be 50 and over, and that explains our car number. It's an average of our ages, so we're all over 50. And I think Reese, what was the age of Reese? 65? Oh, he's going to kill me now if I say this, but you can't hear it, he's in the car now, so no, we're all between 50 and 60 at the moment, and well, for some old dudes, we're not doing too bad, I think.
Absolutely not. It's quite interesting that you have a whole team of seniors then all participating in sim racing. You would think that because it's all computers, right, that mostly young people would do this, but it's really nice to see that old people or older people. I'm 25 myself, so everything is old to me. I'm really competing here. That's really brilliant.
I'm starting to regret this interview now.
No, it's alright. I just think it's
just
wonderful, man.
The soundbite of the interview. It's good to see old people.
It's all in good fun. Really, I'm just really happy to see people of all ages join.
Absolutely.
It's not something I expected.
About a year ago, two guys from Canada, Jeremy and Michelle, they started the e-seniors, and I saw a post on Facebook, and I thought to myself, oh, why not? I'd race with them, and well, it kind of exploded. So many seniors, more than I expected, to be honest, that still race and have a lot of fun racing, and the group actually grew so much. They have now 3 separate leagues for people over 50. We have fastest persons in one group, group 1, group 2, group 3, and they all race at their own level, and it's just very nice to see, and it's going great.
Race control.
Alright, that is brilliant.
Official warning for car 787 causing a collision with car 73 on lap 8. Official warning for car 787 causing a collision with car 73 on lap 8.
Alright. That's race control then. Question for you, Mark. What is really your goal now for this race? You're currently sat in P13. Are you trying to just hold on to that, or are you expecting to drop off a little bit? Are you maybe looking at a top 10 finish?
To be honest, we went into this without any goals, because after the update we struggled a lot with the Bentley, and we had to completely make a new setup, and especially if it's going to rain, this thing is a handful in the rain. So expectations, I don't know. I think if we end up somewhere in the top 15, we have done a great job. So if you want an expectation, that should be it.
Yeah, you're doing an excellent job, and we will be seeing you back in the car later.
Yes, after our race we have Craig, then we have our American racer Carlo will take the car, and then I think we start the double stinting, so that is my turn again. And then somewhere in the middle of the night I'm doing a double stint, so yeah, let's hope the server holds it, we don't get any freezes like we had most part of the week, and but it seems to be going all well, so no complaints.
Alright. Well, thank you for joining us. Thank you for hearing from you, and I've learned something new today. Absolutely brilliant hearing.
Two more things. I see Chris, yes mate. You see, yeah, I see you're 51. You can join us, no problem. And
thanks, buddy.
Okay, and I see Pinchy, I still hate you.
Just to let you know, Mark, that obviously we will be here all night long, or I will be here streaming all night long. So if you in the middle of the night when you finish your stint or whatever, if you want to drop in for an off-air conversation with me, because there'll be no commentary through the night, you're more than welcome to do so, just to check up on this old boy, make sure he's still awake.
Steve, if you want, when I'm in the middle of the night, you can pull me in when I'm driving or something. I'll try to talk to you. So no problem.
I'll do that, mate, but I am not responsible if you crash.
Yeah, that will be okay, I think.
Okay, mate. Well, I'll look out for you in the car in the middle of the night.
Right, guys. Enjoy your commentating. So keep it up, and talk to you later.
Thank you.
Bye bye.
Thanks, Matt.
Thank you very much, Mark. All right. The realization sets into me now that I am actually young and they are not old. I think we have got Patrick once joining us. Hello, Patrick.
Hello, I'm here for a donation update.
Oh, give us the
totals.
donation update.
Before the start, we had 11,343, I believe. And in those first 2 or 3 hours, it's already up to 11,687 euros. So yeah, that's that.
Fantastic.
Wow, that's
fantastic to hear.
That is a lot of money in the fight against cancer. If you want to chip into that and make that number go even higher, maybe up to 1,500, can we dream? 50,000, excuse me, 15,000. That would be brilliant. So if you want to chip in under the YouTube video or the stream where we're watching this, there should be a link where you can donate for this fight, and every penny is really worth it against cancer. It's a disease many people live with, and even more people know people have relatives that either have it or will maybe have it in the future. So it really is a worthwhile cause, and it's really nice to see so many people chip in and having so much money already for this fight. So thank you for the update, Patrick.
I don't think Patrick's allowed to just come in here to give us an update. I think he needs to, on the total, I think he needs to give us an update of his race, because in that in the first couple of hours there, we saw Patrick driving very hard and having some fantastic battles, even if he did outbrake himself on the odd occasion into a couple of corners. But some good racing, Patrick. Have you been enjoying yourself?
Yeah, first stint went not so well because of those dive bombs that I did. They were not very nice. I apologize to the team. I did too. But the second stint went very well, and we climbed up from a few places. So yeah, went rather well. Could be better, but yeah, long race to go.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. Plenty of time left to fight your way forward. We're only just dropping down to we've got just over 21 hours left to race. Can you believe it? Just over 21 hours still to go. So nothing's over by a long way. And yeah, like I say, you were in some really close battles, and it's you're one of the admin team that's helped set this whole event up. So I mean, you've been working hard not just for the race, but to help organise it. And I have to say, we've got to be happy with the amount of drivers we've got on track, the cars, the last minute hiccups that Kunos, as Chris mentioned earlier, sort of inadvertently threw at us, and we've overcome them all to what is so far is a fantastic event. You must be pretty pleased with how it's going.
I'm very pleased. I'm very pleased. The numbers that are with the donation are beyond my expectation, and it's been a rough couple of days. Yesterday I was completely pissed, to be honest, at Kunos, but all's fine, and hopefully we can keep on going the full 24.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, testament to all the guys as well. The admin have worked hard, but let's not forget, we have mentioned it. The update that came from Kunos, and pretty much all these guys had to sort the setups out on the cars, and not necessarily start again, but make some major adjustments to driving styles and setups, because it was a big change that came along. So thanks to everybody that's done that, and thank you, Patrick, for your input with the admin side of it and helping to get this great event underway and rolling. And as you say, that fantastic total so far that we hope is going to keep going up, but it's already surpassed any of our expectations.
Yeah, definitely. And thank you for the awesome stream, by the way.
It's great. I mean, while you're not driving, jump in the stream chat, keep the stream chat active. We want as many messages in there as you can. I have asked people to shout out car numbers. If you can shout out car numbers and team names in the stream, I'll do my best to give the cars some airtime, even if they're not battling. My default setting is to look for the closest battles and focus on those, but obviously with it being a 24-hour event, I'm sure we've got time to give everybody some airtime. So yeah, in the chat, get busy and start posting team names and car numbers. So I think thank you, Patrick. You're welcome to stay with us as long as you want, buddy, but you probably need a little bit of a rest after that first stint and get ready. What time are you back in the car?
I believe something around 11 o'clock, and then I do some 2 night shifts. So
Okay.
My day is very long.
Well, we'll keep an eye out for you then, and
Thanks.
good luck for the rest of the event. Cheers, buddy.
You guys too. Thanks.
All right, that was a good update. Nice to hear from Patrick there. We're now back focusing on the track. We got Simon Wilson, the 751 car, right behind the number 15 Ferrari, driven by Reece Spence. It's very close battle here, going through the little S's there into Sector 3 in a moment. Gonna try to maybe stage a move through Blanchimont as we are closing in on the end of the third hour in this race. The servers have survived already 3 hours, so let's hope they can do another 21 then.
Yeah, let's not commentate to Kersey. Let's not talk about it.
let's not talk about it, because they can die. I believe while we were interviewing Patrick, he was driving the 777 car. His teammate did lose a position, so we should be very careful what we commentate about. Simon Wilkes very close behind, thinks better of moving it into the inside,
race
and
control,
I don't think it was going to
race
stick
control
anyway.
Message coming through.
Drive to penalty for car 208, causing a collision with car 73 on lap 56. Drive to penalty for car 208, causing a collision with car 73 on lap 56.
So the penalties are coming through thick and fast, Jesse. It's certainly, you know, with only more or less 3 hours of the event gone, we've seen a few penalties already. But it's not all lost at this early stages. There's plenty of time to make up positions. As we see Simon Wilkes getting a little bit loose there, but he's certainly he's putting the pressure on Reece Spencer up there to try and get that 4th position from him.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a bit far behind to make the move now, but yeah, the penalties can be really disastrous at the end, maybe. But what's more of a disaster is the fact that you're driving at Spa, and Spa is a very attritional race sometimes. Eau Rouge is very easy to make a mistake in, and there's a lot of corners that are just really difficult to get right. As we start to have a look now at the P8 car, Vidago, number 22 Aston Martin, chasing the 61 Bentley of Wilson. Was also right behind, very close. It's a 22 car again. I think we looked at it at the 22 before, maybe.
Yeah, the 22 car started in 2nd position on the grid with Regan Mitchell driving. He was overtaken in the early part of the race and dropped down to around about 4th place, I believe. But they have, as we see it getting very loose there under the braking, the back end just breaking out, but controlled by Kieran very well. They ended up, they have had a drive-through penalty, and a drive down the pit lane at Spa costs around about 85 seconds. So it's quite a harsh penalty here. So they've had a drive-through, and it dropped them round about 15th place. Obviously not irrelevant of everybody's pit strategies, so we might have had a few cars pit and whatnot, but Kieran's fought his way back up through the field and back up to 8th place at the moment as it stands, so that's a good drive from him. He's an experienced driver, is Kieran, in 24-hour races. He knows that it's not all over in the first few hours, and those lads will just keep their heads down, and don't be surprised if they don't finish it at least in the top 4 or 5 at the end of this event.
Yeah, drive-throughs can really put you out of position, but if I look at the relative time between Wilson and the number 22 car, or I should say the 61 car and the 22 car, because Wilson hasn't been in this for 3 hours, I hope, and he hasn't. You see that they were quite similar at pace at the first part, and now since the drive-through he's been catching up rapidly. It's been sometimes seconds per lap, as we can see in the Delta as well. The last 3 laps, 7.1 seconds. It's really quite the comeback.
But what's interesting for me there is if you see the little number, if you look at Wilson above his name in green, there is a number 14. That's how many positions he's gained from the start, or that car has gained 14 positions at this point in the race. Again, as we say, some of the guys and girls have had to make early pit stops, so the strategies are all a little bit out at the moment. But as it stands right now, that car number 61 has made up 14 positions, whereas Kieran Vidago's car number 22 is down 6 positions from the start. So just goes to show, you know, they may be both a little bit out of position, but great job from the number 61 at the moment, up 14 positions and in 7th position.
It's quite interesting to see such big swings in endurance races, but most of the time it comes down to a team just having their stuff together to keep it PG friendly, and just keeping it very controlled, very consistent, making no mistakes whatsoever, and that's just how you move up here. And just wait for everyone else to make a mistake. Been very effective for the 61 car. Is currently in a battle against probably a much faster driver, but getting there, closing in, is a completely different story from actually overtaking the car ahead of you. So it's gonna have to make it happen on track, Vidago, Kieran, and that's gonna be difficult for Sector 2 where they are currently. It's gonna lose a bit more time, but it's important to clear it quickly. Probably wants to really take a breather, and it may be good for him to consider a pit stop.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, you talk about making the overtake on the track, and it is difficult because, you know, you may gain a fair run rate of knots, which Kieran Vidago certainly has done. But you get a guy that knows how to position that car in front of you defensively, and you're going to need a very big variation of speeds. We see him there go just dive to the inside as the Bentley just went a little bit wide, made a mistake, put the car just a little bit too far onto the curbs, and that just opened up the door for Vidago. He didn't need a second invitation. He's gone through, and he's now up to that 7th place.
Yeah, excellent reflexes too there. It's very easy to get caught out by that and cause an incident, but he's kept it clean. He's gone right off the car ahead and he's taken the position. Unfortunately, again, cursed by Steve for who is that? Wilson. He's done a very good job. Losing this one position, of course, does not diminish that, and he's got to keep on driving as Kieran starts to drive off into the sunset, and he's gonna have to find Sebastian on the track and try to overtake him. Yeah, back to the fight for P4.
Yeah, Simon Wilkes, he's made, again, another driver that's made great progress. He closed up that gap to 4th place pretty quickly. There is a lap time differential here where Wilkes is definitely, he's got time in hand. But again, it's about, you know, getting that Aston Martin past that Ferrari. It's not happening for him. He's not finding the gaps, and the Ferrari's just not making any mistakes. I personally think that a lot of the time, you know, the overtakes come from you forcing the guy in front to make a mistake, just forcing him to run a little bit wide, leave the door open, maybe drive over defensively. But at the moment in time, Robbie's just absolutely soaking up the pressure, as we can see there. Just a little fraction wide, back markers coming into play at the moment. This is where it becomes a lottery, as he definitely, Reece Spence Robb definitely lost out there, but there was no way Simon Wilkes could capitalise on that disadvantage that Reece Spence Robb had, and it's all in the same positions as we speak at this moment.
Yeah, well, the gap has really come down to what is it, a couple of tenths, 1 or 2?
Yeah,
he's very close
under
behind,
3
but
tenths,
making a move. Yeah, but making a move is going to be really, really difficult. He's very close, might want to look on the inside, but he's going to make a move. Of course not. It's just not going to happen cleanly like that. He does go for maybe a neater line through here, maybe a little bit too much curb. Keeps it very close behind, but unfortunately this straight is not long enough to really stage a move unless your opponent makes a mistake or breaks a little bit early. If you can force your opponent to make a mistake, it's the cleanest and easiest way to overtake in an endurance race. It's probably what you want. But you also don't want to be stuck behind your opponent too much if they are too consistent. And Simon Wilkes coming up through Eau Rouge, right behind the car of Spence. It's a nice line, taking all of the curb, really wants to optimize that line. Oh, he's right there into Slipstream. Let's see if it helps him a lot. I have heard that Slipstream is stronger in the new version, but maybe it's not enough. Ferrari is quite fast, and Aston Martin unfortunately does not manage to pull alongside through Lecom. It's gonna have to stay behind there for another lap, or wait for Reece to make a mistake.
Yeah, like you say, he just wasn't quite close enough to take advantage fully of the slipstream. I'm sure he was feeling the effect, but it just didn't draw him in fast enough. But Simon Wilkes doing a good job. It's it's not easy to keep that sort of pressure and drive that close to the car in front all the time. It's possibly easier than it is to defend, but it's definitely it takes a lot of concentration and a lot of focus, and it is just as easy to make a mistake when you're in Simon's position as when you're in Spence Rob's position. But Simon is just loading that pressure on. The Aston certainly seems to be turning tighter. Look at that line he's taken through there. Same amount of speed as the Ferrari, but managed to take a tighter line. Just looks a lot more controlled than the Ferrari at this moment in time, and a tighter setup perhaps. Maybe there's a difference in the setup, or maybe it's just down to tyre wear at this phase in the race, not quite sure. But Simon Wilkes is certainly hustling now, and he's as close as he's ever been as we take another race control message.
15-second time penalty for car 69, causing a collision with car 88 on lap 67. 15-second time penalty for car 69, causing a collision with car 88 on lap 67.
So another penalty, Jess. 15-second time penalty for car 69, causing a collision with car 88 on lap 67. So that's a 15-second time penalty will be added to any pit stop that car makes, the car 69
But hold on to your thoughts there, because Simon actually made a move around the outside through the bust-up chicane, most of the inside of the next corner, and has not fully emerged ahead. It's still a small, well, maybe not anymore, but there's a very small overlap maybe. He's gonna still have to fight the defender P4, but I think he has it for now. Brilliant move from Simon Wilkes to stick it around the outside there.
Yeah, fantastic job, absolutely fantastic, and it's good to see that at the end of the day it finally paid off for Simon Wilkes.
Yeah, brilliant job. Of course, we'll have to defend here. Maybe a bit of a tight line, maybe loses a little bit of speed, but I don't think it's enough. Ferrari is quite far behind. It would need quite a massive braking disparity to actually make it happen, but I don't think that's going to happen. And if Simon can find the pace to walk away from it, then that's a job done there. And the car 69, of course, taking a 15-second time penalty, probably in overtaking 88 where it went wrong. It's currently right behind him. And as we look at the replay of the number, what is it, 751 car around the outside, such a beautiful move there. The Ferrari lets him live, sticks it on the curbs, tries to stick it around the outside, but unfortunately the line is a little too long. It's a little too late to really capitalize on it. What a brilliant move. See Simon pulling a small gap so far. It's not Reese is not as close now and here as Wilkes was last lap to him. And as we switch to the P13 car, Marcel Wiese, who's very, very close to the car ahead of Wigan.
Yeah, that's the E Seniors car we had marking for the interview. So that's Reese Wiggin, great driver himself. Is Reese raced against him or commentated on him and broadcast his races many times before when he used to race at Simsport. He's moved over to the E Seniors paddock and he's having a great time there, doing a great race by the looks of it. Yeah, good stuff from Reese, and good to see him battling hard in the top 20 as well, which is no mean feat in this level of field.
Yeah, absolutely, brilliant job. Ooh, does seem to make a little bit of a mistake. Commentator's curse right there, and that is Weezer into P12. But Wigan does keep it like out of the wall, no damage there, I believe. That's good for him. It's all about the long con. Small mistakes are fine as long as you don't throw your car into the wall and lose time for a long time. I do see Robbie Stapleford currently in the pits. From P2, currently fall back to P3 of course because of the pit stop. Probably gonna repair all the damage that he had conceded from his pit exit at the start of his stint. He's gonna have to do a bit of damage limitations there on the next drive. I believe that stint was a little bit shorter from him. I can double check that. It was a little bit shorter than the prior stints for that team, so they decided to stop early to repair the damage and continue from there.
Yeah, I was going to ask if you thought that they probably would repair that damage, but if they've got 15 seconds of damage, Robbie's been out on track and he's actually seen that he couldn't actually close in on the leader, so they probably will at this early stage in the race make that decision to repair that damage probably and get the car back into tip-top condition, shall we say.
Yeah, absolutely. You want to suffer that for as few stints as possible, and if you feel the car is losing 2 seconds a lap, which I think it was looking like, you want that repaired, because that's a lot of time across 2 hours. It's like every two minutes in those 20 hours that are left.
Yeah, this is
If you
car
lose 2
7.
seconds.
Car 751, Simon Wilkes, who we just saw make a great move for an overtake, just getting a little tap from what I think is a back marker as he goes round the outside and just sends him off there, and hopefully not too much damage. He might just have overheated those tyres, maybe taken a bit of wear off them, but back on the track and relatively safe.
Yeah, that's an impressive save. It may not look like it to the untrained eye, but keeping it out of the wall there after a tap like that, there's no grip out there. Not as much as on track anyway, so you're going to have to perform a real impressive feat of car control there to keep it like that. He's done that quite nicely. Does mean that the team doesn't have to deal with any damage for a little while. Excellent job from him.
Yeah, he's got... Cripps is back in the car now. It's interesting, obviously Stapleford did his stint. Cripps we saw battling hard with to when he lost that lead position. He went down to second after some real hard battling with Sean Arnold, but he's now out in P11 after making their pit stop, and I'm just wondering if they have repaired the car. It'll be interesting to see. Just trying to have a look and see how long they last. Yeah, they were stationary in the pits for 45 seconds, it's saying, so I'm wondering if that's sort of 5.5 seconds roughly of damage repair they've undertaken.
That's exactly what it looks like. Just refuel the car, replace the tyres and repair the damage, get it into the best possible condition you can, and just get it out there ready to perform. Currently in P11 it's a bit skewed there because most of the cars ahead haven't boxed yet. The P15 car is boxing now, and we see the P9 car and number 33 also heading into the pits. So it's interesting to see where the 15 car will emerge relative to the number 2 car, so keep an eye on that if you are watching. We have Vidago currently chasing, well, he's chasing Sebastian for position. It's about a second behind. The car he's passing now is not for position, just back marker 11 in by. He's really been catching up, I believe, that screen is telling me. I think that's about accurate. He did overtake the number 15 car earlier, who's currently in the pits. He's ready to look for more prisoners to take, essentially. Excellent race from him so far.
Yeah, it's getting into that point of the race. We've had the frantic first couple of hours or so. Now it seems to be calming down just a little bit. We've seen a few moves here and there, but it's non-stop for these drivers in this scenario with so many cars on track. They're either racing for position or they're trying to battle through the back markers, and also it's just as hard as a back marker trying not to let the race leaders trip up over you and try and get out of the way when you need to. But yeah, so it's full-on concentration. It's hard work, and it's some long old stint times when they're double stinting and sort of doing at least a couple of hours behind the wheel of the car, as some of the drivers are, and some of them may even do a little bit more. But long way to go. It's spread out nicely. We can start focusing on a few different cars, and as the chat have kindly shouted out a few teams and a few car numbers, I'm going to start looking around for some of these cars and start focusing on some of the requested liveries, shall we say, that we can have a look at.
Absolutely, I've already noticed some very nice liveries shouting out the charity against cancer that we are, of course, taking in money for. If you haven't already, you can of course donate. Kieran then, I think, yeah, Sebastian went into the pit, so he's left a little bit alone right now, but it does give him time to drive his space. Kieran, of course, had a drive-through, or his team had a drive-through that they had to serve, and that's why they were so far behind. They do have a bit more pace in the cars ahead. We have Schauke Vervat, the number 73 car, the Aston Martin. It's a beautiful looking livery. I like the light green there, as long as it doesn't blend into the AstroTurf. It looks quite nice from a distance. Very nice shot. Oh, you've got all the colours on the door. I really like that. It's a brilliant looking car.
yeah, just apologies to anybody who's spent the time doing a livery. If it doesn't look quite right on the stream, it's out of our control at the moment. One of the updates that Kunos released has affected liveries. It's twofold. It's affected it in a really good way, so that when I click replay now, even with custom liveries installed, instead of having potentially a 40-50 second hang waiting for the replay to load, it does it instantly as if you've got no liveries installed. But what has happened is some of the colour files that have come through, they haven't quite come through correctly, and I'm told, I don't know, but I'm told that the liveries will need repacking and reinstalling, so obviously it's out of our control for today, but awesome work on a lot of the liveries, and thanks for all the effort that's gone into them.
I guess some liveries have been left into the sun a little bit too long. I've seen one of the liveries looking a little pale of our own racing community. This one does not look very pale. That's a very nice dark livery from Aaron van Droon. It's very interestingly spelled name in the 69 car.
Aaron van Droonen, and after talking with Aaron last night, I believe he's driving, feeling a little bit worse for wear, shall we say, today.
Well, that is very unfortunate for him, but I'm gonna look at his pace because I feel like he's actually not been doing a bad job today. If we can get the comparisons on my screen. Well, he's been dropping off a little bit this stint compared to the 71 car. He's actually not been dropping off so much. 71 car has just pitted, so it's close, but only for now. 69 car still has to pit, but it looks beautiful. And
yeah, they're up 8 positions. Sorry, Jess, sorry to talk over you there, buddy, but they are up 8 positions as well. Currently, he's lapping round about the 21s, I would say, is his average lap time. But they're up 10 positions now, because obviously they've passed somebody in they've passed 2 cars in the pits. So great to see, again another car that's moving forward, and it's looking like he's wanting to take another position here.
Yeah, nicely on the inside through the com. Oh, that is a brilliant move right there. That is beautiful. The 71 car being overtaken right there. They have just boxed, so that is just a temporary loss for them. And the 69 car still has the box. Again, it looks excellent. And credit to Van Droonen being able to overtake, even feeling worse for wear, still turning up even to race. I think that's credit to him for his dedication to the cause. So switch to Craig Holmes then, the 217 car.
Yeah, the pit stop times were a little bit there. Sorry, the lap times are a little bit out here because obviously they've had a pit stop there and they've had an in lap and an out lap, so we won't take any notice of those, to be fair. But up 3 positions currently in P17 is the number 217 of the E-Seniors with Craig Holmes now behind the wheel. E-Seniors as a team, they've got to be happy with their current positions on track. They're doing a great job and putting in a very good performance into what is a relatively new team to the esports and certainly to SSRI's endurance events. And so they're fitting in with a very competitive field and doing very well.
Yeah, I'm starting to turn into a little bit of an E-Seniors fan, to be honest. I think the interview with Mark really convinced me that it's just a wonderful community of drivers that just want to have some fun racing. And I do notice that in sim racing in general, there's a couple of competitive people, of course, but in general it's a very welcoming community. People will let you drive no matter what age or gender. That's the experience I have anyway, and if you don't have the experience, please keep trying to find a good community, because they are out there. SSRI, of course, is a brilliant option, but if you want something a little bit different. Oh, and we do see a couple of incidents there. Chris unfortunately broke a little bit late, hit someone from behind, and then the car behind, I don't think they saw what happened there, and caused a bigger collision. I believe that is the 208 car. They are fighting for position. That must be a lot of damage for both cars conceded there. It's going to be a bit problematic in the long run for them, because I believe Craig is at the start of his stint, and so is the 208 car.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just going to try and look for a replay of that one. Jess, if you want to keep talking.
I can definitely try, but my voice does need to rest sometimes, of course. Now, but Craig keeping it cool there. Not sometimes when things like that happen to you when you're driving, it's easy to keep making mistakes. Do you see the 69 car? They said the 69 car. The car right behind does have a lot of damage. It's a Mercedes right there. It's very unfortunate to see. It's gonna slow them down a lot. Yeah, but Craig, despite the incident, keeping it cool, keeping it calm and collected, still driving and fighting for position. Yeah, it's just. But ooh, and he does make an overtake right there. Driver ahead did make a small mistake, as we see a replay. This is the 208 car that was behind. Brakes very late. Oh, it's a bit of a concertina effect. You can see the cars very close together, and it's so difficult from a distance to judge that. It's very unfortunate. You can see some damage there, and you just have to pick up and keep going.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, it's these incidents happen, and it's unfortunate, but it's important that you don't let your head drop, and you literally just keep on going, because as we keep saying, or at least I keep saying, with well over 20 hours to go, 20 hours 41 minutes still to race, nothing's over. You know, the race, this is all just shaping up for the final hour, which will be a sprint race. That's how I always look at endurance events now. All you're doing now is hustling for position to try and put yourself in that final, you know, the best position you can for the final hour or two, so that then, you know, you can really push the fight. Unless you've got a clear pace advantage out front where you can try and drive home that advantage, as it were, and you know, really sort of take it to your opposition. It's you know, it just turns into a sprint race at the end, and this is all just jostling for that final position, if you like, that almost like qualifying for the final couple of hours of the race.
It's a very valid way to look at it. It's like I feel like a decent comparison is to be made with darts, where you are standing on the same podium as someone and throwing on the same board, but in the end you're not really fighting against each other, you're fighting against the board. There's no way someone else can influence you, your scores in darts. You just need to keep scoring well. And it's kind of the same in endurance racing. You just need to get the laps in, so that at the end you're able to fight for good positions. You're not really... It's kind of an illusion that you're fighting for position right now, because all you want to do is have a high enough lap count to be able to fight for a good position at the end.
Yeah, absolutely. You want to protect the position you're currently in, and try and improve, obviously, to put yourself in the strongest position to try and take advantage of anything that happens in the final couple of hours of this race. But it's all good, and it's all sort of shaping up. The racing's been very close. The racing's been very clean. We've seen one or two incidents, but nothing malicious. Nothing's really, nothing we wouldn't want to broadcast on the stream. And the guys are really putting a good show on for everybody at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. We do see 267 car being challenged by the car right behind. I'm not sure if that is for position, but he is past now. It seemed like a very, very easy move to make, so I think you just let him by. That sometimes is the right thing to do, because if you keep fighting everything, you're also going to risk an incident every time, and an incident costs you a lot of time. And as I said, you're driving for laps, for number of laps. You're not driving always for position. And we have Dimitri de Knuit, I believe, in the 11 car. So there's a nice little pack go here. He's only fighting one of them, 208 car.
Yeah, you make a valid point there, that it's a seasoned racing driver that knows when to fight and when it's not his fight. You know, sometimes it's worth defending the position a little bit, but not to the extent that it's costing you time, because the person you may be defending from isn't actually the person that you're racing come the end of the race, and you know that it's not your battle, and you save yourself time by not fighting and potentially just giving up that position, whether it's a temporary, giving it up temporarily, or whether it's you know that you're higher up the field than you're probably going to be come the end of the race.
Yeah, absolutely. You gotta keep the rest of the race in mind. Being P1 20 hours before the end doesn't really matter. Got to be P1 at the end. That's the only thing that matters in endurance racing, and in any other race really. Let's not be fooled. Every race is kind of the same. In the sprint race, small errors are. Well, I mean, you don't have so much time to make up for small errors, or even big ones. And in endurance racing, well, there's a lot of time. There's a lot of time to make up for your mistakes. And equally, there's a lot of time to make mistakes. So it's very important to keep it consistent and be very defensive. Avoid your incidents, and if you can overtake, please do. If you're much faster, you really do want that overtake. Otherwise, you lose time behind someone. That's another way to lose time.
And here we have the 937 Honda that I'm sure Simon Pike will be very pleased I have now put on the stream, as well as Chris Hill. Sem Spenkling currently behind the wheel. Sem, we know from the usual league racing that we do, is a very quick, very talented driver, and he can normally extract extra performance out of any car he gets in. And he's currently moving forward in 14th place, 3 seconds off P13 at the moment. And yeah, no worries, Simon, as he says thanks in chat. And like I said, just keep popping the chat, keep the chat going. It's beneficial to the stream if the chat's active. Pop in those team names and those car numbers, and I'll do my best to give everybody some airtime and give people a shout out if you like. But yeah, Spenkling in 14th place. That car very solid, the only Honda in the field, up to 14th and doing really well at the moment. And it's up another one, Jesse, up 14, up 15 places as they pass somebody else in the pits, but up 15 places. That's another great performance, lapping round about the high 20s, low 21s. So not setting the track alight with the fastest times, but I would say up there with in the high averages.
Yeah, it's definitely consistent, and that's the important thing there. 15 places up. That is some experience and pace there together, making for a decent preliminary result. We're closing on the 3.5 hour mark, and you see everybody has settled into their pace a little bit, their position. Not everybody is fighting, and some people are not even close to fighting anyone at all. And Sem Spenkling has taken advantage of a lot of action and incidents maybe, and moved himself up to P13. It's very impressive seeing those drivers just quietly putting in such a brilliant result.
Yeah, absolutely, and I mean this is a car we need to take a look at. This is the Porsche Cup car, the only one in the field. Sten doing it for his own reasons, but they're taking on the 24-hour race in a Porsche Cup car with obviously no traction control, no ABS. It's going to be a challenge for these guys, but they're doing very, very well at the moment. They're in P38 as we see the car get a little bit loose there. Lap times in the anything from the 26s to the 28s, and that's the problem I think with the Cup car, because it hasn't got all those driver aids on. It's just trying to remain consistent. It's not the easiest thing to hustle around in a short race, let alone a 24-hour race. But you know, it's Sten he's also driven this track. It's his home track. He's driven it in real life, so I'm sure that experience is coming to the front and helping him out and helping him to tame the beast that is a Porsche Cup car. It's got all the power of the normal GT3 cars really, but it's just not got those driver aids and the added benefits of electronics that are helping some of the other guys just get out of the corners faster, shorten the braking distances down, and generally remain more consistent in the lap times.
Yeah, all I'm seeing is that Stein is currently leading his class and doing a brilliant job keeping it on the road. Yeah, of course, it's maybe a bit of a beast of time driving a car without any TC or ABS. I mean, your road car will do it, but these cars are made to race, and that's then it becomes a lot more risky. He's doing a decent job then, keeping it on the track, and I think he looks quite comfortable with it. It's quite interesting that people would undertake a 24-hour race in a Cup car, but credit to them. It's always interesting to see different cars, and I'm happy to see that he was doing quite well for himself.
Absolutely, being very respectful there as he slows right down to let that big group of cars come through. Potentially, I don't know if they are battling too much, but we have got a battle here for P31 between the Ferrari and the Bentley. So an actual battle within half a second of each other, and pushing the Ferrari looks to be pushing the Bentley quite hard.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm gonna actually have a look at the comparison, but then Yannick currently fighting. Well, I'm gonna look for his first name, so I don't. Raymond. It's a lot easier to say. Yeah, apparently they've been. I mean, they've not been close to each other this race so far, but this stint they seem to be matching each other's pace and very close for just about all of it. And it's interesting to see if Yannick can make a move happen. Well, currently he's losing a little bit of time. The gap has grown a little bit, but of course, taking a position if you don't quite have the pace to run away is not as essential as it would be if you did have a lot of overspeed. But they do seem to be out of sync with pit stops a little bit, so maybe they're just waiting.
Race control message coming through.
Official warning for car 22 causing a collision with car 12 on lap 58. Official warning for car 22 causing a collision with car 12 on lap 58.
Alright, so that's race control again, keeping us informed, and this time it is a warning for the car 22, so there's no penalties there, but causing a collision with car 12 on lap 58 is enough to warn him for and to ensure that he is more careful in future conduct. Greg Horn, I believe, is this full position? This is full position.
This is pole position, yes.
Through on my end is getting a little bit blocky, but I also see that the car behind is also quite close behind, within a second. So we have a three-way battle for P14 going on here. Let's have a look at that. So, unfortunately, the 11 car has fallen into the clutches of these two drivers behind him, who have been roughly in equal in pace. They haven't really caught up. They've been close for all of it. We also see Sam Spenkling very, very close behind the Goat. Oh, he's gonna make a move. Ooh, Goat makes a small mistake, and that's enough for Sam Spenkling to pull alongside around the outside through the first corner, and that's enough. He closes the door. Brilliant move by Sam. Very strong driver, very confident with the car, and that's the result of that. What a brilliant job there. As we now look at P5. Apparently there's a lot of battles going on here. There's a battle for P4 between Wilkes and Reece Spence in the Odyssey racing car. I think that also looks brilliant.
Yeah,
it looks even more brilliant right ahead of the next car though.
Yeah, Reece he's got a drive-through penalty as well. So it's this battle's almost irrelevant, as that Ferrari's going to have to make effectively an extra pit stop.
Yeah, you make a very valid point there. That's very unfortunate for him to have such a penalty. It's a very punishing at Spa. A drive-through on any other track is a lot less punishing than at Spa. Right, I think we have a driver in here for an interview. Aaron?
Hi, good day.
Hello, welcome to the commentary shed. How has your race gone so far?
Tough. On the first stint, we had an accident, so we dropped onto the back. I think we're now currently P20 or something like that when I just ended my stint. So it's a big comeback.
Yeah, you're of course driving the 69 car, the Mercedes, with a beautiful livery, I think.
Thanks.
And you've you're welcome. And you had some damage, I believe, at the end of your stint. Have you repaired all that?
No, I didn't have any damage. I had a penalty.
Alright.
Because we did some door banging, but it was a little bit rough in my opinion, but it's steward decision, so we accept it.
Yeah, of course, like once the penalty has been given, there's not much you can do about it during the race. You just accept it and keep going.
Yeah, exactly. It's still a long drive, so. But for today, I'm done.
You'll be back in the car either tonight or tomorrow, then.
Yeah, I'll start at 1 o'clock today, tomorrow, and we can drive all the way to the night. So.
Alright, that's an ambitious stint then you're planning for. I see a replay, I think, of quite a nice overtake, if the trees aren't obscuring it. Oh, there's a tree wide. Oh, and there's some door banging. Is that the incident you were involved in?
That's the incident. Yeah. That's the incident. Just down. It caught my eyes. We started talking to Aaron there as we're just trying to make a move down the Camel Straight, and it was just. I mean, that's 150, 160 mile an hour wiggle. So that's going to shake things up a little bit in the cockpit, I would imagine.
Going that fast, a wiggle is a bit of an understatement, but that's unfortunate contact then. So I've been curious about like how all drivers feel about this. The new update, of course, has been quite impactful for all drivers and teams that are trying to get the setup right. But also the what you would call it, the maybe the balance of power is a little bit different through the cars. I know the Mercedes has been known for having great pace and being very inefficient on fuel. Is that still true, Aaron?
Well, the Mercedes has a pretty good BOP right now because it's just like a rocket now, and the fuel consumption is down with 11%, so we almost can do one stint on the fastest map, so we're quite happy about that.
Alright, so they've it sounds like a bit of a buff. Is there also aspects where the Mercedes is less good now?
Well, the tire wear is horrendous now because in the end of the stint need to set the ABS quite high because I'm locking up everywhere, and my first stint I had a couple of flat spots, so a little bit of it's a new update could be also, but just need to adjust a little bit.
Yeah, that will always be the case when it's been a massive physics update, I think, and the tire wear model, or just the tire model in general, I think has completely changed. I believe the pressures, for instance, change less drastically while you're driving. So it's no longer that in one lap all your tires will be overheating. It will take multiple laps. Yeah, so that takes a long time to adjust, and it's very understandable then that mistakes like that do happen. Do you think that will make a big difference in how this race will turn out, or do you think the cream of the crop will rise up to the top as it always does?
Yeah, exactly. The second one. Oh, Anthony had a little mistake. Well, we had a lot of time to adapt now, so we see how it goes.
Yeah, the race is very long, so there's all the chances there. Of course, if you don't, if mistakes like that are kept to a minimum, you can scold Anthony for that later. But it's all good. I think he kept it out of the wall, I believe. So no damage, or do I see a little bit of damage at the front there?
Yeah. Yeah, that's that.
Nah, that's unfortunate, but it's a long race ahead. We are only 3.5 hours in, which. If you watch Formula 1 races, you think only 3.5 hours, that's a long time. Well, we're here for 24 hours in total, so anything can happen still. And I wish you the best of luck for the rest of the race.
Thank you, and good luck with the broadcast. You're doing a great job.
Yes. Thank you very much for that. Steve, of course, has been the ever-reliant factor here, making sure the stream is all good. Everybody can watch it all happen live, and I think we have another commentator joining us here, David.
Afternoon. Are you well?
I am very well. How are you?
Yeah, very good, thank you. I just noticed you were man in the fort, so I thought I'd drop in. I meant to be coming later as well, so I thought I'd nip in and keep you company for a little while.
That's always welcome. Have you been watching the race so far?
15-second time penalty for car 71, causing a collision with car 12, lap 63. 15-second time penalty for car 71, causing a collision with car 12 on lap 63.
So that's the message from race control then. But David, have you been watching the race so far?
I have been watching a lot of it, to be fair. Watched from the start, nearly missed it because I was getting my time zones confused. I was expecting to start at 12, but of course, 11 a.m. UK time. So, but yeah, it's been really good so far. I watched Robbie Stapleford kind of. Well, to be fair, I was going to say watched him disappear off into the distance, but he didn't really do that in the first stint, which was, I think, probably a testament to the guys behind him. I know Hirvonen was doing a good job, and then obviously I know that the Wild Things team have taken the lead since then during the second stint. So yeah, it's been good to watch so far. There's been a couple of incidents, fair to say, but it looks like things are settling down now. So it seems like people are continuing to get into the groove as time goes on.
Yeah, well, it's been since I came on, I think, to commentate that the battle for the lead was never the same again. Currently, there's, I think, almost a minute gap there. The 127 Aston Martin did a really good job there. Yeah, well, I think maybe. Oh, yeah, we're going into a replay right now, I think, to watch the 6-9 car, I think, spin it at our Rouge. There appears to be nobody around right now. There might be a car standing still there. Gonna see what happened then. First, who takes a lot of curb. Oh, it's a little bit unstable across the curb, and unfortunately, that sends it into the left wall. I would say a little bit of overcorrection, but I think once your car's loose over the first curb, there's like either correct it too much to the left or to the right, and whichever way you go, kind of go into the wall there. That's very unfortunate.
Yeah, it can be a bit of a balancing act getting through a Rouge, especially in that Mercedes. It's it can be a bit of a handful. It's a very different car in terms of the handling profile as opposed to the ones. And I've not even tried the AMG on the new 1.8 update yet, so I'm sure that's changed things slightly as well. But yeah, just looked like Anthony just maybe got a little bit too aggressive on the curve on the inside, and then yeah, it's that classic overcorrection, and that does explain why. I think when you were speaking to Aaron a minute ago, explains why he looked like he was coming out of the pit lane, probably just getting back into the swing of things after coming out of that collision, which is a bit of a shame. He's in the pits now as well, so surely repairing quite a significant amount of damage, which is a bit of a shame to see.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate. Damage repairs, of course, take a little bit of time, but it's also driving with the damage to the pit lane that costs you a lot of time. We're here with Carlo, who's right behind Mr. Hulleman. Both Ferraris, so no significant difference in pace there. Naturally from the car, but I do believe I see some scruffs on the front of the 62 car there.
Yeah, not unsurprising given the time of the race so far. I'm sure they'll continue to see some bumps and scrapes, but I think when it comes to an endurance race, especially like this, I think the sensible thing to do is that's probably damage that's just happened simply by a little nudge, maybe with whether it's with Hulleman or whether it's someone else throughout the stint so far. I mean, in my opinion, at least anyway, I think it's always the sensible thing to do is just to fix the damage every time you stop, because you can gain back that time you lose with the speed that you've got. Just come past the back marker, it's going to put them a little bit closer together. That's one of the McLarens there being put a lap on, as you can see. But yeah, if you fix the damage every time, it just gives you that extra pace throughout the rest of your stint, as long as you can keep it clean. So it should make life a little bit easier for him. So I'm sure that when we see that Ferrari again after he's gone in for a stop, I'm sure it'll look a little bit better later on in the race.
Yeah, absolutely. Alright, so we're gonna have a look at a couple of highlights from the start of the race. We see the actual start. Of course, it was a largely clean affair at the front. We'll see in a moment that there have been a couple of incidents. One car unfortunately having to take it to the grass. A little bit of dust there, and a couple of collisions through Eau Rouge. Very difficult corners in the best of times, and unfortunately one car spins, and yeah, then it's really hard to get away from an incident. But the front keeping it relatively clean. At the back, unfortunately, one car going sideways and cars crashing into it. Yeah, here we have driver Patrick, who gave us the a bit earlier, outbraking himself a little bit. What I want to say about that is just excellent job keeping it clean, not crashing into more cars and making it even worse for everyone else. Just accepting the loss.
Yeah, absolutely. It's one of those, isn't it? Like you say, you outbrake yourself. You're almost dreading the moment you see that's one of the McLarens going big hit into the wall. That's a 720 car, I think it is. He's just gone into the wall going for a Rouge. This is a you can see that. I think that's the Wild Things AM team. That's Denise Pope just losing it, coming down the hill towards Bourne, and with Sean Arnold making the lap on them. I'm sure he'll be sure to tell team manager Denise about that at some point soon, I've no doubt.
Yeah, well, I think every driver here is really getting used to the car, and that's, I think, also why we're seeing so many mistakes through Eau Rouge. So all still getting used to the new physics. And one driver cutting Eau Rouge a little bit, but that seems to be okay. Just lose a couple of positions, no damage. And a brilliant overtake there around the outside. Ooh, squeeze a little bit. Yeah, that's very nicely keeping it clean then. And that's kind of what you need to do. You need to not overcommit and make sure that if you do lose a position that you don't concede any damage in the process, because that's going to cost you more time.
Absolutely, yeah. It's one of them at times. Like, funnily enough, I did a 24-hour race at Spa earlier in the month, and you sometimes get that, oh, that's not ideal, going through piff paff there, just completely unaware, nothing the guy could have done there, which is a real shame. Lost the position in the process as well, but it is one of those. You sometimes get that message in your ear saying, look, just let them go. You know they're quicker, you can see the battles come in, and like you say, it's just almost an avoidance tactic as much as anything else, as was that nearly. Unfortunately, no avoidance there, going into Les Combes, coming together. Seems like there's been a few people outbreaking themselves going into there today.
Yeah, mistakes easily made there. The tyres are getting warm maybe. Oh, in a new model, and Blanchemont's still a little bit scary in GT3 cars. It's not easy flat as it is in F1 cars, so mistakes like that are easily made, especially in dirty air. But where mistakes are also made is this corner. There's also where moves are made. Of course, you want to stick it on the inside, outbrake your opponent, and if it sticks, it's a beautiful move, just like that. It's right, left, and then right again. You have the inside, and you can make it stick. That is very good racing we've also seen today.
Yeah, textbook move through Les Combes there is all. That's another McLaren losing it through Pouhon. It's such a difficult corner because it's one of those, you're dropping down the gears, you drop down too much, it just unsettles the car a little bit. Another move down the Kemmel straight. See if this is another one. This is one we saw a little bit earlier, I think, when you were chatting with Aaron. They're coming together there, hidden by the trees, but just about managed to make the move stick. But yeah, it's like you said, Jesse, it's one of those places on the track where you can make the majority of your moves. You get a good run through Eau Rouge, you keep it flat out, you've got slipstreams, you can get on the inside into Les Combes and just stick along the side of them like the guy did get past Patrick there. You will make the move, and yeah, textbook, which is quite nice to see.
Yeah, absolutely. And even if the inside is blocked, we have seen people stick around the outside through the first corner of Les Combes, and just with a superior confidence, I think, just overtaking right there and then. Quite impressive, but we see here Alex McGee ahead of the 99 car. Very close battle going on here. We'll quickly have a look at how that has developed.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you say, he's been Alex's second stint in the car now, so he's done one full stint just before this, so he stayed in for a double stint. And like I say, he's got Madsen not too far behind. Actually, I think he's made the move. Looking at the timing chart, looks like he's actually made the move on Madsen so far, so he's managed to get past that Aston Martin. I think that was the Aston Martin that we saw in that highlights package a minute ago. Got caught just coming out of piff paff, unaware by that should we say a stray back marker, which is a bit unfortunate, but looks like they've managed to work their way back up into the 30s. Of course, they've gone back past Anthony Terhorst. We saw him having an instant throw Rouge, so he's now come back out of the pits. He's back in the car. He stayed in the car, sorry, and he's 13 seconds adrift to this guy. Alex just goes a little bit deep in the Positive Perception Racing B team car. Of course, the A team, I think, are up towards the top end of the grid, aren't they? Yet they're sitting P4 with Simon Wilkes in the car, only 19 seconds off of the number 321 car, currently driven by Fabri Tori, so still a chance of a podium for those guys. So I know team manager Mark Raddenberry would be very pleased to see the team's going well so far, and barring the first lap incident, it looks like the B team have come through relatively unopposed, which is nice to see. So I'm sure that will do them the world of good in terms of confidence coming towards the first the first full 4 hours of this race so far.
Yeah, and what I found really interesting, I found the comparison between the 750 car and the 99 car during this race. I wish I could show you the graph, because it's quite interesting to see what it looks like on pitbull.live, where you can track the race a little bit. Apparently, what has happened is the 750 car was quite far behind at the start, but across every pit stop, they have gained so much time just by keeping it cleaner. I think we're having to repair less damage, or maybe not serving any penalties. And over time they've caught up, and now they've gone past. And the pace advantage is only minor there.
Absolutely, yeah. It's as much about consistency that it is about outright pace and these sorts of things. If you can keep it clean, then there's always the chance of being there when it comes to the end of it. If you can, I mean, obviously, yeah, you've got to have some sort of pace, but if you can keep it clean in the main, stay out of trouble, keep your incidents to a minimum. One of the big things around Spa is avoiding your track cuts. So as soon as you get that, you've lost probably nearly a minute at least doing a drive-through with the way the pit lane's configured. But in terms of pace, fastest lap so far, and if you want to keep an eye on this, you can go to pitmall.live and look at the RSR Revolution Sim Racing stream to get a bit of an idea as to what's going on there. Fastest lap at the moment was set by the number 2 car, which is the Rocket Simsport machine. I think this came from Robbie Stable from a little while earlier. Is a 2:18.8, which is times the same class font the man on your screen at the moment, who's driving the one and only solitary Porsche Cup car, will only dream of getting. I know that Stone loves to go for the lesser spotted machines, and it's quite nice to see them going for the Cup car. Although if there is any threat of rain, which there isn't at the moment, they're going to be in for a very fun time with no or very little to no electronic assists in that car. So I'm sure they'll be hoping for a nice clean race in terms of the weather, but doing a fantastic job. The fact that they are in a car that is, I wouldn't say a fair bit down on pace compared to these guys, considering they're currently sat, I think that was 37th on the grid, and ahead of quite a few people so far. Is a really impressive show from them up until this point.
Yeah, absolutely, and here we are on board with Sam Spenkling then. Currently P9, which I think is very impressive. When it was P13, it already gained over 50 positions. It's become even more now in the Honda. P19 positions up, keeping it very consistent. 2:21 is not exactly setting the world on fire, but it's good enough for an endurance race. And I'm hoping he doesn't have damage again like he had in the previous. Oh, there was someone else that had in the previous. I hope he doesn't have any damage, because that would be truly a shame. But he's doing a good job for Van Nieuwkerk Simsport.
Absolutely, and the Honda as well. Not the easiest of cars to get around. It's one of those that not a lot of people enjoy, but I know that a couple of the guys, including Sem, are quite a big fan of this one. They can certainly get it pointing in the right direction. 2:21.5 the last time round. That's a back marker just behind him, I believe, because you can see Saletta in the number 71 Ferrari. He's 9 seconds back, and with a 15-second penalty to boot. So Sem's got a little bit of breathing room behind him, and he's got about 20 seconds ahead to Wilson in front. That's probably, looking at that, going to be a track cut, you would imagine. And of course, those of you who aren't aware, I'm sure you know this already if you've been watching up until this point. I'm sure there's been a few that have been handed out. 3 track cut warnings, and then the last one, or the fourth one, will result in a drive-through penalty. They cross over no matter who the driver is as well. So if your driver ahead of you gets 3 cuts, then you are running a very thin line through any of your stints up until that penalty gets put upon your name. So it's the kind of thing you want to avoid, but it's difficult, isn't it? Because you want to try and go as fast as you can and try and be consistent, but if you get things like that, it can really kind of knock your confidence and make you second guess at times.
Yeah, absolutely, and staying focused for a whole stint is quite difficult. Staying focused for a whole hour on what's going on ahead of you and behind you, and keeping the car under control in some cases. That is always getting slightly worse as you're going, because of the tyres going off a little bit. It's quite difficult, and it's expected to go wrong sometimes. F107, a small replay. May have made a little bit of a mistake. There doesn't seem to be anyone around here. Ooh, a little bit of a slide, an overcorrection, and into the wall. That is very unfortunate. It's a little bit of damage, but he can at least keep driving there.
Yeah, a bit of an odd one. He just looked like he went a bit too heavy on the curb, didn't he? And then, say, just kind of offset the car on the way out. But not the most common of incidents I think you'd ever see.
Absolutely not. I do think he got very close behind Sam Spenkling, and it's been there for a while, so keeping up with him. Not sure which car that is. I'm hoping to catch the number in a moment, but the camera's not being great to me there. Excellent job there. Keeping up with Sam Spenkling is not the easiest of things, staying so close behind, but it's not for position, crucially. And even if it was, the car behind Sam has a 15-second time penalty, so we'll lose more time later into in the next pit stop,
race
likely.
control. 15-second time penalty for car 16, causing a collision with car 452 on lap 81. 15-second time penalty for car 16, causing a collision with car 452 on lap 81.
That's race control then, giving us another update on a previous incident. 15-second time penalty for car 16. It's on lap 81, which is a couple of laps ago. Of course, the students taking a close and hard look on every incident, and sometimes there are very minor collisions that they just have to waste some time looking at. I have Reese here, very close to Mr. Ware ahead, out of a 6th position, and going into the S's there. It's very close battle between these two. I'm gonna have a look at how these have developed during the race.
It looks like Reece Spencer has definitely got the pace on Ryan Ware at the moment. Certainly put a twist in the screw a little bit in that number 15 car. Of course, they were up towards the top end there. That 15-second penalty, I think it was, towards the front end of the race. Yeah, you can see on the screen now 5 positions up to the 91 car, 1 gained in the race so far by the Odyssey race team number 15. As you see, so close to Blanchimont. It's one of them. It's so difficult to go through. You'd normally expect to get that flat at the right line, but you've got someone behind you who's going to make the move up in the inside from the bus stop. Keeps his nose in. Lovely braking point from Reece Spencer up there. Really, really clean move. Didn't leave it too late. Did broadcast it, which is perfect. Exactly what you want to see in this kind of thing. And it did look like Ryan Ware made that maybe a little bit easier than he normally would have done. But like I say, considering the amount of time we've got left, there's still plenty of chance for that number 91, Mercedes AMG to get back into 6th place. But in the meantime, Reece Spencer is going to get a bit of time, and he's going to focus his attention on Kieran Vidago, who at the moment is around about 18 seconds, around about half a minute ahead as it stands at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think it was quite a race-critical overtake there, because he does have the overspeed, and getting ahead there means you can just drive your pace and run away, and that will help you in the long run. As we see Sean Arnold, currently the uncontested leader of this race, doing an excellent job keeping the pace quite sharp. 2:19 last lap still, which is like 40 minutes into the stint. He's doing an amazing job, and I know it's a long race, I know anything can happen, but how do you make up a full it's a full minute?
Yeah, you'd be surprised how simple it can be. I mean, put it this way: a drive-through penalty for Sean at the moment. If he gets anything like that, that puts Callum Cripps right back in contention, and potentially, I can never remember exactly how long it takes. It's probably about an 80-second pit loss when it comes to going through the pit lane, no matter whether you stop or not. If that is the case, there's a 64.5-second gap as it stands. If that was to happen, that would put the Rocket Simsport guys in front. But I'm sure Callum will keep going. I can see that the Wild Things team have split their drivers down the middle at the moment. So Leo Hirvonen started the race, did the 3rd stint, and then Sean Almond is offset against him. So this is his 2nd stint in the car. Callum Cripps, like I say, 64 seconds behind at the moment. They are doing the same thing. The only thing that's worth mentioning is the fact that their Robbie Stapleford, who started the race, his 2nd stint was only 56 minutes long. So I don't know whether they were caught up in any incidents or anything like that, but that's put Callum back into the car potentially a little bit earlier than they would have normally wanted to, slightly offset compared to that. It's only a 6-minute difference in terms of the stint times between Arnold and Cripps, but it's definitely something to bear in mind. If Callum can keep it clean, I know he's a quick guy. I've seen him race a couple of times. He's, I'm sure he won't mind me saying this, he's slightly more inexperienced when it comes to ACC than he is other sims, but I know how quick he is, and we'll put it this way, he wouldn't be in the Rocket Simsport car if he wasn't a quick driver, so there's still plenty of time to for those things to change, and I'm sure that'll be the case up and down the order, not just the top 2.
Yeah, the Rocket does stand for speed, and here we are with the P3 driver, Fabri Torri, the 321 car. Been doing an excellent job, best Ferrari in the field by a decent margin, and has been keeping up in terms of pace with the number 2 car for this stint. The stint prior to that, they were catching up. I believe there was some damage involved there. So a brilliant job so far from Fabri to keep it there, and as long as he manages to keep it there for the rest of the race, then probably going to have a P3 on your hands. And if everybody else still makes a mistake, might be looking at something even better. But you gotta keep it consistent. You can't afford any mistakes. Even a 21-second gap behind him can close very quickly, as David mentioned a moment ago. The drive-through is 80 seconds. It's quite painful, especially at Spa where the pit lane is so long.
Exactly, and it's one of them. I think it was David Bellinger from one of the EGT Challenge teams earlier. I noticed when I was watching the stream a little while earlier, he actually got a stop-go penalty for speeding in the pit lane, and that's the worst thing because you normally know you've done it. It's normally very clear that you're going to get that penalty, but you're still not going to see it until you come out of the pit lane. So you're kind of sat there going, right, I'm going to get the penalty at some point, just waiting for it to pop up on my screen. It's the most impending doom you can feel going through that pit lane because you know that's going to add another minute and a half. Maybe you're probably going to lose a lap by doing that, which is a real shame.
Yeah, it's such a long pit lane. You know at the start, oh man, I've sped. You stop for a little bit. You come out, it's like, oh, I forgot we have a penalty now. You probably want to serve it as quickly as possible and try not to speed when you serve it.
Absolutely.
But I was really close behind the 107 cars. I hear that somebody has Ballinger has commented, said, hey, it wasn't me, it was Klaus. Yeah, okay.
Apologies, David. I saw your name against the car when it did happen. That must have been done by someone else, must have been a driver sorting that happened. So my apologies, good sir. Good to see you're still active and awake at this point in time, because I know the time zone is slightly different for you being across the pond at the moment.
Yeah, very good. Keep our commentators on our toes, especially David. Hope you don't mind me saying that.
No. I'm catching up as we go through. It's fine.
Yeah, to be fair, I noticed in my first hour too. It's a long race. There's a lot going on. There's no way you're gonna It's 4 hours now. We're almost hitting the mark of 4 hours racing. There's no way somebody sat in the front of their screen with their eyes constantly focused on the race. I don't think that's how you watch endurance races. It's quite impressive if you have, and if you have been, thanks for being so dedicated to the cause and watching us.
Just hearing from broadcaster Steve Proudley, of course, who is one of those people. Jesse, I hasten to add, who is watching this for the entire duration. So, big shout out to Steve. If you can say your thank yous in chat to Steve for doing the broadcast the entire 24 hours. I can certainly think of things that I'd rather be doing than that. Even how fun it would be to do it, I certainly couldn't begin to think of doing that for a whole 24 hours. But yeah, just bringing up the fact that the David Bellinger and the EGT guys, of course, based in Canada, they would most likely, if his time zones are correct, I haven't googled this myself, so I'm going off of what we're saying. So again, David, if this isn't right, this isn't my fault. This is Steve's fault this time for getting it wrong. He's telling me I did so, I think, in my own moment, but they understand they need to get up at 6 in the morning to start this race due to the time difference. It's a fair play to those guys. Might have to be, if they do continue making their way at the field, it might be a quiet celebration at 6 in the morning to make sure no one else in the house has woken up when the race does finish in just under 20 hours time. So we've just gone over that 4-hour mark, which is incredible to see. Well worth noting is I'm getting plugs all the way through this at the moment. The EGT guys do have a fantastic YouTube channel as well, which Steve Proudly, of course, very unbiasedly, does actually broadcast for as well. So make sure you go and check those out. David Bellinger, I'm giving you the ample opportunity now, sir, to spam that link in the YouTube chat. Make sure everyone goes over to it, and we'll get the numbers up on that as well. And speaking of which, if you are watching this race, I couldn't not do this and not plug the channel with everyone as well. If you are watching and you haven't clicked the subscribe button, make sure you do so before you disappear at any point this afternoon. And if you have got the chance to, remember that we are racing for charity as well. As the race gets cancelled, this one, so if you do want to donate, then head into the description, click on the link and donate as much or as little as you can. Every little helps all of those people in need, and we thank you massively already. And I'm sure at some point over this afternoon and going throughout this race, we'll get an update on charity donation levels, as that was very, very close. Bart Zweering just nearly going into the back of Van der Meer in that Pulse Motorsport car, and then you've got, I think that's an Udegaard. No, it's not, it's a back marker. It's one of the, I think it's a 91 car actually, he's just ahead of them on track. So a back marker getting in the way of those ones, not ideal. Blue flags waving, I'm sure those two think can get out of the way. He's going to try and carry on with their own little battle as they're going through.
I think the back marker 91 car is currently P7, So it's got a little bit more pace, just making his way through. And so I think trying to go opportunistically for a move there earlier, but of course that's not going to happen. It's going to have to make it happen cleanly on track. And I see Stefan Hoffman in the chat pointing out we have crossed 100 laps there. 101 laps done now by the leader. Oh, as we see Bart making it stick around the inside. Small mistake from Tom, and that's all Bart needs. The only invitation he needs to stick it on the inside. Tom van der Meer overtaken by Bart Sweering. Excellent move there. As we switch immediately to another battle. We're 4 hours in, we're still seeing battles all over the place. The 208 car, I think is that overtaking, or is it actually for position? I don't think it is, but
no, I think you're right. I think it is. I think that was Christian Halsey's gone past there, because you can just see the timing chart on the left hand side. Literally just updated it. Yeah, good move from Mark Martins. Clearly got the pace on Halsey just behind, and gets himself just outside of the top 10, so to P11 now.
I think what happened is I checked the timing chart, but I thought he was behind, but he was actually ahead. So it was actually for position. Brilliant move there around the outside. Well done. And so we've got Tim Schaefer here. Should be coming into the pits. Apparently his time is under 2 minutes, which means that if you cross the pit now, you have a free penalty waiting for you when the timer crosses, unless you can somehow finish a lap in 1.5 minutes, which is not possible around Spa in this car. So really stretching out their stints then. Could this be a strategy to maybe like eke out one less stint for the race?
Yeah, it's certainly possible. I mean, you can see their first stint was with Lukas Zvirkov in the car. He went 1 hour 4 minutes and 4 seconds. So what's that? That's 56 seconds short of the stint time. She's put that very close. Second one was from David Sasai, up to 46 minutes, and then Lukas Zvirkov again, or Zvirkov did again. He did 1 hour 3:34, and then you can see there. Yeah, so Tim Schaefer has just come into the pits at 1 hour and 3.5 minutes stint time. So they're certainly eking out as much as they can. And like you say, yeah, they'll be considering that. I think everyone will have a stint plan that we did when we did our 24-hour race a couple of weeks ago. But I think you'll kind of sit there in the know that stint plan's probably not going to be how the race is going to end. So it's a good thing to have by you. Obviously, you need to know who's going in the car and when, thinking of stinting, stuff like that. But realistically, I think you've got to take it with a pinch of salt. One man who you can see is starting to turn the wick up at the moment is Anthony Terhorst. He's just behind Martin Pater. You can see the RDM machine, the number 107 car, who we saw in a replay a short while ago, just lost it going down the hill towards Pouhon, but Terhorst is right behind. Arguably, I think someone said it in the chat already, one of the better looking cars on the grid. I should say that not there's a bad looking car, to be fair. All of these liveries looking really, really impressive, it has to be said. But just sitting behind him at the moment, isn't he, Jess? He's not making a move. He's been there for a couple of laps. Maybe just biding his time a little bit.
Biding his time. I'm not sure if he doesn't think he has too much overspeed. Probably wants to be very, very careful. If Martin could make a mistake, it would be brilliant for him, of course. Get a free overtake there, and there's no risk of any damage. I think they're also concerned about him because I think the 69 car has been in a couple of incidents so far. They don't want any more, but he is currently very close. You've got to wait for the right time around Spa, and apparently I think he lifted a little bit more maybe than he needed to, but it is a safety concern. If you go into the wall, you do lose a lot more time than just staying behind. So they're just being pragmatic about it. The 69 car doesn't need to overtake right now. Just keep it clean, keep it calm, and wait for Martin to make maybe a small mistake.
Absolutely, keep turning the screw. I'm sure some sort of mistake will come, especially given the time these guys have been in the car at this point. You can see Tim Schaefer, who's actually he's dropped out of the car. Tetra Pater has gone into the car instead from the 187 car, which we're talking about. Drive-through penalty for them. I would expect that is some sort of track limits warning. I don't think you can get a drive-through penalty for speeding in the pit lane. I think that's normally your standard stop for 30-second penalty, but yeah, not ideal, not the kind of thing you want to get as soon as you've been plonked into the car for your first stint of the race. I'm sure I'll be having some quiet words with the team just to let them know he's not particularly impressed that within the first 3 laps of his stint, or of his entire race, he's going to have to go back through the pit lane. So that stint plan we were talking about kind of been thrown off a little bit. You can to see if that penalty being applied.
Yeah, well, plans are there to be ignored in the end. Like following a plan for 24 hours is quite difficult, and these races are quite unpredictable. Rain could strike at any moment, and if that's in the middle of your stint, you're not going to be stubborn and stick it out. You're gonna have to fit the wet tires. Although some people might try it because they might think they can stop one time less for that. But you gotta adapt to the situation. You gotta see what's the smartest now. Take the current situation into account. We see it's very, very close. Apparently, we're behind the Mercedes logo in the grille of Anthony Terhorst. I love this. I love this camera angle. Can't see much, but it's beautiful. It's very close behind though. Late on the brakes, nice and tight through La Source. And unfortunately, not a brilliant exit, but that's the less important one. It's the one out of the Rouge that really matters and that really sets you up for a potential overtake.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you say, it's you can gain time. Don't get me wrong, you can certainly gain time if you get the good exit through La Source. But realistically, it's a case of if you can go flat through a Rouge, because if someone has to lift off at any point, you lose so much speed down the back straight. It looks like Pate is just starting to extend the gap a little bit, at least through the last couple of corners. He's only gained a couple of tenths on the last lap, but it's still going to make a difference. As there's just under a 9/10 gap between these two at the moment. You see Touch Pate has gone in to serve his drive-through. You can see Vermeeren back in P33. He's got a 15-second time penalty, so he'll have to serve that at his pit stop. But it just looks to be ebbing and flowing, this gap between these two guys at the moment. It's one of the closer gaps on track. You can see there's a couple of ones. Just the one I was about to talk about, you've got Van der Meer, you've got Bas van Mellis in the Mode 11 racing car. That's actually Pierre-Olivier Clotet, who is in the number 21 EGT car, the 514 Bentley, just in the wheel tracks at the moment. They go through Lake Com. That's another car behind. I don't think that's on the same lap. That's not the Groot as far as I can see. But yeah, Clotet really starting to turn the whip up on the back of this Lexus. One of so many Lexuses in this field. I think the plural is, as they like to say, is Lexi, if I'm not too far mistaken. But it certainly seems to be a popular car in this series, which is quite interesting.
Well, I believe it's just a fun car to drive. I see some people driving it, and it seems quite nice. But yeah, Cloutier has really called up the 514 car. Generally has been faster than the 11 car, and now behind, and are gonna have to make it happen on track. I think the 11 car did have to serve either a drive-through or something similar earlier.
There's the move from Anthony Terhorst, gets past Matson there. I actually see it. Martin and Anthony have a lot of respect for each other, according to Josh Schneider in the YouTube chat, which is nice to see. It's love, apparently, not respect. I've just seen an update from Chris Hill, who's posted a later message in chat saying to love. So no love taps there on this occasion, but good to see that Anthony's made the move stick. And he's up into P27 at this point. He's now going to try and get that gap back to Matson, who's currently 5 seconds at the road. Bas van Mellis just managing to continue to hold off Pierre-Olivier Clotet at the moment. They've got Van der Meer just a few seconds up the road as well.
Yeah, Van Mellis doing an absolutely brilliant job there. He hasn't had great pace, but he is keeping the car behind, which is impressive in itself. Of course, you do want to ask yourself, is that what we want? Is that the smartest thing to do? It's definitely the more fun thing to do. You definitely see some, a little bit sliding through a route, and that's not what you want. Oh, that loses a lot of speed, and now they are side by side. Bas van Mellis is going to have to concede that position to Cloutier, and it's not by choice. The 514 car is fully ahead right now, just needs to brake cleanly for La Source, and it's done. No, that's not La Source, sorry, Lecom. That's a brilliant move there, keeping it clean, and Bas van Mellis unfortunately sliding through a Rouge. It was a full Tokyo drift, and unfortunately that loses enough time to also lose a position.
Yeah, you've got to be there to make the move, though, haven't you? Really good awareness by Clotet. Just managed to get out of the wheel tracks as they get to the top of Eau Rouge, and yeah, just managed to. Well, they had the move done before they even got to the braking zone, which tells you how much speed Baz lost going with that little slide through. It's also even more time. going through Les Combes as well, so that's giving Clotet a nice bit of breathing space to the tune of probably around about a second at least as they go through Pouhon on what is the 103rd time for these guys. Current amount of laps run by the entire race, or run by your leader Sean Arnold, 106th lap he is now on at the moment. As you can see, Callum Cripps, who is currently the team, they are the team who's holding the fastest lap. I believe that was made by Robert Staples a little earlier. He's into the pits. That's promoted Fabry Tori and Simon Wilkes up a couple of positions each. And I would expect that Kieran Vidago and potentially Reece Spence Robb will go up there as well. We'll have to keep an eye out and see if Callum stays in the car, whether he gets replaced by another one of those, of that incredible superstar team that is Rocket Simsport. We'll see who's going to come into the car after that pit stop's been completed.
Exactly, we see Sam Spinklink very close behind Wilson. Sam apparently has been having an amazing race, of course, coming from so far behind and currently fighting for P8. Was on the outside, but thought better of it. Did force his rival into a little bit of a mistake. They lost a little bit of time. He's on the outside now. Ooh, and it breaks late. Is right next to it. Can he make it stick on the inside? Yes, he can. Ooh, but it's very close. He has a little bit more speed coming out though, and I think that's enough to keep the position. And then you have to keep it all the way until they come. Defends the inside now as Wilson tries around the outside, take the better line. He's held up a little bit and can't really carry all the speed. I think right behind them, that car is not for position currently, so it's just these two then. Sam Spinklink ahead now, but he's gonna have to keep the car stable through here, through Eau Rouge. Try to take as much speed as he can into the Camel Straight, and I think he has succeeded in that. The gap is very large and he doesn't seem to have an obvious speed disadvantage. So I think that's a job done then by Sam Spinklink. Excellent job.
Yeah, really nice move there. He was setting that up all the way through the back straight, wasn't he? Went in through Blanchimont, kind of almost started with the cutback through Blanchimont, which is quite an impressive thing to do. It's not exactly the simplest thing when you're going at 140, 150 mile an hour for a flat-out left-hander. You can now see Luca Burke has taken over in the Rocket Simsport car, so he's replaced Callum Cripps. So that is someone you'll definitely have to keep an eye on. I've had the pleasure of commentating, chatting with Luca on a number of different events so far, and he is absolutely rapid in any car you give him. So it'd be really interesting to see when Arnold pits. I think he's only probably got a few minutes left here. He's got about 6 or 7 minutes left in his stint at the moment. Be interesting to see what the gap is when those guys go back onto the level playing field. But yeah, Wilson tried his best, didn't he? Oswin Wilson did, but yeah, couldn't keep Sam from coming through. I think that's credit to the just credit to the overspeed that Sem had, and as Chris Hills mentioned in the YouTube chat, Rocket Simsport is his next target, so we'll see if he can start to bridge down that gap and close it to the number 2 car.
Yes, it's not going to be easy then. I think, well, some people are starting to pit now. It does seem to be the time where people are going for another stop. Just as we are, 4 hours and a quarter of an hour into this race. Still a lot of time to go, but we're seeing more stops happen right now. This does seem to be one of the popular times. We see, I think this is a close battle for position also. Also very, very close behind. It's going through the S's then. And about to go into Sector 3, as I'm gonna have to take, I think, about a 5 to 10 minute break. Ooh, I was about to miss that, but that's a very, very close moment there. Braking a little bit late, almost into the back of the car ahead. But it's alright. The 62 car keeps it clean, but does lose an opportunity to maybe stage a move into Blanchimont, as I will be checking out for about 5 to 10 minutes. I'll get myself ready for the rest of my time.
Yeah, that's what happens, isn't it? When someone says, I'm going to disappear for a few minutes, the action starts to ramp its way up again. That's the 73 car trying to go past Christoph Holzer, who's actually a lap down, I think, the 73 car. I'm just trying to confirm who that is. Furiously scrolling through my sports guide to try and find out exactly who that is, but there was a lot of light flashing there you saw, so not particularly impressed. That's the THRC Aston Martin, currently being driven by... actually tell at the moment, doing a very good job of this, aren't I? But yeah, trying to unlap himself, it looks like, which I mean, it's absolutely fine if he's got the pace. So fair play to him for doing that. a little bit scary going towards the back end of the track where he made the move. You see Christoph Holzer, they're both going up a couple of positions because people are pitting, and that promotes them up into ninth. But Carlos Bilello in the Racing Point PS Evo car, number 62 machine, makes the move. I think that's just courtesy of Holzer just getting a little bit squiggly through Eau Rouge, and you can see, as Jesse mentioned a moment ago, people starting to pit, including P1 and P3. So Steve Sean Arnold and Simon Wilkes both into the pit lane. Now we'll see how much time Luca Burke has gained over that first couple of laps in his stint.
Yeah, it'll be interesting because obviously, you know, Luca's first stint, we know, as you alluded to, the talent of Luca Burke knows no bounds. He is a quick driver, but as is Sean Arnold, you know, it's really is going to be a good battle. I think it's setting itself up for the remaining 19 and a half hours, just over, to see who ends up on top of this fantastic race this afternoon and into tomorrow, because we've got some real talent on display. But yeah, once we get a few more pit stops out of the way, it will sort of show us where Luca Burke has ended up and what that gap is back from, I would imagine, from Sean Arnold back to Luca Burke. I wouldn't imagine Luca Burke's managed to close the gap right up, but it'll be interesting to see if he's taken anything out of it at all.
Yeah, absolutely. And just hearing it was Ian Harvey. Apologies, thank you to Vutavert in the chat for confirming it was Ian who's an absolute hero. I've just been able to identify the number 73 car was in fact Ian Harvey, who was making the move on Chris Holzer a minute ago, and that obviously, as we saw, gave Carlo Bilello the chance to make the move as well. And we can see Fabri Tori's come in for a pit stop as well, so that potentially will might promote Kieran Vidago definitely promote him to second place. Probably won't get him into the lead of the race. I expect that will stay with the Wild Things Racing team, as you can see Carlos Bilello going into the pit lane. It won't do anything for Kieran Vidago because he's in the SSRI machine, the number 22, beautifully liveried car. They've actually gone into the pits themselves, so they won't be getting any further positions at this point. You can see Luca Burke last lap at 2:19.5. He certainly got into the swing of things pretty quickly, hasn't he, Steve? Which is not what we wouldn't come to expect, to be fair.
Yeah, absolutely. And car 321 that was in second position and car 22 of Simsport in third, they are literally down to the last minute of driving time, so they had no option other than to pit on this lap. So impressive to see how many cars, when I look at the stats, are actually still on the same strategy plan and driving within, you know, to the last minute of their stint times, maximising the time behind the wheel, so that they don't have to make any of those awful extra pit stops, which cost you a minimum. The pit entry to pit exit without stopping in your box is around about 85 seconds. So it's a long old pit lane. So you know, it's very, very expensive to stop at the pits here at Spa, and can certainly cost you a lot of positions. And as you alluded to earlier, almost pretty much a lap.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I say, it's such a. Obviously, you've got to make pit stops. You can't run an entire 24-hour race. You see Tim Muris comes out in the Van Newkirk Simsport machine. He's taken over from Seb Spenkelit, we can see. He's come out in what looks to be 10th position at the moment, probably because Bilello and Holzer are both pitted themselves. But yeah, you can't, obviously, there's no chance of going an entire race. I think most of these cars, barring maybe the Bentley, can go a little bit further because it's got a slightly bigger fuel tank. You're only looking at potentially 90 minutes at max. In most of these cars, you can go kind of flat out. So the 75 minutes stint time is there with that in mind. And we're just waiting to see how the timing chart kind of shifts itself together. You can see Leo Hervinen back in the car for the Wild Things Racing team, so they've gone back to, they're swapping them in and out at the moment between himself and Sean Arnold. Rest assured, there is more than just two of them in that team, I can guarantee you that, otherwise they would be very, very tired by the end of it. And given most endurance races are 24 hours, probably would be allowed to carry on. There's actually 6 of them in that team, if I'm not mistaken, so it's going to be interesting to see how the rest of them get in. I'm just waiting to see, Steve, how the timing screen is going to go out. It's not one of those that ACC is going to show us, I don't think, because of the fact they're across a couple of different sectors. We have to keep an eye on pit wall, won't we?
Yeah, I mean, my broadcasting app is telling me the gap is around about 68 seconds. So it's not really changed an awful lot from the last time I checked it, which was, must admit, was probably about 10 minutes ago. So I'm not sure Luke has managed to close much of the gap down. But it'll be interesting to see once they get 3 or 4 laps into this stint. We'll bring up a comparison and see what the lap times are like and who's got the pace and which one hasn't. Maybe they're within a tenth or two of each other, or maybe not. We'll see.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's Tim Muris, who's just done a little bit of grass tracking on the inside there. You can see Ugard's now come into the pits. So yeah, it was indeed. He's dropped down to 11th, so he's dropped down behind. I believe that's Daniel in the number 16 Bentley, who's now ahead of him. We'll see confirmation of that. Yeah, you can just see Daniel's just come back ahead of him once the timing chart elects to update itself. So we'll either a minute or two behind as well, because it's still showing some of the older drivers, in the car still. And you can see Chris Pinchbeck has taken over from Kieran Verdagen, the number 22 SSRI machine, and Ash Coupland has hopped in instead of Simon Wilkes in the Positive Perception Aston Martin, the 751 car as well. Another driver change for the 321 car. It was Fabry Tory a minute ago. It's now Clancy who has jumped into the wheel of that machine. But it's pretty much as you were at the moment in the top four, as Tim Muris got a Lexus on the inside. I think that's Bart Veering who's making the move there. He's looking just about made the move going through to Lake On. We'll see that. Yes, it is confirmation. You can see there. No, it's Bart Veering up into P10 as you see a replay. This is exactly what happened to Tim as he's going through Blanchemont. I wonder if he's just caught a little bit of curb, very wide going into it anyway. And that is exactly why some people don't like the Honda, Steve. It tried to turn in, it didn't fancy it, and then as soon as he tried a little bit harder, it just went, no, I'm not having that, and just seemed to spit him out the other side, which is a bit strange.
Yeah, and I think that the Honda and the Bentley are very similar not the Bentley, sorry, the Audi are similar like that, where the Audi wants to try and kill you sometimes. But yeah, and that corner is very, very difficult. You've got to be so smooth through there. Any slight lift off, change of input into the wheel, whatever, that you just unbalance, unsettle that car ever so slightly, and you're racing. You're on the edge of what the car wants to do, let alone whatever it can do. So and the bit snap oversteer there, you're just going so fast that it's very, very difficult to catch, let alone correct.
Yeah, absolutely. So you see that's dropped Tim down into P11. But as it stands at the top of the timing charts, your race leader at the moment is Leo Hirvonen from the Wild Things Racing Pro team. The man on camera at the moment, Luca Burke, who's circumnavigating a couple of back marks at the moment. He is wanting to get past them as quickly as he can. That's close going into Blanchemont, but he's managed to make it past without any issues whatsoever. He's in P2. You've got Clancy, Coupland, Pinchbeck, Hullerman, Banny, Sebastian, Daniel, Veering rounding out your top 10. Still a very, very good number of drivers at the moment. We've still got 45 drivers still in this race at the moment, which I believe, if I'm not mistaken, is what we started with. So fantastic work for everyone involved so far to make it through the first 4 and a bit hours unscathed.
Absolutely.
And just want
to before we get too far away from it, just want to bring our attention back to that move Luca Burke did there, just to be lapping cars, and that's the difference between these guys that we call aliens, the really, really quick guys, and the mere mortals out there, because that took some skill, that took some commitment and bravery and confidence just to get that done without. There was no second in Luca's mind there where he thought that was a risky move. He planned it from start to finish and he executed it with precision. He relied obviously on the other drivers not to do anything silly, but I think it was a case of such driving talent, driving skill. That's what makes the difference. Would you agree?
Oh, absolutely, Steve. Yeah, like you say, from our perspective, especially from mine, it looked like it was going to be a bit of an incident. But yeah, he cut through them like a hot knife through butter, didn't he? It was quite impressive, even if they were back markers. It still shows you the quality that is in that team, and Luca is certainly not one who's shy off that. Seeing lots of mentions in the chat supporting Pinchy, coming through from Gene Pinchbeck. We always know that Gene's watching whenever he's in the car, and Cameron Fife backing up the SSRI family as well, and support from Xavier Catelaz for the 91 machine, which got Sebastian in on Mercedes at the moment, who's doing a fantastic job up in 8th place. So doing a good job as it stands. You see there's Chris Pinchbeck on the screen. What perfect timing.
Absolutely. Well, I have messaged Chris before his stint, obviously wishing him luck, but I've also told him that we do expect an interview at some point this evening, so we want to know how it's going. But that goes for anybody at all that's in the stream, that's in the event, whether you're driving, supporting the team. If you want to come in and have a chat about it and you're in our Discord, then jump in the Discord, go into the waiting room, and we'll bring you into the commentary booth when I'm not stuck for words. Bring you into the commentary booth and we'll have a chat with you, and we can, as Tim said, we can plug anything you want regarding the event and the teams that are running, and give us a backstory to any of the teams if there are any, and tell us how much money each team, your team has raised for the event and whatnot, and help us to fill time and make the stream as interesting as possible.
Absolutely. Speaking of how much they've raced so far, again, just a reminder that this is the race against cancer. There's Simsport Racing International 24 hours of Spa, 19 and a half hours still to go. And if you do want to put in any form of donation, no matter how big or small it is, then jump into the description on the video, on the stream, sorry, head into there, and you can see there's a donation total of 11,687 euros across everyone who's partaking at the moment, which is absolutely incredible considering the amount of support that we've had so far. And it's brilliant to see, and hopefully that will continue to tot up as we continue through the afternoon into the night and out into Sunday morning as well. You can see here Ivo de Groot of Lorp driving, number 33 car. He was the one who we actually saw a little while ago kind of hounding the back of Sem Spenkeling despite being a lap down. You can just again see the way that these strategies kind of outset themselves. He's got, I think that's Ham just behind him in the number 2 Aston Martin, so he's pretty close behind as it stands, and potentially a move. You can see a couple of cars going through the pit lane. I think that's the Wild Things team in the Nissan GTR just coming out of the pit lane, and one going in for a stop as well. So it's one of those, isn't it, Steve? At the start of the race, if everything goes too cleanly, you kind of expect at a certain point to see Rich Pickett in the pit lane in that car. You'd almost expect everyone to kind of sit fairly static on the pit strategies, but at the moment, because there's been incidents, obviously we had that big coming together with a handful of cars, including this one at the start. There's a lot of people doing different strategies, so it does pose some interesting stuff, and it does mean that if any adverse weather is to appear, which I know from people in the chat, they're wanting it to happen, which always spices things up, which is the Rich. The best start to the stint you'll ever have. It just gives you that extra element of uncertainty, doesn't it? Because you've got people who are running completely opposing stint plans.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you mentioned it pretty much just after you'd entered the commentary box. It's everyone has the stint plans. We see another car there just running a little bit right. It's Alex McGee just running off the track. But yeah, everyone's got their plans. You practice for weeks. You've consulted with the rest of the drivers as to what's the best policy, and with a lap time of 2 minute 20 plus round here, I think you've got in a 24-hour race, you've got to maximise that stint time. And as I said earlier, you're looking to minimise the pit stops, not increase them. So maximising pit time, these stint time does that, but obviously they're limited to 65 minutes, and as you say, any incidents, accidents, whatever misdemeanors befall you, then potentially you've got to be prepared to change that plan. And it's quite often just thinking on the hop, as it were, and trying to do the best you can without handicapping your team, as it were, and creating too many extra stops. We did have one car I can't remember which one it was now, but within the first hour they'd had 3 pit stops and were 6 laps down after 1 hour. I mean, even in a 24-hour race, that's a big deficit, but it's still not all over. There's still places to be gained to come back from that. But it just goes to show you've got to be ready to change at the drop of a hat, and not throw the towel in. That's the most important thing. Don't throw the towel in when you're in an endurance race like this. It's just keep going, adapt as required. And that's the Wild Things car going straight back into the pits to serve. Well, he's got a stop-go 30, so that's really unfortunate for Rich Bixley. I didn't actually notice that. I was too busy watching the car rather than looking at the timing tower.
Well, I'm sure Denise will agree with you. It's a very, very good looking car. I've seen that Wild Things racing car on a number of occasions in a number of different models as well, and it always looks good. You can see Daniel Togni trying to make the move past Weiser down the Kemmel Straight. He does. It looks like one of those where it might have been a move made by Weiser, just getting a little bit out of shape going through a Rouge, because that was done before the Kemmel Straight. Going into Les Combes sideways as Chris Pinchbeck just in behind. It's another Aston Martin. There's a couple of them in this race that you can see. Chris Pinchbeck making himself way past a couple of the back markers there. It seems to be off and running in his stint, looking good so far. But yeah, just going back to Rich Bickley, you said, Steve, it's a very good looking car. It's almost, to be fair, since the Wild Things team started, it's almost become a bit of an iconic livery in every series you see, because they're always there or thereabouts. And I'm sure you'll be forgiven for not noticing the stop go 30. And I think for Richard's sake, I'm sure we're all hoping for his sake that it wasn't actually him who got that. I'm hoping that it was someone whoever entered the pit lane before him was the one who actually got the penalty themselves.
Yeah, I mean, it's difficult, isn't it? It's frustrating, and endurance racing for me personally, I haven't done a lot of it, but when I have, the hardest thing for me is I do take a few laps to bed into a car, to get back into the swing, get back up to racing speed. And it's very easy, as we saw Rich Pixley, the first corner he came to, more or less he made a mistake and he sort of spun the car, and I sort of question now, was that because he knew he'd sped in the pit lane and released that pit limiter too fast, and he was a little bit flustered and flummoxed? Maybe I'm making excuses for him, but what I'm saying is it's very, very hard to just jump straight into the car, get your brain functioning at racing speed, and not just to drive fast but to actually get everything right, all the stuff that goes around with it. It's very difficult, and these guys are up against it. It's can't underestimate how difficult it is, endurance racing and driver swaps.
No, absolutely. Like I say, I'm sure most of them will probably have a separate server just nearby that they'll have everyone kind of jumping into, maybe just 25-30 minutes before a stint, just to get a few laps in, try and keep those conditions as close to what they are at the moment. It's quite warm at the moment, nice track status, optimum track status, as grippy as it possibly can be, not a huge amount of wind, so no suggestions of any rain at the moment. Apologies for those who are looking for it as it stands. I mean, look at the pace of Leon Heaven at the moment. His last lap was 3/10 off his best, or off the team's best, sorry. Up until that point, they've started third on the grid. They're up into first as it stands. And impressively, Steve, we talked about the pace of Luca Burke. Heaven is not really being impacted by it. He's still putting in some really good lap times, and out of those three, he's actually gained time on Luca over the last 3 laps.
Yeah, absolutely. It's they're just up against it, and like I said, the consistency of the drivers is amazing. To be lapping that quickly all the time. It's we all chase that perfect lap, but to be so close to it every single lap around a long lap like Spa as well, it's very impressive. But Luca Burke in second place will never give up. Neither will Robbie Stapleford. That team, the whole team, will 110% race until the checkered flag falls. They'll never give up on it, and they won't want to lose any more positions, and they'll always be looking to move forward and gain that first place. They won't have given up on that top step, not with 19.5 hours to go. They'll definitely be still thinking, we can win this.
Oh, absolutely. I couldn't agree with you more. We have a visitor who has dropped into the shed with us. I'd like to say a big warm welcome and a good afternoon to Mark Roddenberry, manager of the Positive Perception Racing team, both A and B teams at the moment. Mark, going well for you guys at the moment, isn't it? How's things?
It didn't start well for the B team, but we have clawed our way back up, kicking and screaming now to 26. Funny story, I was supposed to be in the car right now, but my driver Alex may have forgotten to select me at the pit stop.
So he's stuck in there for another 65 minutes at least.
Yes, bless him. But it's all good. But I mean, the real heroes as Positive Perception A team, they're fourth now, I believe, aren't they?
Yeah, so Ash is currently sitting in fourth at the moment. He, if my maths is correct, 28 seconds back off of Brian Clancy, who's in third in the Team Abbey Racing team. So yeah, doing a fantastic job so far. They qualified obviously quite high up the grid as well, didn't they? So it's nice to see that they've managed to keep that form going into the race as well, isn't it?
Yeah, I set them the challenge of top 10, and I've now revised that challenge to the guys. So they have now got to aim for the podium.
I was going to say, I was hoping you were actually going to tell us what the revised challenge was. I was hoping you were going to leave us in the dark about it. He's actually 16 seconds behind Brian Clancy. My apologies. So certainly closing up. And speaking of that sort of thing, I mean, well, not speaking of it at all, but I'm looking at the 18 car on the camera at the moment, and they're pretty good looking cars. I know you designed them, so I know you'll agree with me. But you've done a pretty good job there, I have to say. Looking really nice.
Yeah, it's one I've sort of had in mind to do for a while. I love an asymmetric design on the camera, and it really fits both the Ferrari and the Aston. The biggest issue I've got is I need to kind of simplify it if I'm going to roll it out for the rest of the field. I mean, the guys have already put pressure on me this week, asking when can we have the BMW done, the new one. It's like, oh, just wait, guys.
Let me get the wireframe first, please.
All right, well, it was a case of just give me some time.
Absolutely. And speaking of cars, you mentioned, so you're running obviously the Aston Martin in the A team and the Ferrari in the B team. What was the choice behind? I mean, I think we all know the choice behind the Aston Martin, given the track wrap for this one. But what was the reasoning behind the Ferrari? Is that something that you guys agreed on as a team, or did anyone particularly kind of fight for that machine?
Well, I wanted the Honda because
I'm imagining that was Vito probably quite quickly.
I love the Honda's a beast. I've been running it in a league and scoring pretty well in it. It seems to be a really good car at the moment. The Ferrari, I think it was Jamie, who's our 4th driver. He's going to be in the night. He suggested the Ferrari. We all drove it. We all just clicked with it straight away. And the entire B team were just running within sort of a couple of tenths of each other. So it was a no-brainer at that point. And the A team guys they wanted the Aston. It's like, fine, yeah, run something different. Just annoy me that little bit more with delivery.
Yeah, it's not just a case of change the accent colour and away we go. I'll have to rebuild the livery from scratch. That's nice of them.
It was great. I genuinely had one ready, done in the nice yellow colour that we've used for the A team, and then they said no, we want to use the Aston. Okay, thank you. I've told them they had to make a massive donation if I was going to do that.
I mean, they're doing the right. I was going to say they're doing the right thing at the moment, aren't they? Clearly, the choice of car working quite nicely.
Absolutely phenomenal. They're driving the socks off that thing. If the car had socks.
If the car had socks, exactly. They do. Well, they've kind of got socks on when the tyres are being warmed in the pit lane, but nothing at the moment. Hopefully, doesn't look like Ash has got them anyone anyway. He's done a fantastic job so far. Final thing I'd like to ask you, Mark, if you don't mind. Well, I say I'll ask you. I'm giving you the opportunity. Anything at this point, once you've got all these hundreds and thousands of viewers watching on all the many different streams, whether they're watching you live, watching you back, anything like that, anything you would like to give a shout out to, plug anything or anything like that? Because I know you're a very busy man outside of the sim racing world.
Extremely. I've even taken on another role, which is another story. I want to shout out to all the drivers, all the admins for coming together and doing this massive event. I know it's so touch and go during the week because of the update. I can't imagine how many fingernails all of the admin team are now missing with it all happening. Just amazing group of guys and girls that have just pulled this off. And let's keep going. Let's keep raising the money for the charity as well. I don't know what's the current total.
The last total I've seen that came on the stream was 11. There you go, it's just popped up again. 11,687 euros.
That is fantastic. But come on, guys. The guys watching, there's 170 of you watching right now. Go onto my screen. 169. Someone's just left because I'm talking. 169 of you watching. Come on, guys. Just put your hands in your pockets. Find that dodgy fiver. Find that dodgy tenner. Just get it donated. Do it.
Absolutely. You don't need a coffee this weekend, but it's good news.
You don't. No, your kids don't need Christmas presents. Somebody needs, life-changing support.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, look, Mark, thank you very much for joining us. It's been lovely to have you. You're welcome back at any point if you're stuck for a moment and you want to have a chat with someone. I'm sure we will more than happily have you back in.
Come and keep me company at 2 a.m.
I think I'm actually in the car at 2 a.m, Steve. So.
Oh, I'll drag you into the commentary box for a conversation while driving. Then that'd be great.
That'll be fantastic. It'll keep me awake. I'll need it. Thank you so much.
Good luck with that stint, mate.
Thanks, guys. Keep up the good work. Thank you.
Brilliant. Lovely to hear from Mark Raddenby there, of course. Like I say, driving in the Positive Perception B team, but managing the Sunny teams. And as you heard there, the mind and the hands behind those two fantastically beautiful cars. The Aston Martin currently sitting in 4th place, and the Ferrari currently sitting in P26. I believe we're welcoming back Jesse into the commentary box. Welcome back, Jesse. I hope you've had a nice, refreshing break and back into the swing of things.
Yeah, just something to eat, a little bit of drink, and get myself ready for, I think, my last 18 minutes at least. I say at least. I'm not going to stick around too long. I have a race after that, but yeah, it's going to be fun, I think, and especially because while we were talking there, while we were interviewing there, I was keeping an eye on the 751 car, and they are well and truly closing into the car in P3 currently. So I think that's a battle coming sooner rather than later, and I'm quite excited to see it.
Yeah, I didn't want to mention that while Mark was in the commentary. I didn't want to burst his bubble, but that car is closing up on the Positive Perceptions car by the rate of 2 to 3 seconds over the last couple of laps. So it's closing in very, very fast indeed.
So I mean, that is just the quality. It comes from Chris Pinchbeck, isn't it? We know he's good. We know he likes the Aston Martin. Obviously, drove in the SSRI GT3 Championship in it and did a fantastic job as well. And yeah, seeming to be kind of turning the wick up at the moment, looking at the times before, he's actually a 1.3 seconds, quicker than Ash Coupland on that last turn of the last tour of the circuit. So yeah, time just under 14 seconds. But we'll focus on something a little bit. In fact, we'll go to a replay first. This is car number 15. This is the Odyssey race. It is Clayton Baniak. I was wondering, I did see him go down the timing tower, lost it through Blanchimont. Will he avoid the contact of everyone else? Oh, that was very close. A code brown for the number 15. I see, yeah, down in P18 now. They were up towards the back of the top 10 a little earlier, and it's incidents like that just aren't going to help. Yeah, Slapler. I believe that's. I'm going to go with that's how you pronounce it. If you say it with confidence, everyone thinks you're right anyway. Is in the Parc Fermé endurance races, where we're going to focus on a battle a little bit further up, battle for P11. That's Daniel Tonyi looking at the inside of Mark Ham going to Les Combes. He makes the move. Can he get it slowed down in time? That's Pinchbeck ahead as well. So they're going to be on someone he's going to want to avoid going to the back of, and I'm sure Pinchy's got his eyes firmly fixed in the rearview mirror to make sure nothing happens. But Daniel Tonyi, lovely move from the Racing Point PS Evo number 62 Ferrari, getting past Mark Ham, and that's Weiser in the Aston Martin, the number 267 Aston Martin. It's hard not to see that Aston Martin, isn't it, Jesse? But it's a nice little close battle between these guys, even though we're nearly 5 hours into this one.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm quite pleasantly surprised that there's still so many battles going on. If you look on the timing tower, it's not just this one, which is a three-way battle for P11. It seems to be won by the 62 car for now. We see also some other fights down here, but excellent move by Tonyi, and I think this is just a fight for P4. Is that correct? Yeah, so if we look at the comparison for relative to P3, we can see that the P4 and P5 car are both closing in. I already mentioned the P4 car, the 751, closing in on Mr. Clancy in the 321. But Pinchbeck also seems to have some solid pace behind him. The 22 car coming from very far, currently in P5 and chasing not just P4, but also P3. So this is a three-way battle also waiting to happen, and I'm excited to see it happen soon.
Absolutely, getting closer and closer as time goes on, and that's exactly what you come to expect from these sorts of things. No one is safe in any position until the checkered flag flies in just over 19 hours and 15 minutes. Chris Pinchbeck closing in on Ash Coupland. 12.8 seconds is the gap. It's another 13 seconds from Coupland up to Brian Clancy, but as you just heard there, starting to close the gap up on P3. It's 31 seconds up to Luca Burke in P2, and then it's 69 seconds. That's exactly the kind of intel we like to hear, Steve. Thank you very kindly for that. And then, yeah, another 69 seconds between Luca Burke, who's currently in P2, in the number 2 car, between himself and Leo Hirvonen, who is currently in the lead of this race. It was Rocket Simsport from the start. Robbie Stapleford took a 5 to 10 second gap into the first stint as Pinchbeck goes very sideways coming out of Les Combes there. Not what those rear tyres are going to be wanting him to do midway through his first stint of the afternoon. But yeah, it's Leo Hirvonen who's currently leading this race. Rocket Simsport took the lead in the first stint, but it was a change for the lead in the second stint. Sean Arnold came into the 127 Wild Things car and made the move past Callum Cripps, and they have extended their gap ever since that point, I'd say to the tune of 70 seconds almost at this point. Brian Clancy, as you said, is in P3. Ash Coupland and Chris Pinchbeck round out your top 5. We've then got Jake Daniel, Tim Muris, Bart Zvierink, Pierre-Olivier Cloutier, who's done a fantastic job. No, that cannot be. No, I think my pit wall live is showing some slightly incorrect data there. It's definitely not. Unfortunately, it's not. Sorry, Pierre-Olivier Cloutier is actually P60, but it's Tim Muris followed by Hakola, Daniel Tonyi, and Mark Ham, rounding out the top 10. And that's the battle. We can see the battle for what is P9. You've got Marcel Weiser in the MAN AC Azure SRHI 24-hour Spa car. That's a bit of a mouthful. I will not be saying that later when I come back to commentate a little bit later on this evening, but he is at the back of this train, which is getting a bit spicy at the moment.
Absolutely, this is I think a 4-way battle for according to Pitbull Life at P11, but definitely P9, and we are on board with Mark Weiser. This should be the 3rd car in this train. I think there's at least one back marker or faster car involved in this. Hopefully not messing with the battle too much. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what happens here with 4 people battling. I'm sure one of them has somewhat more pace than the others. It's going to be interesting to see how this will sort itself out. We do see the full cast like all like nip and tuck together, going up a rouge here. It's brilliant to see, and they're all trying to push for a good exit here, because this is where most overtakes happen, and there's a good reason for that. The Camel Straight is very, very long. So you see a backmarker moving out of the way, letting the cars pass, choosing not to battle them, which is, of course, the smart thing to do. No overtakes yet, but this battle is going to rage on for quite a long time. I think. I think this is not going to be resolved very soon.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see all 4 of them very close to the moment. It's actually a 5-car battle, but all 4 of them, or 4 of the 5 are on the same lap. Pinchbeck leads the way of these 5, and then you've got Daniel Todd, Mark Ham, Marcel Weiser, and Chris Johansson, who's actually on the back of this train as well. Just cast your mind back to something we saw. You can see on the back of the number 28 machine of Mark Ham at the moment. Never give up on the back of that car. Very active, considering the fact that we're nearly 5 hours into a 24-hour race, but considering the cause we are racing for, never giving up is very, very apt indeed. And as we said a few times already, and we'll continue to do so, if you have got any spare money, if it's a case of not nipping out for a coffee or anything like that, or even getting a takeaway this evening or anything like that, then it was always a lovely thing to donate to a brilliant cause like this Race Against Cancer we're doing. So at this moment in time, so if you do have anything spare, no matter how big or small, it is always massively appreciated. We're nearing the €12,000 mark at the moment. We're only a few £100s off, so if we can get to that before this evening strikes and we start to go into the night here at the Spa-Francorchamps circuit, that would be very much appreciated. And you'll be doing your bit for a fantastic course. So it's fantastic to see that everyone, as you can see even on the back of Weiss's car, as Johansson's going for the move into the bus stop, just saw on the back end there, that Race Against Cancer logo very prominent there. It's great to see that everyone is doing a fantastic job and really putting everything in for such a brilliant cause as well.
Absolutely, it's incredible how much we've already raised for this fight against cancer, and we'll be brilliant if we got quite a lot more in the next hour. Ooh, I am getting I'm getting something from outside. Give me a moment. Sorry.
It's always the way. I'm convinced that every time Jesse wants to go disappear and do someone is some sort of greater good is trying to stop him from moving away, isn't it? It's quite interesting to see. We've got another person back who's jumped back into the commentary booth with us. Adam Bent, welcome back. He, of course, was the man who started off this broadcast early today, so he's back in for more torture as far as I understand. He's looking for a bit more abuse this afternoon. Welcome back, buddy. Have you had a nice break?
Yeah, absolutely. Shopping as you always do in your small break, and back and ready to do it. Got Monster in one hand, a lot of screens around me. That should be pretty good.
Good to hear. It's exactly what we like to see. Well, that's my cue. I'm going to disappear. I only stopped in as a last-minute addition. I noticed that Jesse was lonely, and I know that you probably didn't want to have just Steve keep you company, so I thought I'd jump in and do my bit.
Steve's not that bad.
I'm only joking. I've worked with Steve long enough to know that he is an absolute pleasure to be around, and I'm sure you won't mind me saying this is a fantastic broadcast as well. It gives you all the action before you even know you need it, which is always nice to see. But I'm going to bid my leave. It's been fantastic to be with you guys for the last an hour or so. I think it's been around an hour anyway. I've lost track of time. There's so much going on. I'll be back in around about 8 o'clock, and Adam and Jesse, I'll leave you guys to hold the fort until then.
Thank you very much. Well, thank you for having me back in here for another. I believe I've got another 4 hours behind the mic, as we are currently almost 19 hours in left of the race. I'm going to quickly bring back up the donations. We also have Stefan just putting in the chat then. If you donate to, I believe it's Car 101, you can grow a gentleman's mustache. So he has made an agreement with us and a Race Against Cancer that for every euro donated to the team, he will keep his mustache for an extra day. So if you wanted to make his day even worse, €5 means another week with a beard and a mustache. So absolutely donate to that team if you want to cause some suffering to somebody. Looking at the board as we currently watch Chris Johansson fighting with, I believe, Weiser. As Weiser goes up into the wall, I believe that is Weiser in the wall. 267 has gone into the wall at La Source. So there's a bit of whether there's been contact there or not, I'm not sure. That's the leader coming through. I believe that's Leo Hervonen coming through as well. So Weiss has just gone into the wall. This has promoted Chris Johansson without even having to fight too much into 10th place. The next car on the road is Ham in the 208 Aston Martin. So a small accident there has cost him a position and a chunk of time, and possibly a trip to the pits. I believe Jesse's come back.
Yeah, I have come back. My Black Friday purchase that I thought wasn't coming today has come today, so it's very unfortunate to come now. But we see this battle raging on. It used to be a battle for P9. I think, it still is. We got Chris Johansson right behind Mark Ham, fighting for that position. I think the 62 car was previously involved, has now benefited from all the fighting behind him and has emerged a couple of seconds ahead. Chris Johansson looking on the inside of Pouhon. Oh, that's really risky if you want to try that. He decides against it. And here we see a replay of what happened to Wieser. Yeah, and car 267, Marcel Wieser. He's right behind Mark Ham, looking at the inside.
He just gets it all wrong. Gets up on the curb and over rotates on the marbles. It's a common thing to happen, especially when you hug that turn.
All taps to the walls as well with the rear of the car. So unfortunate, but so I don't think it's too much damage. It was a slow collision, so
it looked like it was. Yeah. Again, La Source, I believe, is the slowest corner on the track, so you're not really carrying too much speed, and so he should be fairly okay to keep going. Absolutely should be able to catch back up if he has some good pace. Looking at the top, we've got Leo Hervonen and Luca Burke in the cars. So Leo's, I believe that's 2 driver swaps again since I've been gone. But looking at the thing, there's not too much change at the top. We've got Ash Coupland in P4 now as well, which is a very good job there by the Positive Perception A team. Jay Daniel in P6 in the Bentley, that's a new name for me. There's a few drivers on here now that I'm going to have to get used to saying their names. I can see Dennis Berkman.
Sorry to interrupt you, but I think Chris is now pulled alongside Mark Ham, going towards Rouge. They are very close together. Mark Ham does have the better line, and he was ahead, so he had the position there, but I don't think he carried as much speed as Chris has. Chris right behind in the slipstream now. I think he also has a little bit more speed, but is it going to be enough to make a move through Les Combes? Oh, he's still in. Oh, going outside, Mark Ham defends the inside. Oh, excellent defense there. He keeps it there and just keeps the line close. There's not much Chris can do there. Excellent fight from those two.
He's going to look down the inside of Purcell, possibly. No, he thinks better of it, and that's a very good defense. That's some very good defensive driving from the 208 Aston there. Obviously, Johansson can only drive as hard as he dares behind the car, so he knows that he doesn't want to create contact and win a position through misfortune ahead, and he'd rather obviously gain it how most people want to gain it, which is on the track. But you can see that he's got a massive overspeed. That Lexus has a lot more speed down the back straight of the Kemmel straight as opposed to the Aston Martin, but the Aston Martin seems to carry a lot more speed through the corners, so if he wants to get this job done, it's going to have to be towards the start of the lap.
Yeah, it's gonna be somewhere around there. Do see I believe it's the 73 car behind, just a back marker for him not to intervene. But do see Mark catching up to another back marker who has gone wide. He has had to lift, and that unfortunately cost him a position. Just a little bit too late to react, had to lift, and Chris just goes for it, sees the opportunity and does not need a second invitation. He's currently ahead, but Mark Ham is probably frustrated and really wants the position back. So this one is not over yet until Les Combes.
Absolutely not.
We do get the information that P5 has caught up to P4. P4 may have made a little bit of a mistake, still quite far behind P3, but that does mean that P5 is now fighting for that 4th place.
Well, ironically, it was 787 that caused the issue with the 2 cars that were fighting for P9. Now you can see the car 101 just behind now Ash Coupland in the 751 Aston Martin. So it's 5 Aston Martins in the top. 4 Aston Martins in the top 5. Only separated in basically the Ferrari is sandwiched between 2 layers of Aston Martins either side of it. And obviously you can see Chris Pinchbeck's been on an absolute mission to catch up to Ash Coupland ahead of him. So the Team 101 is currently the only thing separating him between his P4 target ahead on the road.
Yeah, I've had a look at the development of that stint, and it appears that the 751 car has made a couple of mistakes in the last couple of laps. Unfortunately, it does mean that the P3 car is running away from him a little bit, and the P22 car is rapidly closing in. I think also with more confidence in the car, as the 22 car doesn't appear to have made similar mistakes recently. But they look absolutely rapid, and it's going to be sooner rather than later that we see a straight up fight for P4 there between the two, as a backmarker moves out of the way from them.
Yeah, absolutely. The 101 car trying to do its best to keep out of the way as they come through the campus section towards Davolo and Paul Frere. So you can see just how much more speed Chris seems to have on his tyres. I'm not sure whether they've got slightly differing strategies, whether they're still on the same strategies. So being told they're on the same strategy still, so obviously both probably starting on fresh tyres and as much fuel as they can carry. So we're getting told 3rd, 4th and 5th are all on the same time, so podium positions are definitely a straight shot fight at the moment, or at least for P3 as far as we're concerned. And there we go, Chris Pinchbeck makes the move straight away into the bus stop, having wasting no time at all there. Just an amazing move there, absolute commitment to the send, and makes the move. So
yeah, absolutely, that was a very opportunistic move, but I also starting to feel like the 751 may have conceded some damage from a previous incident, because that looked very, very tame defending from them. So maybe loss of confidence in the car, or just damage, which also induces a little bit of lack of confidence.
Honestly, I don't think there was much. I don't think he was expecting it more than anything else. You wouldn't expect somebody to go for a move that far back. Well, he's obviously not as far back as you think, but you look at how he defends now. Like, he goes to try and hold the normal racing line, and Chris just takes a full opportunity there. Obviously, had Ash gone to the inside, he knew that he'd have probably still lost the corner in the second half, and you can see that Ash is still keeping up to the back of him. There you go, there's a small mistake that is probably allowed Chris to now have a little bit of breathing room. Jay Daniel and Hackle are going to be a decent chunk of back yet, so they're not going to be too stressed about the positions. He's got to focus purely on what's ahead of him, and at the moment what's ahead of him is Chris Pinchbeck in that potential P4 and then maybe even P3 over time.
Absolutely, in the P3, well, the P4 driver.
That was somebody on the side of the track. I couldn't see which number that was, but it looked like it might have been 787. So looks like they're. Oh no, we've got a 777 as well. I forget. So it could be 777 that was on the side of the road there. One of the Lexuses. You can see that. You can see a big clump of cars now coming through towards Stavolo and Paul Frere. So it's interesting to see that even after what we're now 5 hours into the race, we've got still a decent cluster of cars formed. You can see the 444 car still highlighted in bright green as the only non-GT3 car on the track, as he's got a little bit of breathing space now before he gets more overtaking on himself. As you can see, Chris Pinchbeck's now made a massive gap between him and Ash Coupland, so he's now going to be trying to charge down Clancy in the 321 Ferrari.
Yeah, absolutely, and it doesn't actually appear that the 751 car is currently on their normal pace. They're still losing out to the Ferrari ahead, where they were previously gaining. So,
there we go.
The
So
777 car, this is what happened through P1.
So
they just
it's all wrong. Gets it all wrong, tank slapper, and off he goes.
A little bit of overcorrection there. That's very unfortunate, but just gotta keep driving, take the mistakes. Yeah, these errors are going to happen in a 24-hour race. Just nothing you can do about it now. You just gotta keep on driving.
Absolutely, he's lucky that it was on one of the sections with the largest amount of runoff, and he just sort of threw it around. And obviously, yeah, he kept it out of the wall, and that's the most important thing. You see him just behind Leo Herven and in the Wild Things Racing car So that's actually the Wild Things wannabes. So I believe that is actually the, well, unofficial B team. Obviously not on track, but yeah, obviously I believe Denise Pope is the main runner of Wild Things Racing. So they've put a B team as such together, but the B team seems to be absolutely decimating the competition here. Luca Burke is a decent chunk back at the moment. As you can see, like, Hervenen has just put an absolute shift in this stint. I'm not sure how long we've got left on these stints before we see the next round of pit stops, but you can tell that he's just on an absolute mission here.
I am expecting the pit stops to happen quite, let's say about 20 minutes, 15 minutes, 20 minutes. I think that's when we're going to see the next pit stops. Last time was about 19:44 left on the clock when they happened. We estimate a little bit over 60 minutes. Yeah, most people have about 20 minutes then, so yeah, we're going to see a round of pit stops again quite soon. And until then, I do think there's quite a few fights still on track to be had, and I'm not sure. Well, I don't see any penalties on the list for now. Maybe people have some damage. If Copeland does indeed have some damage, it's gonna have to lose a little bit of extra time there, and maybe that's enough to induce them into an early stop and go asynchronous with the rest of the people in the
Absolutely.
front.
Yeah, well, I apologise to you, Denise. I didn't mean to offend your B team, as it were, but obviously, as you say, B team's full of pros. But yeah, absolutely. So who do we start with? Well, so we are being joined by Simsport Racing International drivers Kieran Vidago and Regan Mitchell. Good afternoon, gents.
Hello, mate.
So, how's the race been going?
Yeah, it's pretty good. We got a drive-through for speeding in the pits, but I think we've caught back a lot of that time.
Absolutely. So, yeah, obviously, we're about 5 hours in. I'm assuming you guys have got a few stints under your belt. Some really good racing and overtaking. Apparently one of you now, Mark Braddenbury. So I'll let you... obviously, yeah, so... Obviously this being probably the longest race of the season for you guys, what was your mindset coming into it?
Our mindset was finish second behind Robbie Stapleford, and we'll be happy.
Well, at the moment it seems to be finished third behind Robbie Stapleford and Wild Things wannabes. So yeah, was that what you were expecting off of the Wild Things team?
No, not really. We know they're quick guys, but they've not done particularly well in some of the last races. So I wouldn't expect them too much from them, but they've done a tremendous job.
Absolutely. Well, obviously your teammate Chris Pinchback hasn't not long overtaken Ash Coupland for 4th place. Have you guys been in a call with him and then listening to how he's been reacting to the track and the environment?
Yeah, we've been chatting the entire way. Yeah, we've all been a bit flustered trying to get through traffic as quickly as possible. No, yeah, it's been fun though. Having little jokes with each other while we're trying to get through. It's good.
Well, I think, yeah, absolutely. It's very much an important thing to have a good comradeship with your teammates. You guys have been racing together for a while now, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it's about a year, I guess.
Oh. Well, see your 1 year anniversary, and you're all taking on 24 hours together.
I think it started with 24 in what, March?
Yeah, we are still trying to get Kieran to finish his first 24-hour race.
So what happened in the last 24 hours then, Kieran?
The last one died 16 hours into the race, and the one before that died with 15 minutes to go.
Oh no. But yeah, so who's taking the dreaded evening stints then?
That'll be all of us, yeah.
You're sharing them between each other, and rather than sticking one driver in for a long period.
We're double stinting everyone, but yeah, everyone gets an awkward shift.
Yeah. So, well, is there anything you want to say to anybody watching, or to ourselves? Anybody in particular? Your parents? Go for it.
Hi, Gene Pinchbeck. How are you doing?
So yeah, I mean, best of luck, guys, and
No, hope you do, Steve.
well, definitely no bias there from the broadcaster. Anyway, so with obviously still about 19 hours to go, what are your predictions for the rest of the race?
Predictions?
Victory. We're gonna win.
Let's go with that. Victory.
Well, absolutely. Set your sights high, and there's nothing you can't achieve. As we watch P35 just overtaking the a little bit sketchy, but anyway, thank you for joining us, guys. Apologies for not having much to say to you this time round. I'm sure when you next time you come in, I'll have a bit more to say to you.
Cheers, mate.
No worries.
Thank you. Have a good one.
So, as we watch Werner van Volslen in the 107 RDM racing against Cancer Machine, I believe that's Woody or some form of cowboy on the side. I believe they've just overtaken Pierce for P34. Waiting for a split timer to confirm that, but we've got Scheckerman in the number 14 McLaren with a drive-through penalty, so track limits exceeded enough times to warrant a drive-through penalty for the number 14 McLaren. There you go, he drops the position there as against the 787. 787 watch, we're actually now seeing them both get close together, so 101 and 787 are only a handful of positions away from each other, so we could actually see the battle of the pizza heating up as we go into the next hours. So, how's it been for yourself, Jesse?
I've just been looking around to see how the gaps are developing. The 22 car is still catching up to P3. So that's going to be a battle that is going to happen. But the question is it going to happen before the pit stops? Personally, I think considering the gap that still is there, is about it's still a couple of seconds, like 15 to 20. So I think that's a little bit too big to see before the pit stops. So I think after the pit stops we'll see that battle really coming together, depending on how much time they have to serve in terms of repairing damage. As we see Tim Muir is like right behind, smelling the Lexus ahead of him. That's not beautiful. Oh, and makes a little bit of a mistake there on acceleration. A little bit of a wiggle. Has to take to the grass, almost not a collision, but yeah, the competing Lexus was very awake and made sure not to make it into another collision. Unfortunate way to lose position there by Yamak, but yeah, he's kept it mostly together. Lost a couple of positions, but no significant damage or otherwise.
I apologise for calling, I believe that's Lucky Luke. I've got somebody in the comments saying Lucky Luke is some cowboy. You'd have to explain it to me, I'm afraid. I'm not really sure what it is, but yeah, like you say, Evan Yamak seems to have possibly shot up the tyres a bit. Seems to have a few small issues, and you can watch the replay here now. Just watch them coming out through. Oh, there's a little bit of contact there. You can see that it causes him to go off the track and obviously lose the position, so maybe under review from the stewards from that moment, but obviously for the time being there we go. So yeah, obviously stewards will look at it, but there may not be much further action, as there seemed to be there was very little control before the contact. So 937 now has P21 away from the 777 Lexus. As you can see, a few more gaps trying to close slowly over 24 hours. Obviously these gaps will grow and shorten as the time goes on. Ash Coupland is now 11 seconds behind Chris Pinchbeck and being caught by, I believe, Jay Daniel and Hackler over the time. Well, obviously we'll see how much the gap is as the splits slowly start to evolve. Pinchbeck 13 seconds back from Brian Clancy. There we go, that's on the bottom there. So Ash Coupland has, I believe, gained 2 seconds, or lost 2 seconds, thank you. Lost 2 seconds to Jake Daniel. So Jake Daniel is slowly closing that gap though down to Ash Coupland. So hopefully we'll see a battle for position soon enough, as we can see that they are 2 laps down in P6. So, well, there we go, now down to 1 lap, but you can see that a lot of the drivers have been lapped over time, which just goes to show how much pace the front two have, at least Leo Herven currently has in the Aston Martin at the front of the grid.
Yeah, absolutely. If we're looking at the battle between the 61 and the 751, though, we noticed that the 61 car has about the same pace as the P3 Ferrari, the 321 car, and it appears that the 751 is actually dropping off, which confirms my theory of damage. But there's a massive gap, so it's going to take a long time for the 61 to catch up. I think after some repairs, some driver switches, we're going to look at a completely different battle there. But it's interesting to see how it develops. Meanwhile, the 22 is accelerating, catching the 321. Last lap, I think, much faster, but they're doing all right. That's gonna come maybe sooner rather than later. Maybe right before the pit stops, they will meet each other at the same part of the track. I don't know. That's the 911 just in the pit there, the 911 car. I'm not sure if that's a Porsche, but
I believe it is a Porsche. Yeah, I think if you weren't driving a Porsche and if you were driving number 911 and it wasn't a Porsche, I think that would be sacrilegious. You can see actually, Jardy is trying to. Oh, that's a very interesting livery. As we can see, I believe it's a VTuber inspired livery as such, chasing down the Wild Things Richard Pixley, car number 79. You can see that the 444 is still actually not at the back of the grid yet, so doing a very good job to keep that on the island and keep it out of last place. Yannick Muller in the TVN car. There's only 3 drivers for this car. I believe that is actually the smallest team we've got, so it's the slowest car with the smallest driving crew, and still holding its own very nicely in the pack.
it's quite interesting to see someone choose the Cup car voluntarily when everybody else in the GT3 car, and that just tells me that I have a lot of passion for the car they're driving, and I'm not driving here to win. They're driving here for fun and driving here for charity. And I think that's very admirable. I think they're doing a great job, given the fact that the car is maybe lacking a little bit in pace. We see Chris very close behind the 62 Ferrari. I think they've just gone through Pouan and going into the right-hander, left-hander right after. Oh, that's gonna be a movie for Blanchimont into Les Combes.
There's the leader right behind them, so we can see that these two are fighting as hard as they can, and not far behind them is Leo Herben. Yeah, you're right, they're coming towards Blanchimont now. So it looks like Chris Johansson in that Lexus just has a lot of power and a lot of speed. If he makes the move here, it's a very brave move, because this is probably one of the fastest sections, and he's made the move, and he's made it stick before coming out of Blanchimont. That is a very impressive overtake. A lot of commitment to go up there.
I was about to say, I think he lost it because he went across the grass there, but he kept his foot in, and that's enough to take that position as the blue flags are about to come, which may give him a little bit of breathing room as we see the leader catch up to them. But nice battle they're having there. I'll have a quick look in the comparisons on Pitbull Live, which has fixed itself right now, to see how that battle has developed, because it's very nice to see them battle so closely. So yeah, that was I believe the 62 car and the 42 car. And if we focus on one of them, then we can see, yeah, it's just it appears that the 42 car has had the better pace for a little while.
You say that as the Ferrari comes back through.
So I'm staring on the wrong screen, mate.
There we go, so the Ferrari's come back through, so as soon as you say that, you commentator curse the Lexus, and the Ferrari's come straight back through on the number 42 Lexus. So after a very good battle and a great overtake, it's an equally really good overtake, as they're still being hunted down by the race leader as well. So the race leader is now going to come up to this amazing battle, and you can see just how much they're fighting for this position.
Yeah, it doesn't mean much being much faster than the guy ahead of you if you make a mistake as soon as you overtake him. So, but well done by the 62 car to keep their eyes open and watch for mistakes like that and take an opportunity like that. So we see the leader closing into them, doesn't want to be in an incident because people fighting so hard for that position. He lets them go through Pouan, which interesting way, but
so we have Luca Burke in the pits. So we've just been told that Luca Burke is now in the pits. which means that P2 is now obviously in the pits for his stop. We'll see whether he changes drivers soon enough, but you can see that a lot of the drivers will still have about another 5 minutes on their stint timers before they do come in for their pit stops. We have somebody waiting in the shed to talk to us, trying to figure out which team he's from. I believe it's from CBSR.
Have a look for you.
Hello, Anthony.
Hello, yeah.
Just Anthony. I believe you are from CBSR, am I right in saying so?
Yeah, right.
Alright, are you the one that's afraid of us in the commentary team?
Yeah, I was famous for the crash on stream.
Don't worry, not the only one. We'll have a highlight reel of you all, don't worry.
Oh,
as
you
we
are
watch
in the
this
highlight reel.
So, welcome to the commentary booth. So, how's the race been going for you guys?
Yeah, pretty bad, to be honest. Well, yeah, it's not too bad, because we started at P23.
Yeah.
And first lap we had some issues. So
Absolutely.
we had to make a pit stop. We came out on P33, 34, I believe.
Yeah.
And then the next two stints we made up 12 places. So we were back in P20. But then some inevitable things happened.
Nothing's ever inevitable in endurance racing, let's be real.
No.
So, obviously, it's a 24-hour race. It's a long race. You've got a lot of not pressure as such, but a lot of time to kill over 24 hours as obviously your teammates are currently pounding around. Obviously, what do you guys do to keep yourselves entertained behind the wheel?
Yeah, good questions. Good question. Is this stream PG-13 or what?
Let's keep it polite. Yeah, as polite as we can.
No, I believe Aaron is going to take a nap right now. Well, yeah, I never sleep, so I'm just staying up 24 hours, keeping the drivers entertained.
Yeah. Well, obviously you've only got a 4-team pairing, so a lot of you are gonna. I'm assuming everybody in your team are gonna have to do some stints through the night. So who's got the unlucky draw of the evening and the morning then?
Well, Aaron and I we have the stints in the middle of the night. It's from 1 a.m. to 9 a.m. So
sounds like a lot of fun, that.
Yeah, I hope. Yeah,
But,
well, we have a lot of time left, you know. So we're currently P23. We have a pretty decent pace. So yeah, I think we can make it up much higher.
Well, in terms of donations, your team is third in overall donations with 1,175 euros. That's a very impressive total. But also looking at your livery, can you tell me the inspiration behind it? I think I might know, but it's a very, very beautiful looking livery.
Yeah, so Aaron made he let the livery make by Stephen Haley, I believe. He's from the SSRI Discord. I find it a really nice livery, and I didn't know what it was inspired on until I saw a video of Ken Block.
There we go.
And he
I was waiting for that one.
He has all his cars, even his chopper is in this livery. So
yeah, it is absolutely. It's an impressive livery. It's a very good looking one, and it looks equally impressive on the Mercedes. So obviously, you still got a long way to go. When are you next back in the car?
I have now a break for I believe 7 or 8 hours.
Oh, sorry, just cut you off. Big hit there for Sergei Sebastian in the 91 Mercedes. That's a huge impact. We'll have to watch back on replays as to exactly what's happened. Race control coming up now. Official cut warning for car 750. So that is the positive perception Mark Raddenberry car. I don't know who was actually behind the wheel at the time, but obviously a warning for ignoring blue flags. There you go. Sergei Sebastian now going to have to crawl his way back to the pits in a very, very damaged Mercedes. Sorry to cut you off there, Anthony. I've just got more race control information. Official warning for car 15 causing a collision with car 750 on lap 117. So we can see that there's a lot of stuff kicking off here, but so your stint is in the middle of the night and you're looking forward to that?
Yeah, absolutely. I did the 24 hours of ACCSS 2-3 weeks ago.
Yeah.
And I did a night stint from 3 a.m. to 6 a.m. so 3 hours.
Yeah, for me that's the perfect time. It's like, it's chill, no people are coming to bother you. You can just drive and focus.
Absolutely.
Oh yeah, true.
So yeah, well, thank you very much for dropping in. It's been a pleasure, absolute pleasure to talk to you. I think Chris is unmuted, so I don't know if he's going to say something to you or he's just sort of sat there.
I'm just going to say good luck, son. I'm proud of you, whatever you achieve.
Here's the sorry to cut you off, guys. Here's the replay. So we're going to watch now, just see what happens. Looks like the Aston Martin goes down around the outside, and there's contact. That's a large amount of contact. He's been turned into the wall, and that's just not a very good move there. So hopefully, yeah, Benjamin Stimmers hopes he makes it to pit safely. Absolutely. So as ever, you've got 30 seconds to say what you want to the stream. Obviously, keep it PG. Floor is yours, Anthony.
Pressure. Well, yeah, I wish, thanks for all the teams who got so many donations. I believe we're past 11, 12k now. That's the most beautiful thing we could ever imagine. I hope more donations will come to the stream. And I wish all the teams good of luck.
Thank you very much, Anthony. Well, sorry to cut you off again, but we have another battle evolving with R&E Spa 24 and the Ash Coupland Positive Perception A-Team. So it looks like as they're coming through towards through campus towards Stavelot, there's a lot of twitching going on from that Aston Martin in front. It looks like the tyres are slowly starting to fade on the Positive Perception Aston Martin, and the R&E Spa Ferrari seems to be able to take advantage of this. Obviously watching Sebastian be thrown into a wall at the Camel Straight wasn't exactly the nicest thing to see, but we've got a great battle here evolving between the two cars here, the Ferrari and the Aston Martin. Seems to be the story of the weekend so far, is the battles between Ferrari and Aston Martin on the track. Obviously we see a lot of this in World Endurance Championship, and we now see a lot of it in this weekend's SSRI Race Against Cancer Spa 24. That's a mouthful, try saying that 5 times fast. I believe Jesse's back with us. What are you making of this battle so far as we watch Hackler go down the inside?
Well, I think I've never left, but yeah, that's an excellent battle, and we see a very nice overtake from Hackler. Yeah, just brilliant. Oh, look, is it? Am I looking at the right car? I might not be looking at the right car, to be fair, but that's an excellent move right there. Yeah, this Hackler, and just has to keep it through a rouge, has a good line, to be fair, and if he keeps the speed and that's all done and dusted, and that appears to be the case. As we also see some pit stops coming in. I think the leader stopped a little bit earlier, but has emerged back into the lead, and we do see the cars immediately behind the 321 and the 22 also making their stop currently at the same time, so no tactics there, just straight up fight on the track later for them. We see the car in P12, Lavoie and Wilson right ahead of him. Lavoie having a good look there, having a good exit, and Wilson maybe a bit compromised. It's a long straight to make a mistake at the start on. But it is hard to overtake through Blanchimont. But can he stay close? He can, has a good line through there. Oh, he is so close. He probably wants to look to the inside, but it's not close enough to make a move. So that's a very neat line.
Very brave move. He made it from there. But you can see there, both Bentleys, I believe this was a battle that actually started a lot earlier on in the race. In fact, in the first half an hour, these two were going at it. As you can see the CBSR car. As we go, there's a little bit of a tap, but I don't say that's anything untoward. Cars both seem okay and they can both carry on, so it's not the end of the world, as they both keep trying to fight as hard as they can for obviously track position being the king of all at this current moment. So
king of all Bentleys right now they're fighting for, because these are and Lavoie unfortunately makes a small mistake on entry, just has to take the long way home and doesn't appear to be close enough, but they are fighting for the best Bentley on track right now.
Absolutely. Well, you can see that if during this fight it's getting ever closer and ever more intensive as they are on the back of that looks like the 91 Mercedes that's come out of the pits. So 91 has emerged. I'm not sure where it is. It's now down in 23rd place, so after that contact it's dropped 12 positions from 11th. So that's a really unfortunate situation for it. It looks like it's struggling a little bit to hold off, and it looks like it's still got a bit of damage. So whether he's not fully repaired the damage, I'm not quite sure. But you can see the Mercedes bonnet slightly open and the wing's still slightly crooked. There you go, he's going to run wide. So he's still got more damage. Whether he's come back out and had damage, obviously that remains to be seen. So we can see with 18.5 hours to go, Racing Point PS Evos, Alessandro Premi in the number 62 Ferrari. Sorry, it's saying Togni on the thing, but we're
Official warning for car 750, ignoring blue flags on lap 117. Official warning for car 750, ignoring blue flags on lap 117. Race control. Official warning for car 15, causing a collision with car 750 on lap 117. Official warning for car 15, causing a collision with car 750 on lap 117.
Well, I'm not quite sure what the outcome from the race control was. We'll see that in a moment. But you can see that these two are still fighting, and now for P9 and P10, here it comes up now. So official warning for car 15 was causing a collision on lap 117. That is obviously really unfortunate to see, but we can see that these two are still fighting as hard as they can. We're still waiting to see the outcome of the 91 incident, whether it was reported or not, we're not quite sure. We do have Denise Pope of the Wild Things Racing team, and we also have a battle for third place, absolutely. We can see that Avranusa and Chris Pinchbeck are close together, so after I believe they've both stopped. So after the round of stops, this has allowed the SSRI car to close right up to the back of the Abbey Racing Ferrari. We are joined by Wild Things, one and only Denise Pope. Good afternoon.
Hey Adam, how's it going?
Yeah, not going too bad. Obviously, I believe we've briefly met before in other leagues outside of SSRI, but how's the race going for you guys?
Honestly, it's going terribly so far. We've had quite a few sort of incidents. We've had 2 major crashes, we've had a couple of other sort of more minor spins. We managed to pick up an SG30 for speeding in the pit lane, so generally it's not going quite as well as we might have expected, but we're still having fun, so that's the main
Absolutely, I think that's the main thing. Obviously your sister team currently leading the way, and quite convincingly leading the way at the current moment. Are you guys in a call with them, or is it a completely separate call for those guys?
They're sort of on their, they're on their own, so we're running completely separate teams. But yeah, they're doing really well. Obviously, I'm really happy to have them be part of our team for this event. So yeah, really happy with how it's going for them.
Absolutely. Well, obviously, I believe one of the few females on the grid this weekend. How does it feel racing? You know, just in general. Obviously, we know that sim racing is about inclusivity, especially with races like these. Racing in general, obviously, we want to see, and you're very quick, and obviously, you know, you're still competing very well with these other drivers. How does it feel to be racing a 24-hour event like this?
Normal in that respect. It's kind of like, I think this is my third 24-hour race, and I've done a few sort of endurance races, and I've never had any sort of issues, or I've never been worried about anything in terms of being a female in sim racing. So for me, it just feels perfectly normal. I seem to get on with everyone else, so it's all good as far as I'm concerned.
Absolutely, and your driving's been absolutely impressive throughout the stint. So yeah, obviously, Wild Things Racing, where did that come about?
So my original, I'm a graphic designer, and my business was called Wild Things, just because it is a bit different, and sometimes that's the way creativity works. It's, you know, you can't really, it is quite a wild thing sometimes, so that's where the name came from. And then about a year ago, I thought we'd just set up a sim racing team, and it transpired from there really. So the business sponsored the team, and then the team sort of became its own thing, sort of grew from there.
Absolutely. Jesse, do you have any questions to ask as well?
Not right now, really. Of course, thanks for joining us in this race. Yeah, I hope you're having a good time so far. Currently quite far down the order. Can you fill me in quickly? Where did you qualify?
I believe we qualified 39th, which was very disappointing, to be completely honest. I think we would have done a lot better before the update, and the ACC update it messed with our setup quite a lot. It's required quite a different approach in terms of dealing with the tyres and the temperatures and so on. So it's been quite hard to adjust, and there's literally been 2 days to do so. So it's the same for everyone, and I appreciate that, but it seems to have hit us harder than I would have hoped.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I've heard some other people talking, well, not necessarily complaining about the update, because everybody has to deal with it, as you say. But how did you approach having to adapt so quickly?
We literally did some practice last night. That was our preparation. We had the setup sort of ready to go, and then the update hit, and we spoke about it. We did a few practice laps together, and then we tried to improve the setup in a session between the four of us last night. And we made some progress, and we certainly made it feel better, but there's some aspects that we just weren't able to practice, like doing a 65-minute stint, getting the tyres warmed up without sort of damaging them early on in the stint. It's been really difficult, and I don't think we have had enough time to prepare as well as I might have hoped.
Yeah, that is fair, because you have to be very adaptive in that moment, and some people might better know what to do to get the car in working order again than some others. But now you've driven with this car. This car has been driven, not specifically you, of course, for almost 5.5, almost 6 hours going. Do you have a better feeling of it now, and are you optimistic about how it will handle through the rest of the race?
Honestly, about halfway through my stint, I thought, yeah, got a handle on this, and then the tyres just lost traction. While we were being lapped by our teammates in the 127 car, so that was slightly embarrassing. I think generally, like, each driver is slowly getting used to it, but I'm not 100% confident with it yet. So we'll see how the rest of my stints go, and the plan is just to try and keep it safe and stable and see what happens.
Yeah, that's a good plan. It's a unique opportunity, really, to see how people adapt to such sudden changes in literally the physics that you drive with, and some people are gonna benefit from it, and some people are unfortunately gonna lose out. But thanks for joining us anyway and trying to be competitive, even if it doesn't work out the way you wanted to. And unfortunately, I saw your team has picked up a drive-through penalty, unfortunately.
Oh, my
Commentators curse. I feel like people have lost more when they've come here to for an interview than they've gained. It's unfortunate. It's the way of life. But thank you for joining us anyway, and the best of luck to you for the rest of the race.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Well, we can see that the battle for third place is still raging on, with Chris Binsbeck and Abranusa behind the wheel. Team Abbey are holding their own for now against the SSRI Aston Martin, but you can see it's only a matter of time before Chris makes the move and tries to go through into third place. I believe that's actually the race leader right behind them, so they're both about to be lapped. So for the first time this race, I believe this will be the first time that these guys get lapped, and it just shows how much pace the 127 Aston Martin has, that it's able to overtake most of the field, and then the front two who are currently fighting for a podium.
Absolutely, this fight has been a long time coming. We have predicted it, and here it is on cue. Pinchback right on the back of him. It's going to happen any moment. I'm not sure if it's going to be this lap. The gap is maybe a little bit too big for that. But for the next 3 laps, keep an eye on this. This is going to get spicy.
Yeah, well, we can see Louise Roters is not far behind them, so this Wild Things wannabe team has absolutely put an astounding effort in there to pull away from Rocket Simsport, and obviously to catch up to the back of SSRI and Abbey Racing. Obviously these two cars aren't slow by any means, but it seems to be Wild Thing Wannabes are just on a different level today.
Yeah, absolutely. Quite captivated by this battle here. I think it's been going for quite a few laps since the 22 car has caught up, and it's only a matter of time until it happens. But I think we've said before in the stream, you don't want to just risk it all just for the position, because like conceding damage or spinning out can lose you so much more than you gain just by having a few meters more ahead of you.
Absolutely. Obviously you can see that the driver behind obviously wants to get through. I think Chris does have the pace to get through. He just knows that obviously with 18 hours and 22 minutes left, he knows that if diving now would potentially risk a podium position at all. So he's going to make it stick when he knows the time's right. As you can see, he runs very wide, so he's going to possibly look here. Now, there you go, you can see a little bit of a gap, but he's thought better of it. He's just broke at his normal point, and he's not going to try and outbrake himself. The Team Abbey Ferrari seems to be able to defend rather well at the faster speed corners. So we'll see how Chris responds with 220.8 currently being his last lap. I'm not sure what the last lap was for Abranusa. We'll have a look. 220.6. So I think that Chris is being held up by the Ferrari. By how much we're not quite sure. We won't come to him in clean air just yet. So we'll see soon as he gets, if he does get some clear air, just how much the pace difference is.
I think judging from the pace before he caught up, it's gonna be about maybe even the second lap in that direction. So he does really want to get past. Right now it's not an opportunity. He has lost a little bit as he lets the leader of the race through, getting a lap there himself. It's gonna come down to really being consistent. If he makes a mistake now, then he's not going to have an opportunity for a full P3, and he's going to have to make sure that, well, he doesn't have to be P3 now, he just needs to be P3 after the 24 hours are done and they're exiting the last lap. So no point risking it now. Keeps it cool, lets the gap appear a little bit, saves his tyres maybe a little bit. You do have to keep those in mind. Denise has talked about how the tyres can just drop off and it can destabilize the car a little bit. So he's biding his time.
Absolutely, you can see that he's biding his time here, and eventually I'm sure he will go for another attempt at that move. You can see that Luis Rotas wants to go through past Nelson Abranosa in the Abbey Racing Ferrari. Is just waiting for the right moment to try and overtake. You can see that the Ferrari definitely hasn't got the pace on the Aston Martin at the current moment. You can see that, in fact, in holding up the race leaders, he's going to cause himself not only a hassle of eventually getting warnings and possibly even a penalty or ignoring the blue flags, but also Chris Pinchbeck's going to catch up. There you go, Chris is immediately caught back up because of holding up the race leader. So Wild Thing Wannabes now goes through, and just a bit of contact. I think Chris thought the door was going to stay open, and now he's got to do all that work all over again, overtake two back markers and catch back up to the Ferrari. So after all that hard work, it's all of a sudden just been undone very quickly.
Yeah, that's very unfortunate from Chris to cause. Well, I could say he caused that crash. He was on the inside, and I think he outbroke himself a little bit. Braking offline does lose you some performance, and when things are going on ahead of you, it's really hard to make that calculation correctly. And unfortunately, I think he got it wrong there. Very unfortunate, but keep fighting, keep racing. It's not over yet.
Absolutely. We'll see a replay of just what happened. You can see that he does go down the inside, trying to follow the race leaders, and just comes together with his P3 opponent. Nothing wrong there, I think. Unfortunately, it was a racing incident. He's gone for a door. The door's closed, I suppose, like Ayrton Senna once said. Obviously, if you no longer go for a gap that exists, you're not a racing driver. So you can see that Chris is absolutely trying his hardest to get his way through back up to that podium position and try and just catch the back of Rocket Simsport, which we haven't seen much of. So whether they're just doing their own thing and biding their own time, we're not sure. you can see Marcel Weiser still on the back of Timmermans. So this battle has been going on for quite a while now. I'm pretty sure it was going on when I left. So these two haven't left each other alone at all. Where else we got? We got Dennis Berkman also trying to chase Ergaard. But at the moment we're watching Marcel Weiser in the Maniac Azure SHRI 24-hour Spa car in the number 267 Aston Martin, a bright blue, pink and what looks like yellow concoction. As we can see, it's chasing down the orange and red Aston Martin of Timmermans just ahead on the road. So you can see the gap closing slowly as they come through Paul Frere towards Blanchimont.
You know what's unfortunate about those two battling is that it's been a bit of a pattern in this race. The 267 has been behind the 208 for a long time, as you see Chris Pinchback right behind the 321 again. Credit to Chris, by the way. Didn't mention it at the time, but besides the fact that I think he did cause the incident, he didn't try to benefit from it so much. He didn't just try to blast off and see you later, Mr. Abranosa. I'll take that podium. No, he's been very respectful. He dropped a few places, in fact. He hasn't gained much, and so now this fight is gonna keep on going.
Absolutely. Well, you see, the fight's going to keep going as the races will rage on into the evening and into the night. You can see that eventually we will have drivers starting to look at obviously switching strategies to more towards just trying to be conservative. The middle of the race is always the hardest bit to remain alert, as we see Chris still trying to chase after the P3 car. Marcel Weiser is going to have another attempt. There we go. So he's going to look down the inside at Lacombe. It's a move that we've been seeing all race long, and again, move is made beautifully, outbraking his opponent into Lacombe. Through they go, and off he goes again. So 267 making the move stick this time, and possibly pulling a little bit of a gap there. Nelson Abranosa is still under attack from Chris Pinchback, a bit further behind now, but you can see a Lexus separating the two. If we can spot the number on the Lexus, we can tell you which car that is, and it seems to be that one is faster than the Abbey Racing Ferrari. In fact, he's number 42, so it's actually Lucas Ergaard in P10 trying to get through on the Abbey Racing Ferrari. If I was the Abbey Racing Ferrari, I would just let it through. I'd rather not try and hold myself up and fight it, obviously because it's not for position.
Well, you could say that, but right behind there is some opposition, as we see, I believe it's Wieser overtaking Timmermans finally. Well, he's side by side and goes on the inside on Lacombe, and yep, that's finally Wieser overtaking Timmermans and taking over that position. But I don't think Abranosa actually wants to let him through, because, well, I think he has now. I'm sorry about that, but or maybe he has. I don't know.
No, he hasn't. He's still fighting with the 42, despite it not being for position.
What he really wants is to keep that car in between himself and Chris, just to keep Chris behind more.
But Abranosa
make the life harder for Chris.
Yeah, but obviously the Lexus cannot fight the Aston Martin behind. If he fights the Aston Martin behind, he will get penalised, and he knows that. So all that will happen is Ergaard will get out of the way, and all of a sudden, all this defending that Abranosa's done from the Lexus is going to be for nothing. I would personally let it through.
Well, it's still going to complicate matters for Chris Pinchback, I think. So I don't think it's the craziest of ideas. We do see the flashing of the lights, a bit of frustration from the Lexus, but I completely get where Abranosa's coming from. You don't just want to concede a position and maybe lose too much speed, especially not on a counter straight. If you're doing it anywhere, do it on a more complicated part of the track, like somewhere in Sector 2, which is coming up to now. I feel like if it's not happening now, it's not going to happen.
I think it will happen. Obviously, you know, it's an interesting strategy to try, literally holding basically a very, very wide Lexus behind in order to allow. Well, there you go. There's going to go Chris. Chris knows that he's going to go between the Bentley, and then he'll be able to get around the Lexus. The Lexus cannot fight him. So obviously the blue flags will be waving for the Lexus. The Lexus knows it needs to get out of the way soon. Otherwise, obviously, it will get a warning and possibly penalty for ignoring blue flags. Obviously, it's allowed to race. They're both allowed to race, and it's absolute yeah, obviously it's an absolute shift on here for Abranusa to try and hold back a Lexus that is looking faster and looking racy, and also his P3 rival, Chris Pinchback.
Yeah, I still believe it's the right thing to do to keep the Lexus behind, but for how long can you do that? And you do risk, if the Lexus does force its way through, losing more time to the 22 and losing the position potentially. Well, I still see the Lexus really close behind now. He's gonna have to make a decision. Is he going to defend this? I think he does. He doesn't really need to. The gap is just about big enough. It's a very, very close train there. It's gonna be interesting to see how Nelson is gonna handle that. And Chris is also still behind the Lexus. He's not fighting that thing. Might again be biding his time. There's no need to go through now, I think. Although the blue flags are being waved, is he going to get a warning for that?
He's going to get, if he's not careful, he will get a warning soon enough for ignoring blue flags. We've got someone saying, oh, I do hope we get some crazy weather. At the moment it's looking fairly dry. Obviously I don't want to jinx it as we come into the night. We still got a lot of time to go before we see the end of the race. But obviously the blue flags will be waving for the car in front. There you go, there they are. So there's no reason why he should be in the way still. And I think the Lexus knows that he just wants to get through so he can get through and obviously go do his own race. He doesn't want to be involved in this battle, because this is just going to be more frustrating for him, because he knows that he has the pace to be within the top 3. He just can't, obviously he can't make that happen until he passes the car in front. You can see actually the Ferrari is struggling. It looks like the Ferrari is struggling in front.
Absolutely. We do sometimes see the avalanche effect of where if the Ferrari does lose one position, it loses all of them. But let's hope. Ooh, I feel like that's not the line to pick for Buhan, but he's going very defensive, and I think that's literally just a strategy that he's going for. Try to keep the car behind at all costs. And the question is, does it cost him too much time? And will this jeopardize his chances later on in the race?
So you don't always get it. Sorry, just to reply to a comment in the chat. I don't think you get a warning for blue flags in GT racing. Inherently, you are right. However, if the stewards feel that you are deliberately impeding somebody else's race, so say Chris was right on the back of the Lexus, trying to get obviously through to to P3. If they think that you're affecting the results of the race, then you will be penalised as such. So it's not necessarily the blue flags that are the issue, it's the fact that he is currently in between a battle for P3. This is very very good to see that 3-1 is still holding up the Lexus. It's allowing obviously Chris Pinchback to get right back on the back after making a mistake. It looks like he's going to be able to just close right back up. This is also allowing any other driver behind, like Ash Coupland, Sverink, who obviously is currently in the pits, so maybe not Sverink per se, but drivers to have the opportunity to catch up again. This is going to just play into everybody else's hands, because the more he defends from a car that he doesn't need to fight, the more likely he is to cause issues for himself later in the race.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't see the situation changing anytime soon. I feel like the Lexus is not happy being there, but Ferrari is very happy with the Lexus being there. Just kind of want to keep him there, and I feel like the 22 has just flat out backed off. He decides if they're gonna battle, if the Ferrari's gonna make a mistake, I'll get him. But until the Lexus is still there, there's not really a point fighting it. Blue flag being waved for all the cars there.
You can see that now the Ferrari is sandwiched between two blue cars. Blue flagged vehicles. So someone asking, is this like Le Mans? Yes and no. Yes, in the sense of obviously it's a long endurance race, and you know a lot of strategy comes into play. And no, because obviously blue flag rules are different from each championship. So Le Mans, I believe blue flags only like advisory to slower cars, just to warn you that there's a faster car coming through. If it's a different category, and obviously a mandatory get out the way, somebody faster than you is going through if you're in the same class. Whereas with GT racing like this, blue flags are more advisory, as normally you have Pro and Am drivers in the car. As you can see, the Lexus is still trying to make its way around the Ferrari as if it's battling for P3. I don't think we can say that one on the stream there, Chris, but nice to see. It's not cost, and again, Mike Abranosa, I believe the brother or, well, relative of Nelson Abranosa in the chat saying, lol, Nelson is happy with Lexus there, I hope it's not costing us too much time. It probably isn't costing you guys too much time, but obviously the Lexus and Chris behind will be a little bit frustrated, and obviously, yeah, it's a slap on the hand for Chris for some of his comments, but hey, you know, we love him here, and he just doesn't say much at the moment anyway. Oh, the nephew, there we go, so the nephew of Nelson Abranosa in the chat talking to us, so it's interesting to see how this race will develop, as we can still see the Lexus behind, overtaking now what looks to be a Bentley. I'm not sure which number is on the side, is it going too quick, but you can see that he's going to put another car between him and the Aston Martin of Chris Pinchbeck. Chris is going to be stuck behind now, 2 back markers, so that's now going to play into Nelson's hand. And I think that was actually for position as well, so possibly there Urgard taking a position from Wilson, which means that all of a sudden the fight, there's 2 fights going on and they're both for different positions on the track. Yeah, well, yeah, absolutely not. So we can see that obviously Lexus is a little bit quicker, so obviously maybe Chris won't be as bothered or affected. Obviously, like I say, there's 18 hours to go. Eventually this pack will dissipate and they'll all be, each be doing their own thing. Mark Neutlings has just said my damn router blew up, so hopefully you weren't in the car, Mark, and the E-Seniors team is still going around strong, but Sander Vale now looking for a way round the number 88 Aston Martin. The Mode 11 car goes straight down the inside. It's probably the easiest move we've seen all weekend. Sander Vale has gone through on Vustia. I can't pronounce that last name, I'm afraid. It's probably butchered and I apologise.
Oh, you know he's Polish. Difficult names there, but Abranosa, look, this is a bit of a stalemate right here. I do not see this changing anytime soon. As long as Abranosa can keep the Lexus behind, the 22 car is going to stay backed off. There's no reason to fight it right now. They are almost at the 6-hour mark, which is a quarter of the way through the race, and that means there's still 18 hours to go. A lot can change at this 18 hours, and sweating it too much now may mean losing a lot of time through a crash or just conceding damage otherwise. So I think the 22 cars being very wise here to back off and wait for the Ferrari to make a mistake, and if he doesn't, just fight him later.
Absolutely, I think that's not a bad idea. As now 750 is the next car to be lapped by number 321 in P3. Both the Lexus and the Ferrari past him, as that looks like a bit of a spin. Looks like he's got in the wall a little bit there, but it doesn't look too heavy this time. Do we get points for defending? No, I'm afraid not. We can see that the Lexus is still right on the back of the Ferrari. So
yeah.
With 18 hours and 5 minutes left to go, we still have Rotors in the Wild Thing Wannabes car in P1, Cripps in P2 with the Rocket Aston Martin. Abranosa still defending from P10, despite only obviously being in P3. There we go, the move may be made here now actually. The Lexus goes down the inside, so maybe finally has decided to let him through. Or whether that's just a very good move, I'm not sure, but it's an impressive overtake either way into the campus section of corners towards Stavolo and Paul Frere. So we can see all of a sudden that the dynamics changed, and it's now going to be the Ferrari following the Lexus.
Yeah, and then the 22 car gets an invitation to try again, because now it's going to be for position, and now it might be worth it. Even then, of course, not mandatory. But we do see the 3-2-1 trying to stick it in the slipstream, but it's actually destabilizing the car a little bit, and that means that this move is not going to happen in a million years. Very slightly on the rear. I think genuinely he just outbroke himself a little bit through the S's. I think his tires are starting to go through the intense defending that he has been doing, and the 22 car is taking the invitation, it appears, and catching right up.
Absolutely, and you can see that Chris Pinchback has now closed up the gap once again to Nelson Abranosa, as the gap now is down to 1.03 seconds. So Ash Coupland now still a lap down on these drivers. So it's possibly an incident, I'm not quite sure, for the number 5 751 car. So we're watching Chris Pinchback now as he comes through down the Kemmel Straight, one of the fastest sections of track in the world. Most cars getting up to hit about 160 mile an hour down this straight as they come into the heavy braking zone for Lecombe, and the gap has expanded to 1.4 seconds. So Abranosa in clean air has got a little bit more time to gain from Chris in the Aston Martin. The Aston Martin looking covered in marbles and well, still looking pretty much in one piece as we come through the I've lost the map track on that. There we go. Russell, that's the one. Corner from No Name and Pouon. So we can still see that the Lexus is on the same pace as the Ferrari. It's not much faster, and it's definitely showing here.
Yeah, we've got Milan Dauma, I think, against Pierce, right behind him. It's a little bit of contact, I think, getting a little bit scruffy there. But, yeah, he's Sam Pierce is female races, I think I just heard in my ears. So yes, that is our first ambassador, of course, doing a brilliant job there defending. But Dauma really wants to go by. I think might have the pace. I would have to look it up, but it has a brilliant move. Oh, and unfortunately Sam Pierce has to lift off through a rouge a little bit too much. Milan has to react also by lifting off too much, but he carries a little bit more speed, currently side by side, with very narrow in between there. A little bit of contact, a little bit of a squiggle there, not drawing in a straight line, and as a result he loses a bit of speed, and that's well defended by Sam. But unfortunately, a little bit too aggressive on the throttle, maybe, sends her into the wall, and then we have Milan going through.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate to see Sam in the wall like that. Obviously, great defending for the most part. It's just a shame that it's ended in tears for the Bentley. We can see that Nelson Abranosa is still defending from Chris Pinchback. Chris Pinchback still about 1.4 seconds behind. So the Lexus in front hasn't pulled away, which means that maybe Abranosa wasn't actually defending as hard as we thought. Hopefully we should see a donation update soon. Cameron Fife is absolutely right. If we've got a donation update, we'd love to hear it. As we are about 18 hours in, we can see the replay now from the battle between Milan Dauma and Sam Pierce.
Yeah, and that's what after watching this replay, it's almost time for me to sign off. You see how Milan has a brilliant line through there. Maybe cutting the corner a little bit, but it's all right. Sam Pierce had to lift off and lost a lot of speed. Almost pushed on the grass there, but it's all fair. And we see Sam Pierce here maintaining the position for a little while until that incident unfortunately happened. As we are joined by Eric, or Eric, I don't know how you should pronounce it in your native language, but welcome.
You can pronounce it however you want.
That is brilliant. Well, nice to have you here. I'm actually going to sign off immediately because I just heard that the ACC is not the only sim this week that's got a massive physics change, which causes all the setups to break. I've got a race in 2 hours and I need to apparently prepare a lot more than I thought I would have. So I will be seeing you guys a little later, or I will be joining the stream again first thing in the morning, 6 I believe for British time, which I will definitely regret when the time comes. But until then, have a good time.
Thank you. Well, thank you very much to Jesse for the amazing commentary for the past 4 hours. He's now handing over the baton to myself and Eric for the next at least 3 hours, or until I basically throw Eric out the wall. So that's a bit of a background info between me and Eric. We've been friends for about over a year now, commentating on various little bits within his community and also in general, just a good mate of mine. Good evening, Eric.
Good evening. I've tried to rush. I was a little bit late.
No worries, buddy.
I had some issues with my headphones. They broke like just before the race, and I had to rush to get some new ones. So I'm sitting here with the plastic still on my headphones and ready to go.
Well, you've joined us at a good time because we're still watching the battle rage on between P3 and P4. So Nelson Abranosa is still trying to fight with Chris Pinchbeck. Chris Pinchbeck's now dropped the gap down to 0.6 seconds. See what time it is as they come through Lacombe now. 0.735, so the gap's expanded a little bit more. So possibly a small mistake coming into the start of the lap from Abranosa. We can see that elsewhere in the circuit there's very few battles going on. Cox is still on the back of Vonst, a bit further back, but obviously we're going to be mainly focusing on this podium position battle that's been raging on now for about since I signed off about 3 hours ago. So you can see that the Simsport Racing International car is definitely trying to try its hardest to catch up as they go through P1. We can see now Nard Cox coming through Lacombe with what looks like a three-way battle here. I'm not sure if it is, but no, we've got some blue. I'm not sure if we're getting blue flags waved for the car in front, but it definitely doesn't look like they should be battling together. I'm not sure which Ferrari that is. It's got a Belgian colour scheme, and it is holding up Vonst and Cox a lot here. As Cox is right on the back now, so Cox is trying to make his way through without causing too much damage to himself and to the other cars around. We got caught out by a back marker coming into the pits, which brought the gap from 1.5 to 0.5. So a back markers, obviously, in endurance racing they are absolutely common and they're everywhere, but equally they have absolutely every right to be on that piece of track as well. As you can see that Cox is still trying to fight his way towards Patrick Vonst in the Pulse Motorsport 777. Nikos asks in the chat, hi mate, any relations with Nelson? Yes, he is Nelson's nephew. So it's nice to keep in touch with family members that are watching the stream. Equally, if everybody was watching, if donated €1, we'd add another pretty much €200 to the donation chat. As we're going to wait for the donation chat to come on the screen now. Battle for position, sorry, I misheard. We can see Patrick Vonst still defending as hard as he can from Nard Cox there as he goes through towards the bus stop. Looks like the position is still safe for now, as Cox seems to get a bit more overspeed through the bus stop, so it looks like the Honda has got more pace. We can see that they're going to try and make the move. Here we go, so the move's going to try and be made here into La Source. La Source is a beautiful hairpin. There we go, so he comes through. And now it's going to be a straight fight up the hill, so let's see who gets the advantage up the hill. The Lexus versus the Honda, the giant American, the American car versus the Japanese Honda.
Is it really just the biggest ball here?
And it looks like Patrick Vonst has won out that round, but now Cox is going to have a bit more overspeed in the slipstream, so possibly going towards Lacombe, it's actually more preferable to be in that slipstream. You can see that the slippery little Honda has caught right back up to the back. There we go, we're seeing very close fought battles still, and there's not much change in the briefing room between the two. So here we go, move again towards Bruxelles, maybe? Yeah, we're going to see the move try to be made here at Bruxelles. It looks like the Honda has the same pace, and it's gone faster actually on the exit out of the corner, so there's the move made. Are we going to be able to see him hold it? He runs a little bit wide through No Name corner. Coming now down towards Huon.
Yeah, it was a good battle, but you also got to think about the long race here. It's very easy to get caught up into these battles, like you said before, for the position for third. You said they've been battling since you left earlier, and you really got to be careful for those situations. You don't want to get tangled up into an incident or something.
Well, here is the replay of the battle that took place just now, so you can see that the Cox got a much better entry into La Source, but got the overspeed done. looked like the move was pretty much made, but then the Lexus, just with a superior grip and pace, got straight back alongside, and it was about battle of the biggest balls. And you can see that the Lexus clearly just absolutely sent it round the outside in a lovely way to retake the position. But you can see that then coming down the Camel Straight that the position has changed since. So as we're coming on to their next lap, we can see that the Honda has overtaken the Lexus. So blue flags being waved there for, I believe, the last place car, the Ferrari, just in the distance. We can see, in fact, there is Ash. I'm not sure who is in the car there. I believe it's Ash Coupland. I'm not sure if he's being chased by the 169. Battle 59 here.
Nick
Timmermans versus Wilson. Timmermans gone around the outside. It'd be a brave move to make it stick, and he's already made the move before they're even in the braking zone. So he's managed to get around and in front of the Bentley before they've even made the braking zone.
Yeah, that looked way too easy.
It did indeed. Whether the Bentley's got a small issue or not, I'm not quite sure. Or whether Nick Timmermans is just that good, he's made it look easy. It's very interesting to see, and obviously we can see more replays later in the session as we see Chris Pinchbeck still chasing Nick Abranosa at 0.5 of a second. So there's still a lot of time there where Chris has got to try and make up on Abranosa in the Abbey Racing Ferrari. These two have been at it for quite a while. We're missing one car that was, I believe, the Aston Martin of, I don't remember, no sorry, it was a Ferrari, wasn't it? It was the number 62 Ferrari, I believe, that has since left this battle after a 15-second penalty for a collision earlier in the race. We can see Callum Cripps still with the fastest lap, but obviously I believe that was set by Robbie Stapleford earlier on in the session, with Louise Reuters still going around. Are currently on 154 laps, which is quite a lot of laps considering how long they've been going around for now.
So I'm wondering about the time penalties and the track limits. Has that affected the race or anything? Because from what I heard, the new update kind of improved the track limits in some ways.
Yes, it did. Obviously, with the new updates, we've had various different fixes, the tyres, the BOPs, the track limits as well. So obviously, track limit penalties, I think, are more improved so that they don't just randomly occur. Say you do actually lose time, it makes sure that it calculates it correctly without giving you a penalty. As we can see, possibly the next round of pit stops starting to occur now. Wilson's in the pits, Schaefer's in the pits. We've got a few other cars coming into the pits, so it'll be interesting to see. So thank you for that. Most cars aren't due to pit for another 20 minutes, so we could see a few more battles occurring until the pit stops. I think Pinchbeck needs to try and just hold the position now, not fight too hard, and then worry about it after the pit stops, or let his teammate worry about it when they come out of the pit stops. So with 17 hours and 50 minutes remaining, Louise Reuters still holds the lead, with Cripps second in the Rocket Simsport car, and Abbey Racing's Nick Abranosa in P3. Chris Pinchbeck, who we are currently watching, has been battling with Abranosa since pretty much the start of the race for this position, and as ever, they are definitely not giving any time to each other. You can see a few other battles trying to emerge here. We can see further back, a lot of the drivers are starting to give themselves gaps between each other. You can see that the field is slowly spreading out, but here we go. Bjorn Wren in the Team High Blue Motorsport is chasing the 787 Aston Martin here of Stewart. So we're going to see where this battle goes. We can see that the 101 versus 787 battle is actually now separated by one car, so it's going to be very interesting to see how this goes as time progresses. Obviously we may get an update from one of the cars as we progress. It'd be lovely to get one of those two in, one of the drivers from those two cars in, just have a chat and see how their battle is going on. We can see that Renard, though, is trying to spoil the party of the 787 and overtake them for position.
Yeah, but it's still a long race to go, and even though he managed to take this overtake, there's still 18 hours left to go. That's something to think about in an endurance race. Just don't push too hard, and be careful with the overtakes. Basically, keep.
So we've got a replay here of a spin from, I believe, car 71. There we go. He just gets it all wrong, gets on the curb, and off he goes. And very, very close.
That was very close.
Very, very, very well to avoid the spun Ferrari on the exit of Q1.
I was sitting right in a really bad position there, like in the middle of the track. Really lucky, no other incident happened.
Well, absolutely. We've got someone in the chat asking, tell me something about this. I don't know anything, please. We've got a overtake. So we've got a comment saying Pinchbeck got the position. We had to avoid a car at Blanchimont, which possibly was the stricken Ferrari. But this has allowed Chris Pinchbeck through, which means Abranosa's all of a sudden got to go from defence to attack. And you can see immediately he's making strong work of that as he's gone right to the back of the Aston Martin run by Simsport Racing International. We can see that we're getting closer now to the round of pit stops, and this is Chris Pinchbeck's dream. He wanted this gap, he wanted to try and make a gap, but he's now going to defend as hard as he can from the Ferrari behind.
Yeah, we saw him drop back a little bit in time just before he got passed, so we'll see if we can keep this. I'm not sure what happened. We missed the overtake, so
I'm sure we'll get a replay on it soon enough. It's yeah, absolutely. Abranos is going to absolutely be going for this. He's going to send it as hard as he can now. He doesn't want to lose the position to a bit of misfortune, but he's absolutely going to push as hard as he can. And here we go. We're going to have, I believe this is the replay. So we're looking at Blanchimont. There's a car going off wide, and that is, I believe that's Sam Pearce going off wide. And this has allowed the Simsport Racing International car to just come around the outside and outbrake the Ferrari into the bus stop chicane, and off he goes down into the distance. So Chris Pinchbeck now in P3 after a long fought battle with Abranosa. Abranosa now got a lot of work to do to try and keep with the Simsport Aston Martin. Chris Pinchbeck, an impeccable driver on his day, and he seems to be on his day here in order to keep back the offence of Abranosa for as long as possibly. He wants to at least be able to finish in P3.
It's a really sad way to lose the position when a back marker gets in your way, but it still happens sometimes, and you just got to deal with it.
Absolutely.
You just got to keep it cool and realize that there is actually a lot of time left on the clock, and just push him. And best thing is probably to push him and see if we can get him to make a mistake and overtake.
Absolutely right there. We got a comment earlier when we were watching the 787 car battle with the 911 car from one of the drivers of the 101. I don't think I can say it perfectly, but it just says help us 911, and then we'll leave the last bit out because we don't really need to hear what Stefan has to say just yet. We'll possibly catch up with him later in the race. So we can see yeah, absolutely, someone is saying keep on pushing, saw a skim with never give up slogan. Absolutely, and I think that's probably the most apt slogan to have for this race, with it being a charity race for Race Against Cancer. Obviously we never want to give up, and especially with a 24-hour race, never give up, because you never know where you're going to end up, and you got to keep fighting. Obviously this race being important for a lot of people here, I'm sure that no worries. We can obviously, as we're watching this battle here now between Bjorn Renard and Stewart in the 787, obviously we know that a lot of people here are affected by, or have people, or know people that are affected by cancer, and this charity does the great job of helping those obviously develop the cure for cancer and help anybody against, obviously fighting against it. And obviously anybody who is suffering or knows somebody that is suffering with this really, really horrible condition, obviously we want you to keep fighting, never give up. Any euros you can donate this weekend will go to a great cause. You know, whether you substitute it for a cup of coffee, a pizza, you know, a movie ticket. The charity could do so much with any little bit of money that you donate today, tomorrow, across the weekend, or just in general. Obviously, charities like Race Against Cancer are absolutely they're absolutely grateful for any donation you can make. So yeah, absolutely donate as much as you can, as little as you can. It doesn't matter. It all makes a difference. We have various charity various lots up for auction this weekend. So absolutely, you look at that. There's links in description to donate. Look at these charity auctions. Various little things. I believe there's in fact a rear window from a TCR car or a NGT car somewhere for sale within the auctions. So if you want the rear window of a car, so we see the 911 trying to make his way around the 787 car. So we're finally going to see a potential change of position here. We've got a lot of comments going on in the chat here, fighting about whether the 911 is going to make the position on the 787. Here we go, they're coming down towards Eau Rouge now, so they're flat out. The 911 has got a little bit of an advantage. They're going to go side by side up the hill. It looks like the 911 is going to make the move, and does make the move. He does. He makes the move going towards the Kemmel Straight and towards Lacombe, and all of a sudden the 787 has a little bit more work to do to catch 101. We can see that the Ferrari is also in the pit lane, which possibly means that all of a sudden the only gap between them now is the Porsche. We'll find out soon enough, just to see where these drivers are on track relative to the cars. And there you go, 787 has got a lot more work to do to get round the 911 car.
Yeah, we saw the 911 lost the back there just after the overtake, but he managed to hold it.
Absolutely. Well, you can see that the auction items are still up there. We'll have a quick look, see what they are. I can't remember which ones they are. We've got some sim racing gloves. From Gridfinder have been very generous to donate some beautiful gloves. I mean, I would love to get my hands on those if I had the spare money, but obviously, absolutely, it's obviously not imperative that you donate. But if you think that you definitely want some beautiful looking Gridfinder gloves, then definitely get yourself in that auction and try and buy them. Try and outbid your friends, outbid your fellow chat members, outbid your fellow stream watchers. Obviously, all the money will be going to the charity, and it will help them massively. So,
indeed,
we can see Peter Volsner in the E-Seniors racing team trying to overtake the number, I believe that's the number 71 Barandi Ferrari. So we can see that these two are trying to fight as hard as they can now for position. So we've just seen an overtake on this 787 car. So the battle between 787 and 101 is also being interrupted by by a Porsche. I think the 101 will be loving that. So we'll see how that develops as time progresses. Again, we can see that Volsner is trying to make a way around the Ferrari in front, the Belgian coloured Ferrari. Lovely looking livery. Again, as we see the E-Seniors team trying to fight as hard as they can round as well. You can see all the names of the drivers on the top. I believe Mark Neutlings was the driver that started the cars. We can see
we got
Blake Banny through on number 88. That was a very good move there from Odyssey's Racing Ferrari, as just in front is the leader once again. We've not seen much of Rocket Simsport, whether they're just sort of pedaling along at their own little pace and hiding in a little pocket, we're not quite sure, but we can see that the leader is definitely trying to get as much screen time as well as running off with the race. We can see Volsner still trying to catch and overtake the back of the Ferrari. You can see that over the time they've made a lot more time and a lot more positions towards the front of the grid. I'm going to double check my little sheet to see where they started, but they're definitely looking very strong as they come into the as we're coming towards 17 and a half hours.
Yeah, and of course we saw the Belgian car spin earlier, so that could affect the tires as well.
Well, we have somebody waiting in the chat. I believe it's Tim Kroll from
Lord Driving.
There we go. Yeah, Lord Driving. Sorry, my brain is a little bit fried today.
Yeah, don't worry. We only have a few hours to go, so don't
Only a few more hours. Tim Kroll, welcome to the commentary booth. Do you want to introduce yourself a bit?
Well, I'm Tim Kroll, and we're driving for Lord Driving together with my brother Maarten and Ivo. And Tim Kroll and Dennis Kroll, spelled last name backwards is Lork, so that's where our name comes from.
Very interesting. So, I mean, the race went really well for you in the first stint, and then
it did. Yeah, no, it did. We moved from 15 to 11 or 10s or something. Then we were P8 for a while, so that was really good. And then unfortunately we had a rather small off at Radion, whatever it's called, on top there. Not on the left-hand side, for goodness, but on the right-hand side. It did cost us a lot of top speed and stuff, so we ended up 4 or 5 seconds slower than our normal lap, so we decided to pit. So now we're kind of, what do you call it, off the normal circulation with pit stops, but yeah, we're back into the top 20, so making progress again. Yeah,
it looks. Yeah, I mean, one thing for sure is the car looks beautiful, at least while it goes around.
Thank you.
Me and Adam had a debate earlier if the color is orange or red.
Well, we're Dutch, so you can guess.
Yeah, orange. Right?
Alright. Yeah, it's orange. Actually, to be honest, I nixed the colors of the scheme of the Dutch national football team, the away shirts.
Very interesting.
But it's orange, and yeah, it looks a bit red, I can imagine, but it is orange. Yeah.
Either way, it's a very beautiful livery.
Thank you.
So, what's the plan for the night stints then?
Yeah, we're just gonna relate further like we do now and do doubles probably, so we can get some sleep or other scan. And we just have to wait and see. Basically, I mean, you could make a plan, but it's already changed like 3 times already. So I mean,
absolutely.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see for the night.
I believe that's the 514 Bentley has a drive-through for track limits, but so obviously, this being the Race Against Cancer, this being a Dutch charity, have you had any experience in the past of either racing like in a charity event for them or working with alongside them?
No, this first 24 hours in general, like at all. So that's nice. But also the first charity event, which is good. So actually one of our teammates, he works at I won't say the brand, but it's on a car. And he pitched it with his media team or a thing, and they made a donation as well. So and they devoted a social media post with the link to make donations as well. So that's very nice, and a couple of family members. So it's good. I mean, everyone's contributing and making it a great event.
Absolutely. Well, I can see that. I just noticed that your car number is 33, which I'm sure I know why that is. But yeah, obviously,
it is the best number.
It is.
A very, very good-looking car and a very, very good team so far. You've definitely been putting a few performances in to make your way back up the grid. After a small mistake, you're back where you started from at the starting grid.
As
you see Luca Burke overtaking Chris Pinchback, so I don't think that is for position. So Luca Burke's been into the stops, which means that Luca Burke's now overtaken Pinchback for position. So Callum Cripps has pitted since, and Luca Burke has taken the wheel, which allowed him to get back past Chris Pinchback. Abranosa's now in second place, but I can't see that lasting long with Luca Burke behind the wheel. Rotors has still gone round, I believe, on his 161st tour of this amazing circuit. Just before we let you go, Tim, have you got anything to say to your friends, family watching the stream?
Well, I hope they're enjoying it as much as we do. It's great fun, and it's going to be a long day, but it's for a good cause. So let's keep going.
Absolutely.
Enjoy ourselves. I mean, we always set a goal for endurance just to finish, but I think that's even more important with this one. Just finish, and then wherever you finish is like second. Well, it's not most important. So that's it.
I think never give up is the main thing here.
Yeah. Just get through the whole 24 hours, and then let's see where you end up.
Absolutely. Well, thank you very much for joining us. I'm sure we'll catch up again with yourself or one of your team members later in the stream. Best of luck, buddy.
Well, thank you, and keep up the great stream.
Thank you very much. So, as we can see, Nelson Abranosa trying to overtake, that looks like Rob Jackson now in the 751 car. So we've had another change of drivers in the Positive Perception A car. Luca Burke still sandwiched behind them as he comes through past the Bentley there, and also now right behind Rob Jackson in the Aston Martin. He's going to possibly hold them up, not too much. There we go, straight through. Luca Burke straight through. So again, Luca, obviously a professional sim racer as well for Rocket Simsport. He's now chasing down Abranosa at a rate of knots here. You can see just how much overspeed he carries in. I believe Abranosa needs to still stop. We've got Rotas in the pits, so Luis Rotas is in the pit. There we go, so Luca has gone through as we watch Nelson go straight into the pits. So that's his stint done, well, at least possibly for now, as we can see. We can see the pinchbacks in the pits as well, so Luca Burke's going to come through here. I don't know, there's the Wild Things car, so actually, is this going to be a change in lead? I'm not quite sure. I think Luca may be a lap down, so it may not matter. So, okay, thank you very much to Steve for giving us the update. So, Luca's done 6 as stops opposed to the 5 that the other drivers around him have done. So these drivers are all on, I believe, their 6th stop, unless there has been an issue for the Rocket Simsport car, and it's still in P2 despite obviously one more stop. So yeah, he's back on the same lap now, but obviously Luis Rotas should come straight back out, or whoever's jumping in behind the wheel now we'll wait and see who does jump on to the 127. So yeah, he's still about half a lap back then from the race leaders, 127 Aston Martin. So we can see that Abranosa has come in still in front of Pinchbeck, 1.8 seconds, so the gap has actually expanded, and in fact Abranosa overtook when we weren't watching Chris Pinchbeck back for position. So after all the fighting, they've gone straight back through. I'm looking in the chat now, we can see that, say again, sorry? Thank you. Leaders back out onto the track, so it's Matthew Kennedy now behind the wheel, so I believe this is his first stint for Wild Things Racing. I'm looking through the chat now, we've got a giveaway for Maniac Azor 267 for driver Marcel Visser. Have a birthday today, wish him happy birthday. So I believe it's Marcel Visser's birthday today, and he's here doing a 24 hours race as Dave Hedges emerges in P3. So where is the Ferrari of Team Abbey Racing? So I believe if you look, I think he's going to come and shot. There he is. So Abranosa is now fighting with, I think, a car that has already stopped. There we go, a little bit of contact, but I don't think there's anything untoward. I think he's just sort of frustrated that he's come out into traffic. So the stop's not worked out well for P3 and P4 here, as they've come out straight into the battling traffic here. As we see a Porsche go down the 333 car, and there's a bit of contact. I'm not sure where the car has emerged, if it's emerged in one piece. Wait and see. 19 has suddenly shown as a slow car, which means that it's obviously spun slightly, but it's back up to pace now.
It did look like he hit the car number 33 on the inside, and then as he tried to regain control, he spun to the left off track.
Well, we're going to watch a replay now of the incident between the P3 car, P4 car 321, and the opposing Ferrari. There we go, there's a little bit of contact, but I wouldn't say there was anything untoward there. As we can now watch the 321, Nelson is still behind the wheel, so he's not changed over, so it's another stint for Nelson Abranosa as he comes towards a section of Blanchemont. Towards the bus stop chicane. You can see he's flat out now. He's got a bit of a gap between himself. In fact, he's lost a position So the 169 car, I mistakenly thought he wasn't fighting. Turns out he is. So the 169 all of a sudden has taken the, there we go, there he is, R&E Spa 24. Jonas Hackler has actually managed to gain a position. I'm not sure whether he stopped at the same time as these guys stopped before or stopped after, but he's gained a position now. Say again, sorry? He's gained 6 positions from, I believe, his starting position. So Hackler has now got up to P4 and is in fact chasing Dave Hedges down the original classic start finish towards Arouge and Radion. Pardon me. So we can see that a lot of the drivers stopping are coming straight back out into traffic. You can see all the traffic coming out onto the Kelvin Straight. Apologies. We've got someone thinking we're going to hear the other guy. That's because Steve doesn't like to be heard as he goes up to P3. So Jonas Hackler has now taken the position from Dave Hedges. So Jonas, I'm not sure if he's on an alternate strategy to the other 2 drivers, but he's now gone straight up to P3. Seems to be on a different strategy, possibly.
Yeah, it almost looked like he has a fresh set of tires on there compared to the other guys.
Well, all the drivers are on fresh set of tires, but well, there we go.
Oh, really?
There we go. So it's confirmed he's got an alternate stint. So CBS, the person we're talking to is sort of like a half race director, half spotter for us guys. So he keeps us up to date with everything. And yeah, Jonas Hackler only has about 7 minutes left on his stint, which means whilst it's a great overtake, well, 2 overtakes to P3, he's going to lose those positions again and probably drop down to about 5th or 6th place again.
Yeah, but he has a pretty good pace though for being at the end of the stint. So I'm pretty sure we're going to see them up in the top later in the race.
We absolutely hope so as we progress later and later into the race. We're going to see more and more people changing around their strategies depending on the situation. It's great to see that. So we've been told that Simsport have been through 7 times as opposed to the 6 of the cars around them, which possibly means that they've had a small issue or a penalty. There we go, drive-through penalty for, I'm not sure which driver it was, but Mr. Proudly apparently afraid to speak according to CBSR Racing, but so we can see that obviously Dave Hedges is doing still a great job despite being through the pit lane for a drive-through. It may cost them like a P2, potentially a P2 if they were running a bit further ahead. But he's still chasing right at the back of Jonas Hackler. In fact, there's the 787 car once again making its way onto the stream as it's being chased down by P3 and P4. So Jonas is going to have to come in within the next lap, I believe. I think this may be the last lap he has to come in before the end of his stint timer. If he doesn't come in, it looks like there could be a strong penalty for him as we are watching Clark Bunny in the Odyssey racing car going between 2 Aston Martins towards the Ferrari. A little bit of contact, but that's nothing too bad. That looks like this is the darker blue Aston gone past. There we go. We see Aston Martin just jumping out the way and staying on the curbs at the exit of the first bit of Lecombe down towards Bruxelles. Now comes Bunny as we see Luca Burke and Clark Bunny he's dropped a position, however obviously trying to make his way back up. This car was fighting for the podiums at Titanium Bull's move according to CBSR, and yeah, absolutely great move from the Ferrari there. So we can see he's now trying to make his way back up. This team was fighting for a podium before they got a penalty for causing a collision earlier on in the race. So they're trying to make their way back up the grid now. They've made a great job to get themselves back into the top 10, and hopefully they can progress further up as they go.
Yeah, I completely missed the incident. I was looking for that penalty for that drive-through incident.
Absolutely. Well, we can see the move here. So he comes up the hill. He's got a massive overspeed on the 2 Aston Martins. The Aston Martin on the left trying to let him through, and you can see the gap. And I mean, racing driver-esque move, absolutely racing driver move here. Goes through between the 2, Absolute commitment, a bit of contact there, but nothing too bad. He brakes a bit later, and he's already made the apex of the corner before the Aston Martin's even had a chance to breathe. So an amazing move there from Bani in the Odyssey Racing 15.
Yeah, very impressive that he could manage to keep that after that, making about that exit there.
Well, we can see that the Nissan GTR has come into the pits. We can still see that Bani is being chased by Weiser right behind, and car number 19, I believe, is in front of them. That is a Porsche 911 GT3R as we are going towards Eau Rouge and Radion, so flat through there, absolute commitment. There you go, absolute commitment from the Aston Martin behind. In fact, the Aston Martin looked like it got a better run. It's got a bit of an incident occurring down in the bus stop chicane. I can see number 751 highlighted in yellow. That is the Positive Perception beat A team. In fact, that's the team was running quite high at one point. In fact, it's now Jake Young's now down in 18th place, and I believe the yellow flags are still there, so we'll have to have a look at that incident in a moment and see what's going on, because the yellow flags are still there. But we're watching Clay Bani on the back of the 19 Porsche. It's not for position, this. It's purely just an overtake based on merit alone, so he's going to obviously possibly just move out of the way and give the position straight to the Ferrari without too much fighting. We've got hashtag RIP101 in the chat once again, so 101 being the subject of a interesting situation. We've still got a yellow flag, so the yellow flags haven't disappeared yet. So we've got a major issue or something for the 751 car. The 751 has been stationary there now for a good minute or so, so we've got a potential big issue, and these two drivers are coming towards it.
Yeah, we have no idea what it is, but if I had to guess, maybe some computer issues, maybe a steering wheel that disconnected.
Absolutely,
some sort of technical issue is very possible.
We're getting a bit of information saying that the 751 is standing still near the bus stop. So here we go. We'll see what's going on here. Nothing bad. Spin, and yeah, it just seems to be that he's not moved since. Is there a possible network issue or otherwise? And yeah, it just seems to be that the car is completely stationary. The car has since moved, so we're potentially he's going again, or I don't know if he's cleared from the server. I'm not quite sure. Nope, got another yellow flag out there, but that seems to be okay. That was 73. We are joined by Patrick Vunst of the 777 Pulse Motorsport car. Good evening.
But I'm not here for my team. I'm here for a donation update.
Awesome. Well, without further ado, give us a donation update.
Current standings at is 11,880. So we're just short of 12,000 euros.
That's an impressive total, and obviously we want as many euros as possible. Obviously, if you can donate €1, two euros, then absolutely donate as many as you can. As you know, obviously every euro counts towards the total, and every euro is important to this great organisation.
Yeah, we're very happy with this. So let's get to those 12,000 and carry on.
Absolutely. Well, if that's all, are you going to stay with us for a bit, or are you going to suddenly run away now? Now that your duties are done?
I'm going to get some dinner.
Absolutely. Well, enjoy your dinner, sir, and
Thanks.
We shall see you soon enough. So we can see Jack Young in the Positive Perception A car. So I think there may have been a hardware issue. We'll find out soon enough. Obviously, we're having a look here. RIP 101 is on, I don't think we can say that on stream, but on some form of substance. There we go. So Hackler, well, it's not Hackler anymore, it's Benjamin McConnell behind the wheel, but they are currently now P6. I believe they had a small issue. In fact, I think they got a penalty earlier on in the race for some sort of issue. There we go. So yeah, they've had a penalty some point in the race for a situation involving themselves and another car. I believe actually this was Benjamin McConnell and Lucas Ulgaard earlier on in the race having an issue with each other. somewhere in the Lacombe section of the track. We've got CBSR saying damn amazing number, and absolutely almost 12,000 euros is an amazing number, and let's get to that 12,000 and then surpass all expectation and going above and beyond with those donations, guys. So please keep donating as much as you can. With 17 hours and 18 minutes left, there's no reason why we can't surpass that and keep going. So we can see that Luca Berg is in P2 currently, trying to close the gap with Matthew Kennedy. Daniel Togney right behind Vale in the number 11 car. He's going to look round the outside of the little kink at the Camel Straight. It looks like the Ferrari's going to have a little bit more speed. We're going to see the side-by-side coming up towards Lacombe. Let's see who breaks later and who has the strongest car, and there we go, Daniel Togney makes the move before the corners at Lacombe.
Yeah, very wise move. Don't want to push too hard in the middle of the race like this.
So we can see that Daniel Togney has now made his way through, and the next car on the road for him is Mark Ham, I believe, in the 208 Aston Martin. So we are now almost at just under 17 hours and 15 minutes. Matt Kennedy still taking the lead. Luca Berg in second with Dave Hedges third after the pit stop round with Abranosa. So John Baton in number 12 Lexus ahead of McConnell in the 169 Ferrari. Lucas Orgard in P7 with the 42 Lexus with Van der Kraan in P8. P9 is Barney with Mark Visa in P10. Ham followed by Togney, Vale, Lavoie, Schmidt, Volsner, Saka, Cox, Volkring and Zamaro are our top 20. And we can see up to P23 with Septa, Sebastian and Tarapta in P23. We're still watching Daniel Togney as he is trying to close the gap between him and the Aston Martin in front. I believe that is the Aston Martin in front. I couldn't exactly see. I believe that is a Porsche. That's the number 19 Porsche in front of him. As we watch them come through the bus stop, my girlfriend's just giving me a heart attack as she's come into the room. Yeah, as we have about 17 hours and 16 minutes to go in the race, we see Matthew Kennedy in the Wild Things Racing car overtaking a back marker.
Yeah, they look pretty solid in their position here, just running their own race right now. Yep.
So yeah, sorry. As we see Matthew Kennedy coming along, towards the campus section of corners, we can see that he's got still a very nice gap between him and a lot of the other drivers. 99 the next car on the road, before a little bit of a gap towards the 169 car. We can see that Abranosa is still within 3 seconds of Dave Hedges, so maybe a battle between them within the middle of the stint now as Banny does come into the pits. Looking at the chat, we've got Adam Mazalevich saying go Dave go, so obviously a lot of support for the SSRI guys as they come towards middle of the stint. I believe that's the 911 car there. I believe so, not much further ahead should be this possibly ahead or behind. No, the 787 is behind, so there's still a decent gap. Where is the 101 car? That's the good question. There's Jack Young, in the Positive Perception A car. So after a lot of issues, they've actually dropped behind Mark Raddenbury in the Positive Perception B car, and there's Stein Passport in the 911 GT3 Cup car.
Yeah, the only Cup car in the race, as far as I understood.
So yeah, it is the only Cup car in the race today. Well,
yeah,
today.
They were running for some special thing you mentioned.
Yeah, sorry. So at some point, I'm sure we'll have Stein Passpont in to tell us more. I'm not sure if we've had him in before, but yeah, they're doing a special little thing all on their own, involving this car and the charity in general. It seems to be that we've lost a car because we can't seem to see it on the track. There's been a possible disconnect.
Yeah.
That was car 777 that's having connection issues. That's not good at all. Really unfortunate to see. So we should see hopefully them reconnect soon and get back into the race, but obviously that will be a few laps down now. There's Matthew Kennedy overtaking what was, I'm not sure, car, that was 99, so that was car 99 they were overtaking. Don't know where 99 is currently on the track. They are in P... Give me a drum roll. There we go.
25.
Yeah, P25, you're absolutely right. There we go, P25. So we've got a lot of cars on the track still. In fact, we've still got 43 of the 45 starters. 777 has disappeared from the road for now, but I'm sure they'll be back. Yeah, connection issue for Tom van der Meer as he drops down the order. Obviously, a great job by him, keep the car on the island, and then obviously to be caused a disconnection issue. It's unfortunate to see. So
number 11 struggling here a little bit.
It does look a bit like he is struggling. He's dropped down to P12. Mode 11's Sander Vale looks like.
I think that McLaren that passed him is also a lap down. So not sure what happened here.
I'm sure if there was anything worthwhile looking at, we'll have a replay. But at the moment, we can see Sander Vale is in the bright white, blue, and orange triangled Lexus here. So you can see that a lot of the drivers will go with very bright liveries. A lot of them choosing to run a lot of the sponsorship for against cancer. So we'll run through we're going to have a quick break and run through some highlights for you. We'll be right back at it for more action. welcome back, and as you can see we're still watching a few more highlights as we take a small break here. You can see the 751 overtaking the 911 car, Hot Air Balloon Motorsport, for around the outside of Blanchimont, and then a bit of contact there obviously from the driver as they hold it very well and almost drift into the wall there at Blanchimont. We are probably about 17 hours left of the race. We had a small break there as we are waiting to see where everybody else is currently on track. I believe Steve is ready to come back to the cameras whenever we are ready to go. We can see a few more highlights here, as if a little bit of a concertina effect there between a few of the drivers as they are obviously trying to race as hard as they can. We've got a long race ahead of us. If you're curious as to how the drivers are doing, without need of just want to listen to us race talk, or you want to watch the race, or you just want to watch the timings, we have a great service called Pitbull Live. So we're watching the CBSR car go into the wall there at the top of Radion, and we are then watching the Bentley of, I forget the name of the team, I apologise, but the number 107 Bentley just losing itself through the corner with no name and spinning back onto the circuit before just collecting itself on the back there. This is the Honda trying its luck a bit wide there, and a massive tank slapper before finding the wall there at Blanchimont. CBSR saying perfect crash. It absolutely was, gents, absolutely was. And there's a lovely 360 spin there from the 15 car. A little contact there from the number 42 Lexus into the back of the Aston Martin, as these three were battling for position in the long race we have ahead of us. We've got a confirmation saying 777 is back in the race. Here we go, we're back live again following the 787. So somebody asking how the 787 is doing. It's still 2 places behind its rivals in the 101 Porsche. So you can see that Rodari Stewart is in the car still, 18 seconds back from the 911 Bernd Renard in Team Hot Air Balloon Motorsports Porsche 911. We're seeing a lot of gaps still expanding as the track evolves and times progress.
Yeah, as someone that came into the race a bit late, has there been any rain so far?
No, absolutely not, none so far, and it's been lovely and warm. The track temperature is starting to cool down now, so we started at around 30 degrees, 40 degrees track temperature, but we're now getting cooler as we get into the evening. You see the sun's starting to set, but luckily some cloud cover, which means that the drivers aren't going to have too much glare in their eyes as we get later into the night here. We see that these drivers are slowly going to have to start switching their strategies around and increasing tyre pressures as we get into the night, because one thing you do not want to be is caught out with by cold tyres on a track like this.
Yeah, and also in ACC, tyre pressures makes a lot on track time and lap times.
Absolutely right.
Unlike other sims, ACC is pretty hard on that.
Absolutely is, and you can see that all these drivers are trying as hard as they can. As Luca Burke, there he is. In fact, he's chasing the 787 car, so Luca Burke is still trying to chase down Kennedy in P1 for the overall race lead, as we are literally about to tick over 17 hours left. A lot of people going off at the moment. It seems possible driver fatigue starting to set in. Absolutely. A lot of these drivers are going to be tired, especially going into the evening and into the night. We're currently at 5 minutes past 6 in the UK. A lot of these drivers are from Europe, so we're looking at 5 past 7, 5 past 8. So we're slowly getting towards people's evening wind down times, but a lot of these drivers as well will race at this time. Yeah, and obviously, a lot of people had very little time to prepare with the new updates. Qualifying was thrown into absolute disarray after the new updates came out. We can see Bartosz Zamaro in the number 88 chasing down Lafreniere in the 514 Bentley, so seems to be a bit more speed in that Aston than there is in the Bentley, as we can see them coming towards Blanchimont now, pushing almost the Bentley through as he pushes him wide a little bit, nothing contact based, but definitely pushing him a bit wider, as the 88 is now going to brake later and get the move done a little bit deep, but it's okay because they're going to have the inside line for the next turn and going to hold the position just for now. But the Bentley looks like it's going to try and make its way through before the source here as it goes round the outside. It's going to be a bold move to attempt round the outside. In fact, it's going to try the switchback. There you go, cuts down the inside. And just like that, the source is a great place to overtake when you get it right. And absolutely there, Batosh Samara has been caught off guard. And you can see that he's just been left for dead there as the car has gone through. You can see that he's still trying as hard as he can with Batosh. Batosh trying as hard as he can with the Aston Martin to get back through. And you can see the gap closing and closing and closing as he gets closer. He goes around, he pulls to one side to try and get past. We'll see whether he can make the move stick round the outside, but he's going to have the inside line for the next corner. No, he's not, because he's going to end up behind the Bentley again. And you can see that he's definitely trying as hard as he can to get through, and he's going to go for another move again.
He's got the inside here now.
He's going to have the inside as Broussel, as there's a little bit of a bash to just try and say this is my corner, you know, out my way, and there we go, Bartosz straight through once again. So a great battle there going on again, as Bartosz made a great move, then equally great move from the friend, and now we are back to the way we were at the bus stop with Zamaro ahead of Lefrene, sorry. We have Luca Burke now, Matthew Kennedy on the Wild Things Racing team, chasing down the Ferrari in front of him. I believe that's the Ferrari in last place, number 21 car, as he goes through past the number 21 car. The number 21 seems to be trying to fight back against Matthew Kennedy. I'm not quite sure what's going on there, whether it's just him just trying to drive as best he can. But you can see that the Ferrari's definitely got a lot more speed than the Wild Things Racing car. In fact, he's flashing him. There's that much situation going on. Apparently there's a great stint and fight between Nelson and Chris Pinchbeck once again. So we'll watch that soon enough. There we go. So there we go. Yeah, sorry. There we go. But there we go. I can see. Yeah, now I'm reading through it properly. But yeah, we can see that Zamaro and Lefrene are gonna possibly keep this battle up now. There's drivers not too far behind. I'm not sure that's a position. No, it's not. That's in fact Dave Hedges behind them. There it is, the Simsport Racing International car. Number 42 behind there with Lucas Urgard behind. So that's not for position either. There's two cars going out the pit lane now. They shouldn't affect either of these small packs of cars coming through as they come onto the Kemmel straight. We can see Batosh Samaro trying to keep on the back of the Bentley. The Bentley has a lot of speed and will carry it as far as he physically can towards Lacombe. There we go. So still no chance for the car in 17th position.
Yeah, this battle is like a yo-yo right now.
It absolutely is. We've seen a lot of the drivers go up and down the grid as well. You've had cars like 15 that were at one point, you know, trying to take a race win or podium, now down in like 14th place, sorry, but were once as low as 20th, 21st. We're watching a lot of the drivers yo-yo up and down through the stops, through the incidents, through the battles, and it's been a great fight to watch so far. A lot of these drivers, as you can see, the groups are expanding even more, so there's still 43 cars on the circuit, but still a lot of room for drivers to keep going. Obviously each driver is going to be faster, slower than their respective drivers on track, which makes it all the more impressive and all the more important to maintain a decent gap.
Yeah, and this guy mentioned that all this yo-yoing is also going to make the drivers lose a lot of time. the more they fight, the more time they're going to lose. So a better strategy might be to help each other. Not sure what the rules are on towing, but it'd be a valid strategy.
Well, I mean, obviously there's no real multiple team entries. A lot of these cars are pretty much in it for themselves. We've got Wild Things Racing with 2 cars, Positive Perception with 2 cars, and there's a few other teams with multiple cars, but for the most part, none of these cars are immediately trying to work with each other. I think a lot of them are in it for the glory. They know that a 24-hour race is more about working with your teammates rather than your stable teammates as such. So maybe in the same team on paper, but that's as far as it goes. As soon as you're out on the track, it's each car for itself, as we see Salvatore Saka.
Yeah, that tends to be the case for endurance races, but it could be interesting to see someone help each other with tow. I think it would be fun to see, if anything.
It would be very interesting to see, but again, obviously with such a variety in the field, you've got Porsches, Aston Martins, Ferraris, McLarens, Mercedes, Bentleys, Honda, Lexus, Nissan, you know, all these amazing manufacturers, and all of them with their each with their unique traits that allow them to be such a competitive grid. I mean, obviously we can see the Aston Martins at the moment are definitely the class of the field, with obviously 3 of them, I believe, taking up top 3s. Ferrari in the mix there as well, still obviously. As we watch Thomas van Schalk chase down P28 Bert Renard. In fact, there we go, there's another car. Oh no, sorry, we've had a Ferrari disappear from there. As we've got Van Schalk with an hour drive-through. So Van Schalk's just got a drive-through. We just got a message, Posper A catching Posper B for P25. And Mark says there's no team orders. Oh dear, that's going to be an interesting battle later in the stint. Salvatore Saka is still on the back of the E-Seniors team Bentley. So I believe the E-Seniors team have made it through past the Ferrari, and now all of a sudden are the offensive drivers as opposed to the defensive drivers. And we can see that this battle is going to rage on through the rest of the stint, as I believe we've still got about half an hour, 25 minutes or so of the stint left. We can see that Sasaka's trying his hardest to keep with the big old Bentley.
Yeah, we can see he's sliding a little bit through the corners.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, the question in the chat, how many people are there per team? Well, to put it simply, there isn't one specific limit as to how many drivers you can have. We've got
I believe it's between 3 and 6, if I'm not mistaken.
I believe so.
Yeah.
But obviously we've got a team of 3 in the 911 Cup, and then we've got most teams with 4 or 5 or 6 drivers. So it all depends on what team you've got and what team you feel comfortable with driving. Obviously, if it's a smaller team, obviously all the drivers have longer stints. The larger teams have drivers with short stints. So it all works out as and when how you want to run the race. If you feel strong enough that you can do, you know, a quarter of 24 hours, then you run a 4-car team.
Yeah, and I'm not sure in real life they tend to use 4 or 5, I believe.
Well, Le Mans, yeah, they tend to use 4 or 5. For shorter endurance races, obviously 2. No, I've just got a really bad thing where you're so we're seeing that Sasaka is still closing down on Wolfsner as we come into the 17-hour mark here. We can see that the Ferrari is still chasing down the E-Seniors Bentley.
Yeah, these guys are pretty similar on pace right now. Not sure how many laps they've been like this, but it's been quite a few laps as we see the Bentley going slightly wide there. Allowing the Ferrari. Alright, so I believe we have a crash coming up right here. Let's see what happened. He's taking a little bit too much curb there and goes right into the... Oof. Not sure who was in that blue and yellow car, but that was very close.
very good avoidance there of the 787 having a big off at Bloody. And as we see the Honda go off just in front in the campus section there. We can see that was the 937 Pike Honda. Unfortunately for him, he's gone off in campus section of the track as we now come towards Paul Frere. Salvatore Sasaka is still trying to chase down Wolfsner in the E-Seniors Bentley. And we can see obviously Luca Burke with the fastest lap still, so obviously Robbie Staple's lap at the start of the race seems to be the class of the field. We can see another car off up ahead. That is the positive. No, it's not. That's the 787 car again. 787 had the accident. He's finally come round to the end of the lap to possibly pit for damages.
Yeah, it looks like he's struggling. It was a pretty hard hit into the wall, and he's just trying to make it around the track right now. And he's going into the pit now.
Yeah, it looks like he has jumped into the pit, so damage for the 787. That's definitely not helping with the competition between them and Team 101. We're still watching Sasaka trying to chase down Wolfsner now, but Wolfsner, sorry, as they are still trying to battle for that position. As we can see the replay now of the 937 Honda coming into the section known as, I believe, campus, or some people know it as fifth path. There you go, just gets on the curb too much and over rotates.
It seems like a common theme right now. Everybody's taking a little bit too much curb.
Well, the track's cooled a lot since the start of the race. The tyre pressures should be raising as they come in. But more importantly, obviously, they could still be on a lower tyre pressure. Obviously, if those tyres weren't warm when they came out and they're on the low tyre pressure, there's not enough contact patch. Oh, it's too much contact patch, and it's causing them to understeer or have a snap of oversteer, and it's difficult to correct when you're not on the right tyre pressures.
Yeah, that's true. We're seeing the Ferrari is falling back a little bit now to the Bentley. Gained a little bit, but now he's dropped off a little bit.
Absolutely, you can see that he's gaining and closing every now and again. It's not obviously ideal for the Ferrari. The Ferrari wants to be maintaining a reasonable pace all the time, and he is just sort of dropping on and off every now and again.
Right now we can see the gap is extending more and more. Not sure if he's lost his nerve a little bit, maybe? It doesn't look like he's struggling too much with the car.
Yeah, he definitely doesn't look like he's struggling. I think it's just the natural pace of the Bentley through certain corners. Obviously, the weight of it is probably a vast majority more than the Ferrari behind it. You can see the Porsche just ahead. But there's 3 different engines, obviously, between these cars. So I'm not sure what engine Bentley run, but obviously you got the Boxer style engine in the Porsche, obviously the Bentley's engine, and I believe it's I want to say a V10 or a V8 in the back of the Ferrari. I think it'd be about another V8 in the Bentley. Obviously, the interesting fact being the Aston Martins run Mercedes V8, same as the AMG cars. So that would be obviously the most direct comparison between 2 cars in a straight line, as the Bentley goes down the inside of the Porsche. We can see that the Ferrari's now got its job to go through as well.
Yeah,
there we go. Move straight through. Pretty straightforward for the Ferrari there. So we can see that battle is going to resume as we go tick down the clock ever so slightly. We shouldn't be too far away from stops now, about 20 minutes from the next round of stops, and we can see that the battle is still raging on here between Wolfsner and Sasaka.
Yeah, these guys looks pretty even. It looks like the Ferrari has a little bit more pace in the beginning of the lap, and then the Bentley is pulling away at the end of the lap.
Yeah, I'd say that's pretty astute observation. So you can see that the Bentley seems to be quicker through the corners than the Ferrari almost, but it doesn't make, unless obviously, we'll watch it now actually, no, so I'm mistaken, sorry. Ferrari is quicker through the corners, but obviously the big old grunt of the Bentley, which has more power, will just pull away on the straights and allows it to maintain a nice little gap between itself and the Ferrari. They're in a good little pocket here as well, which means that they're not going to catch any cars until car number 12, and that is a car that they're actually fighting for position with. As we can see now, Positive Perception are fighting each other. So here we go, after somebody mentioning that there's no team orders for this team, so it's Positive Perception A versus Positive Perception B, and Jack Young's going to have to get it done the hard way. Mark won't concede against his own teammate, even though he knows that the other car is faster. He wants to beat them on track.
Otherwise, this is a perfect opportunity to test some tow strategy.
You say that, but I don't think Mark's thinking about that. I think Mark's thinking, how long can I keep behind the faster team? And you can see that as he defends from the Positive Perception A team, Aston Martin, Positive Perception B team in the Ferrari. So this is a battle not only that we've seen across the track today, but also just in general between two teams that are very closely matched. There you go, so Jack Young goes round, so Mark doesn't defend too much. He did take the defensive line, but he couldn't do much to stop the younger driver going through. So off he goes down the road to chase down P23.
Yeah, it was a very nice clean overtake and very respectful between the two teammates.
Absolutely, well, lovely battle there as we still watch the battle going on between Sasaka and Volsena. They are overtaking Schmidt as Schmidt's coming to the pits for another round of stops. So the stops are starting to occur now. Obviously we've had some drivers coming in early with their stops in order to maintain some sort of cohesive strategy. Obviously some cars doing more than others due to drive-throughs, damage, and just general wear and tear, as opposed to other cars.
Do we have an update on the 777 car? Is it in the race again?
Yes, it is. It is back in the race. So the 777 is in the race once more, I believe. There we go, running 32nd. So he has come back onto the track with
where was he when he disconnected?
They were, I believe, in down like low 20s. So I believe they were about 19th or 20th when the disconnect happened. There they are, though. They are back on track. Anybody worried about them has no need to fear anymore, as they have returned.
777's got 16 hours and 43 minutes left, so plenty of time to regain all that lost time.
Absolutely right there, as J-Dog Simsport coming through there in P14 with Oswin Wilson. So not too far away from Owen Wilson, but unfortunately not the Owen Wilson. Abranosa is still trying to catch Dave Hedges. Dave Hedges has done a better job than Chris at keeping away the Ferrari, but Chris had a massive issue towards the end of his stint as opposed at the start. Chris was very quick at the start, but seemed to kill his tyres too quickly, and then had issues towards the end of the stint. Whereas I believe Dave has just managed to keep the car on the island and keep his tyres pretty much clean. I'm pretty sure we're getting closer and closer to the next round of stops. I believe this will be Nelson's last stint before he takes a small break and lets somebody else take over, unless he's going to triple stint it, which would be a very, very brave call.
Yeah, of course. Driving more than 2 stints is usually very, very demanding on your body. I'm not sure if he's in VR or not, but if you're in VR as well, that's another layer of fatigue.
You're absolutely right, there is. Oh, there we go. So since we've disappeared from them, we've given the opportunity to Sasaka to make his way around the Bentley, so we'll have to have a look on the replays as to where that's happened and how it's happened. We see the 444 car up ahead of I believe that's Stein Passmont still in the car, just, you know, trundling along at the pace that he can do. Nelson will be out and Chris Vickers is going into the car next, so we have confirmation that this is the last stint for the time being for Nelson Abranosa. Isaac Jorgensen on the back of the 787, so the 787 having a disaster is now almost 10 places behind their rivals there and there's the number 420 car coming right behind them in P35, so it's going to drop them down to P35 if they lose this position here.
Yeah, and all I have to say is never give up, because things can only get better when they have gone downhill this much.
Absolutely right.
The 7-7 seems pretty solid and determined right now, so I think we'll see them gain quite a few positions as the race goes on.
There's M Coates in the pit lane, so unfortunately I don't believe that is Max Coates, the Mini driver, but it is Mark Coates, I believe. Don't know if there's any relation to Max, we'll have to find out at some point. We've got Isaac Jorgensen in the 420 McLaren here for Downforce Esports. There is the race leader behind him. I'm not sure who is on the track for the race leaders at the moment. It is Matthew Kennedy still in the number 127 car for Wild Things Wannabe Racing. There's Danny DeSwart in the CBSR car, chasing down, in fact, close right up to the back of the 99 Massiera in the car there for P21. We have Ricardo Massiera in the Aston Martin just in front of the CBSR Mercedes AMG. The AMG seems to have superior grip coming through Pouon and down towards campus, or obviously as some people call it, Piff Path. So here we go, so down through here, looks very tidy from both drivers as there's a nice defence there from the Aston Martin. The Aston Martin trying to make itself as wide as possible, almost Lexus-esque as it comes through towards Stavolo, and then Paul Frere, trying to get that out as a challenge.
He does get a better run out here though.
Absolutely, it looks like he's got a better run through towards Blanchimont. There we go, he's going to have the inside line, he's going to pull in front of and overtake the Aston Martin.
That's a very clean and simple overtake, and very respectful from the other guy.
Absolutely. Angus Martin saying every time this clouds start to come over, I get super scared of rain, hoping it stays dry. Well, I mean, we're not. We kind of would like to see some interesting strategies change, but yeah, very good battle there from Ricardo and Danny DeSwart.
Yeah, and I think with the rain, if we get rain, then I think a lot of track limits are going to be handed out because of the new system that the game have gotten with the 1.8 update. I know I was watching a race the other day, and a lot of the drivers weren't really used to the new track limits with the rain. So there was a lot of we got a replay here.
So we watched the replay of car 12 coming through, and it looks like they just drop it. A lot of oversteer, and tyres are slowly starting to go on the cars as we come into the close to the round of pit stops. They can't be that long left till these cars have to come back in for another splash and dash of fuel. You can see Danny DeSwart now trying to chase down after the next lot of cars. The next car on the road is the number 720. So number 720, after having a big accident at the top of Radion and onto the Camel Straight, has actually done really well to get itself back up to 20th place. Meanwhile, we've got 787 still attacking. I believe 73 is for position. It is indeed. So the car in front is for position. They're going to try and make their way back round third. So right behind them is Matthew in the 127 Aston Martin, as it's now 3 Aston Martins within a very short space. There goes Rennie and Joiken in the Ghost Racing 787. Goes through now and into 33rd place. So closes another position on Hoffman in the Porsche number 101. And there goes the leader past number 73, I believe. And then we're going to see him probably overtake the 787 before the end of the Lacon section. And as if by magic, around the outside. There we go. So we have now got the leader in front of these 2 cars once again. Another tour of the circuit for the race leader. We've got 185 laps for the race leader. Luca Burke still hasn't ticked over to his 185th lap, but he's not far off it. It looks to me like it seems to be at the moment Wild Things race to lose, as we're almost about halfway into the race now, and it's been a long race for a lot of these drivers.
Yeah, and there's still a very long way to go. Of course, we mentioned it earlier that some teams are running 6 drivers here, and some teams are running 3 drivers. And I can only imagine the guys who are running 3 drivers, how they're going to feel at the end of the race here.
Absolutely. Well, I imagine they'd be yawning more than I have this evening, but you know, they've got a lot more work to be doing in ahead of them as they come into the evening. We are slowly getting into the evening time. You can see that the track is getting cooler. The shadows are getting longer, and the track is getting darker. We have a lot of cars still on track. I believe still 43 of the 45 that started, with Pete, the Aston Martin of Nico Valmeri right at the back. Walter Vert still in the back of the 787. They're going to battle again. So 787 seems to still have the same pace as the car behind us. They look like they're about to change positions again. Think better of it, and he stays behind a bit longer. So 420 McLaren isn't far behind either. So these three are going to be now battling for what is effectively 33rd on the road. So Michael Volkering in the McLaren Shadow Project car, but obviously the Noah 720 nonetheless, chasing down Pike in the Honda 937 as he goes down the inside. There's a very quick and easy move. Does he make it stick? He does indeed.
Very clean. And that's the same Honda that spun a few laps ago, isn't it?
I believe that was the one that spun. Yeah, he is the only Honda in the race. So yeah, if you've seen a Honda spin, that is the Honda. So as you can see, Michael Volkering, after the, I believe he was the one that put it in the wall at the top of Rayon, definitely on a redemption drive, as he's now jumped his way up to 19th place. The next car on the road is, I believe, the 91 car. I believe that might be the car we saw get thrown into the wall earlier on in the race. As we're watching Lafreniere now chasing down Oswin Wilson for P14. There we go, 204 of a second, sorry, but separates them as they come through out of Lacombe towards Bruxelles.
Of course, it's a battle of the Bentleys right here. He had a little bit of a peak there on the inside. I think he's wasn't really going to go for it. I think he's more trying to get the car number 61 to look in the mirror a little bit more, getting him a little bit nervous.
Absolutely. So you can see that Lafreniere just wants to make his way through at the moment, and all he wants to do is make a little bit more positions on the cars in front. You can see that he's pushing as hard as he can now to overtake Oswin Wilson, and then take up to towards Kroll just in front of him. So we have another few cars heading towards the 101 car. So 101 car still up on the road in 26th. We've got the 787 a bit further back. We've got these cars here battling for position right next to each other as they're still battling, as it looks like there may be a move attempted into the bus stop if there's a lot of overspeed going. We can see how it's going to affect him now as he goes, brakes a bit later, but runs it deep, so he just follows in instead of trying to make an overtake, and he'll wait for the next turn. So we're getting told that the top 10 will be pitting within the next 10 minutes, so the stint time is running down, so watch your clocks now. So obviously P2 has pitted, so we have, I believe, Luca Buck still in the car. We do indeed. So Luca Buck's been into the pits and back out, so a lot of the drivers will now be pitting, looking at their fuel saying, yeah, that looks a bit empty, or looking at their tyres saying, yep, I can see the rim, and then they will be worried. We've got Aaron Walker saying, lol, coffee. I could do with a coffee if you want to bring one up over to North Wales, by all means.
I think a Red Bull probably more needed right now.
I would love a coffee right now, but I've got my Monster, and obviously other energy drinks are available, etc. We're not sponsored by anybody energy drink wise today, so yeah. Have a good old swig of that. But so we're still watching Lafreniere chasing down Oswin Wilson for P14. Not much further ahead on the road is Dave Kroll, I believe.
Mark Ham is coming into the pit here.
Yeah, and you see right on the back of his car in bright, I say bright letters, but big letters, never give up, and absolutely not, never give up in any races.
That is a very good motto, especially for new drivers coming into sim racing. If you never give up, you can never lose, and if you never give up, especially in sim racing, and you're definitely gonna get better. And most races, you tend to get a lot of positions just staying in the race and never giving up, because a lot of people do give up, and yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate, but.
So we have the Scotsman Ross McGregor, who has jumped into the number 2 Rocket Simsport car, and Peter Fazeldi saying, hey, one of the commentators is Eric Enerson from OSIF, right? And yes, it is. He is one of the main organisers for OSIF, but obviously we're here today for SSRI, commentating on their Spa 24 Hours against Cancer. The Never Give Up on the back of the car, absolutely apt for this weekend, just not only for the race but for the charity in general. Never give up. And we've got a drive-through for Mark Ham, so that looks like maybe releasing his button too early coming out of the pit lane, or maybe even just cutting slightly somewhere. So Nick Timmermans is actually in the car now, so Timmermans has now got to serve a drive-through for a penalty, whether it was his or what. Marked, we're not sure. We gave up 80 laps in, says Ethan Ridgway. That's unfortunate to see. Obviously, that's a big shame. You think, obviously, keep going. I don't think, obviously, giving up that early is worth anything in any racing. But you know, as each to their own. As we're still watching Lafreniere try and overtake Osman Wilson in the 61 Bentley. We can see Abranos is in the stops now, with Sasaka also in the stops. A lot of the drivers now are coming in to complete, pardon me, their mandatory pit stops. So we're going to now see Lafreniere possibly jump into the stops as well with his close rival at the moment. There seems to be no separating these two drivers. Michael saying we want rain. We do indeed, but we'll see how the race unfolds. We may not get rain in the next hour and a half that Eric and I are on comms, but if we do get rain in the night, it's going to make a very interesting race, especially for that 4x4 with no traction control. We've got Ryan Ware saying, just stopping to say bye to say thanks to the admins with all their work so far. Put the kettle on, #91. Thank you very much. I'll take a coffee with 2 sugars. So we can see, thank you for thanks Mum for donating from Christopher Pinchback, Simsport Racing Car 22. So we've got everyone and their mums watching, which is lovely to see. So average watchers still about 159 watchers currently. Thank you all for watching. If even just all of you donated €1, that would make a massive difference to this amazing organisation. So if you do have a spare euro, if you're thinking maybe I want a Starbucks, throw that Starbucks idea out of the way and definitely donate to this amazing charity instead. As we watch Gabriel Lafreniere still behind the number 61 Bentley. We've got Timmermans back in for his drive-through penalty. Dave Hedges is in the pit lane now, so we'll see whether we have a driver change for the SSRI guys, or whether they're going to stay with the driver pairing of the Aston Martin and Dave Hedges for a bit longer.
I'm just looking at this battle here, and they're very similar in pace.
They absolutely are. Having a look at the 101 versus 787 chat, it's very interesting to see all the memes that have come up in this battle of not just the race but the wits. So we have Rodari Stewart here from, I'm sorry, I'm going to butcher the names of the teams, so hello and welcome to the commentary booth.
Thank you for having me.
You're welcome. Well, for those who don't know, would you like to introduce yourself?
Yeah, I'm Rudy Stewart, racing for 787 Ghost Racing.
So we have 787 in the box with us after 101's interview earlier on. I get to interview the rival team in the War of the Pizza, as I'm now naming it. So how has the race gone for you guys?
It's gone okay. We had a bit of damage on lap 1, and we kind of carried that through first stint, but we had a shorter stint, so it wasn't too bad. But that kind of put us back a fair amount. But 101 are quick. We're hoping for a bit of luck, hoping for another couple of drive-throughs or something to maybe put us a bit closer. But no, it's gone pretty well so far.
Absolutely. Well, it looks like you're having some fantastic battles on the track. I saw that Rene overtook the 73 car really impressively earlier on in the couple laps ago. Is the stop starting soon, or have you already been in for the stop? What's the plan regarding stint?
Oh, I can't be giving away the strategy on stream. Can't be doing that.
I mean, you could give us false information.
Yeah, we're... Oh, well, yeah.
Don't worry, Steve can talk to us, and nobody hears anything that he says, so you can talk to Steve as much as you want, and it'll be a very one-sided conversation. But
yeah, he's just kind of started his stint, so there's two of us taking it through the night now.
Is it? So obviously you guys have had a few issues there with a few spins and a few visits to the grass, the runoff, and possibly gravel as well, as we can see. Sorry, go ahead.
So I think it's just Rennie that's had the one spin for us, actually.
Wow.
We've been pretty clean so far. Had some good battles. That the 911 car, that was a good battle with them.
Yeah.
I was fighting for my life to stay ahead of this.
I think 101 might have paid them off a little bit
to
hold you back. But yeah. Obviously, this rivalry has been great to watch, whether it be on the chat, whether it be in your little meme group at this point. Yeah, it is indeed. I think there's slowly becoming less about who wins on track and more about who comes up with the best meme, as we see 61 go off there. So Osmond Wilson finally conceding to the pressure from his Bentley rival in the background. So Lafrene has gone back through now into 11th place. So 12th place to concede 11th down to 12th for Osmond Wilson. But yeah, so have you got anything to say to 101 or to the chat in general?
No, not really. We're just gonna hunt down 101 through the night. Hopefully catch them like we did in Imola in the last 2 minutes. We're praying for a disconnect. That's the usual strategy.
Well, I'm sure if you donated enough, I'm sure there could be an accidental button press, but no, obviously not. But we're not inciting anything there. But yeah, absolutely. So if there's anything you want to say to the stream, the floor is yours.
Oh, nothing to say. Just a big thank you to all the guys organising this. Especially with the stress of the updates and that this week. It's been a bit of a nightmare. So fair play to them for getting it all sorted, and hopefully things run smoothly through to the end.
Absolutely. Well, best of luck for your night stints, and we'll be watching closely, buddy. Take care.
Thank you very much. See you later.
Yeah, good luck.
Later. So that was Rodari Stewart of the 787 Ghost Racing Machine, as his teammate runs a little bit wide there, nipping the gravel and coming back onto the circuit. We have Reese Wiggin in the seniors team, as we're going to watch a replay here of the incident between the 61 Bentley and the Bentley behind, I forget the number, but we can see that he come into Pouon and he just gets it all wrong and slides and holds it, but stays out of the wall, which is very impressive considering how difficult sometimes it is to catch a slide, especially on loose surface like grass.
Yeah, and we'll see if he can manage to fight back a little bit. Right now we can see he's lost about 3 seconds on car 514.
Absolutely. Well, we're watching now Ross McGregor, the Scottish Rocket, obviously quite literally in this case the Scottish driver in the Rocket car. This weekend, obviously racing for Rocket Simsport as ever. He does normally some British GT for them and various other the races around. I believe he and John Monroe, another Rocket driver, when he's not busy working for Traction, race together and compete against each other. In fact, I've had the pleasure of racing both these guys in various championships, including Ginettas and Renault Clios. Very, very quick driver and a very, very respectful driver. Algieri asking, do all teams get an interview? I believe so, but you're always welcome to come in and say hi. Oh, we've got a spinner in front. Sorry, I've just seen a spinner in the background there. Not quite sure which number that was, but I believe it was the. I think it was the 187. I believe might have been. It was a bright blue looking Aston Martin in the background, spinning at the end of the bus stop.
I'm sure we're gonna get a replay of it.
So Ross McGregor now coming up to the back of the 787 car, and he's just going to make his way through as if the car wasn't there, basically. But he's once again obviously just showing how quick Rocket's car is.
514 has already caught up to.
That is, yeah, Premi's number 62 Ferrari has now got the Lafreniere Bentley 514 right behind it. So all of a sudden, the Lafreniere gets a little bit of breathing room. He's now going to fight again for 10th place.
Yeah, and if he can't get past, then there is a big chance that the other Bentley is going to catch up.
Well, yeah, so if Oswald Wilson's day couldn't get any worse, not only does he lose a position on the lap before, he's now going to fight Filippo Gambrini for 12th place. So 12th place is now under attack from the number 61 Bentley. Has to defend from the number 71 Ferrari. So see 10 places in the numbers, but there's one less than the place between them on track, literally, as there's basically no room between them. So all of a sudden this could be a position lost for the Bentley in front. As you can see, that Gambrini has a lot of speed as they come through Pouhon. There we go. So lovely driving from both these drivers. Obviously Oswin will be wanting to try and push as hard as he can to catch back to Lafreniere up ahead.
Yeah, we'll see who gets up first. Even if 71 can get past here, he's still got to catch up to the other Bentley and pass that, and that could slow him down and let the Bentley of the Bentley has already cut past.
So yeah, the Bentley has already gone past the Ferrari. So
scratch everything I said.
Yeah, obviously Lafreniere seems to be on a charge here with possibly fresh tyres and fresh fuel. He is on a charge. Someone saying nobody picked the BMW M6, which is a sad. It is. It's a shame to see. There's no Audis. There's no Bentleys. Obviously, there's no GT4s, but there's no Ginetta for me. But obviously, we can see that the battle's still going on here. It's very interesting to see that Gambrini is still right on the back, as Oswald Wilson's internet seems to be flashing a little bit. So possibly netcode affecting some performance there for the Bentley. Also got the Lafreniere Bentley up ahead on the road. Premi actually has still gapped the Bentley. The Bentley might have made a mistake, and it's now 1.8 seconds between him and Lafreniere.
I think going back to the BMW comment, it would be pretty fun to see a BMW M6 versus the BMW M4.
Well, yes, Gambrini now goes down the inside at Lacave. He's going to push him into what looks like a back market. It's the 99 car. So the 99 car is now going to be involved in this battle. And there you go. Gambrini uses the back market traffic to a great effect there and makes the move on the number 61. So Oswald Wilson's day keeps going from bad to worse here as he loses another position due to a bit of traffic that time. Nothing wrong from the traffic, nothing wrong from Oswin, just trying to be a respectful driver and not cause any issues for any of the drivers.
Yeah, now he's got a little bit of a breathing room. He's got 18 seconds down to number 11 in the Lexus, I believe.
Yeah, P14 is Van Mellis in the number 11 Mode 11 Racing Lexus. So 18.4 seconds down the road. This is going to allow Gambrini to pull away from Oswin, and also allow Oswin just a little bit of breathing room to get back into a strong rhythm and possibly come back at the Ferrari in a later stage of the race.
Race control, race control.
We're going to see how...
Official warning for car 15.
as we're watching Gambrini now, we can see
750 on lap 117. That's official warning for car 15, causing collision.
So race control waits the notification to come up any moment now as to the outcome of that race control incident. We can see Gambrini still driving ahead of the number 61 Bentley. There we go, race control coming up. Official warning for car 15 for causing a collision with 750 on lap 117. I'm not sure if that's the right information, but if it is, then obviously we've got the update there. So we have Gambrini still chasing down Lafreniere now. So Gambrini's got a little bit of a breathing space between him and the Bentley of Oswald Wilson in P13. Van Mel.
Apologies, read out the wrong incident before. 15-second time penalty for car 21, ignoring blue flags on lap 115. That's 15-second time penalty for car 21, ignoring blue flags.
15-second time penalty for car 21. Car 21 being, let's have a quick nosy through. We're going to have a look a bit further back. I think it is Melvin van der Kirchhoff in P41 for ignoring blue flags. So I said about the blue flags being a little bit pivotal to some of the incidents, and it has once again paid dividends, as the ignoring blue flags will get you a penalty. So you have to be very, very careful about where and when you decide to ignore these flags.
No further action for incident between cars 107 and 380 on lap 124. No further action for incident between cars 107 and 380 on lap 124.
So no further action there for the incident between cars 107 and 380 on lap 124. Obviously a small incident there between the two drivers. However, the race directors have decided there is no further action needed, as we've seen Dennis Kroll right on the back of the 267 Holzer Aston Martin. They're going to come towards Blanchimont and towards the bus stop chicane here. It's very close together. We're going to see any movement there. Dennis Kroll's going to look down the inside. It looks like he's going to get the job done. It looks like a late lunge, but it's not going to be done just yet, because Holtz is just going to hold him off a little bit longer. So Dennis Kroll has to wait a little bit longer before he can overtake again.
We're going to see who's getting the run down here. Does look like the Aston is getting away a little bit more.
Absolutely is. The Aston Martin seems to have a better run there, but we're going to see how much more grip the Lexus has up the hill as he runs as close as he can to the wall, straight onto the curb, straight onto the other curb, runs a little bit cut there we go, so he's going to have to lose a little bit of speed. So the Lexus seems to have got a lesser line through there, the Aston Martin on the dot with its line. We can see that. Oh, so that's interesting to note that Dennis Kroll has only got 5 minutes left of his stint time, and the car ahead has 55. So the car ahead is on fresher tyres. So Dennis is doing a great job to keep up with it, but the reality is that I would be now thinking about pitting. We can see a lot of comments talking about the Simsport Racing International in P3, but obviously Dave Hedges still sat there with Chris Vickers and Brian McConnell right behind him. So we can see there obviously that Dennis Kroll is losing a bit of time to the Aston Martin. We know now why. It's because obviously he is a bit further behind, or a bit further ahead in terms of his stint time, as opposed to the car in front. Race Wigan between Reece Wigan and Van Mellis seem to be having a small battle here. The Motor 11 car now defending from the E-Seniors Bentley as they come through Bruxelles towards the corner with no name, followed by Pouon. They seem to be very, very close here. They're going to try and fight as hard as they can.
Yeah, and it looks like
at the moment Van Mellis has the number on Reece Wigan. Obviously the seniors team trying to drive as hard as they can past and try and get themselves back up to a very nice position. Obviously they are still, I believe, up from their starting grid position and running as I believe they were running in the top 10 at one point So they definitely have the pace to be overtaking drivers, and obviously, despite their name being E-Seniors, there's nothing senior about the way they drive.
Oh no, they're on point here. They're acting, driving like they're 17 years old.
Absolutely, as Andreas Vestkamp is going around the outside and then back down the inside of Vert. So he's going to try and make it stick, and he does. So Vert's now going to try and return the favour and attack down towards La Source. In fact, the Aston Martin does attack down towards La Source. There's a Bentley to try and come and spoil the party, and then Vestkamp's going to go back down the inside. So a switchback move from Andreas Vestkamp, as we can see the
33 was in fifth there as well.
Yep, that was Dennis Kroll in the background going into the pits. So Andreas Vestkamp in the 452 McLaren 720S GT3 Special, holding off the Aston Martin V8 Vantage behind. Watching Reese Wiggins still trying to overtake Brandon Van Marlis into Radion and up down the Camel Straight. It seemed to be like you got a good run. They're still close together, so the slipstream definitely an option for the Bentley as it tries to make its way towards the Lexus. The Lexus looking very impressive, very, very quick down the main straight there as they come through Lacombe and towards Bruxelles.
Yeah, they're doing a good job of holding the seniors back. Not sure how ethical it is to holding seniors back, but good racing here from both of these guys.
Absolutely, Reese and Mark are doing a good job. So absolute shift in here from Reese Wiggins. He's still he's almost pushing Brad Vettels through the turns now, so he's definitely got the pace to overtake it. He's just going to find a way through past this very, very wide looking Lexus.
Yeah, the Lexus is looking extremely wide, and that pattern is going to be confusing to watch for any driver.
Absolutely, well there you go, you're looking down the inside, he's going to look down the inside at the campus section of corners, does the move, can he make it stick? He can, there we go, he's now in front of the Mode 11 car in 15th place now.
Yeah, that's
14th place. So, you can see that these drivers are giving no breather into either car, as we can see a lot of work being made by each driver.
Yeah, those seniors are not holding back. They're driving.
They're driving at absolute commitment.
Oh yeah.
They're driving with absolute commitment, and it's great to see. We've got a drive-through for Ross McGregor. So Ross McGregor's jumped in the car and immediately got himself a drive-through, and I believe this is his first stint of the weekend, and he's got himself a drive-through. So that'll be a track limit. So Ross, the first rocket driver to, I think he'll be the first rocket driver to get himself the penalty for this race. So this is going to allow Dave Hedges the opportunity to catch up. So Ross, obviously, all of a sudden has made a situation for himself where he's now going to go back in and serve a drive-through.
Yeah, and the drive-through on Spa is not short either, so that's going to be a lot of time loss for him.
No, it's about 85 seconds to get through the pit lane, which is actually half a lap. So this is going to allow Dave Hedges back onto the lead lap with, well, I say lead lap, back onto the same lap as Ross, and obviously back into the fight for P2. So we can see here that we've got the E-Seniors team, Bentley, racing the Mode 11 car. Here we go. So Reese Wiggins looks down the inside at the first section of campus, and just
it looked
left
like it was
there.
unplanned. It looked like it was an unplanned.
It very much was. E-Seniors Team Abbey says, "Come on, put the hammer down." So it's good to see that Team Abbey Racing supporting the E-Seniors. You know, it's always great to support the seniors. Reese Wiggins. What was that? Sorry, Steve. Everyone loves a granddad indeed. So, as we can see, a lot of love for Reese Wiggins in the E-Seniors Team Bentley. Mark Neutlings. We've got the original bad grandpa behind the wheel, according to our cameraman Steve. So,
well, I think it would be good to have a senior in the commentaries booth, so they usually have some good stories.
we've had Mark in the booth earlier on when I was on my break, so unfortunately I didn't get to harass him as much as I'd like to, but I'm sure at some point, possibly tomorrow, when after they've had their naps, that we can have a chat with them. So we can see that Ross McGregor coming in to serve his penalty now. Obviously going to look a little bit silly, probably getting a bit of harassment from the Rocket Simsport team there for obviously not all his cuts, but he's the one that's had to serve the drive-through, so he looks a bit glum as he's coming through down the last bit of the pit straight there. He's going to have Dave Hedges right on his back now, so Dave Hedges has unlapped himself there, so we can see that obviously we've got both screens here, so we can see that Dave Hedges is now going through Pouon and probably going to make it towards the first bit of campus before Ross is going to be allowed to put his foot down again. So we're going to watch, see if Ross does it. Good job on the exit. He does a very good job. He does make sure that he doesn't get a stop go or the issues of normally speeding in the pit lane. So there you go. So Ross McGregor back out on circuit after a small matter of a 85-second drive-through penalty.
This looks like David has about a half a lap down on McGregor right now.
Absolutely. So we've got Sledgehammer asking what does the green dot on the minimap indicate. That indicates the 444 Porsche 911 GT3 Cup car. The GT3 Cup car being the only Cup car on the circuit this weekend. It is a one-of-a-kind special entry, and at some point we'll have Stein Passpont in to tell us a bit more about why they are racing the 444 car as a Cup car entry. The only one on the circuit, of course.
Yeah, and I have a strong feeling that they're definitely going to win their class here.
Well, I mean, to finish first you must finish, so we'll wait and see how that gets on for them, as we can see Andreas Westkamp in the Green Moose Racing Quick Fit coloured car, so we can see he's now chasing 787. So 787's day seems to be going from bad to worse here. We've got Angus Martin saying it's the best car on the grid. It absolutely is. 444 car, best car on the grid by far. The Quick Fit car now chasing down the 787 Aston Martin. So we've got two cars here, very, very similarly matched on pace at least anyway. Fighting for position here. We've got Vert, after being overtaken by the number 452 Quick Fit, McLaren is trying to make his way towards the front of the grid again. And obviously the first car in his way now is the 787, and then followed by the 777. So obviously the 777 after their disconnect are still back in the running and have made their way back up to P31.
Yeah, they're getting a lot of pressure right now. But we can see the 73 Bentley is also coming up right now on them.
It is absolutely that's the 61 Bentley indeed, yeah. So we can see that Andreas Westkamp's now actually right on the back of the Aston Martins. 787's now under attack from the 452 as they go around the outside. They're going to look a little bit tight. The squeeze is on, and he's going to be squeezed into the traffic in front as well. So, but he's going to make the move. He has not only managed to negate the traffic to a degree, but also make the move on the car in front. So Andreas Westkamp making it through past Van Deutschen.
And the Bentley is also launching it right now.
Oh, issue there for this 452, but 52 doesn't lose any. He's it well and just has a small issue, but again, the Bentley he's racing, he's not racing the Bentley, obviously, he just needs to let him go. We spoke about this earlier as to whether it was a good idea to let cars go, and we're seeing now that it's probably a better idea to let the cars that are trying to lap you through, and then just worry about what's behind you as opposed to you know, fighting cars that you don't need to fight.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, the sooner you let them go, the less time it's gonna take your focus away from the actual goal of focusing on the track and driving steady laps.
Absolutely. Well, you can see that Yannick Mollett in the TVN Porsche Cup car coming through. It's Lecombe now, so he's going through Lecombe. The car is looking pretty good, to be honest with you. There's not much damage to the Porsche Cup car. Obviously, everybody being very respectful of the only car on the grid. So we're watching the 444 now just make its way round through Bruxelles towards the corner with no name and down towards Pouon.
Yeah, and this car is, I don't know, the Porsche Cup car is
it's great fun to
it's
drive. I've driven one on this game. They're great fun to drive. I wouldn't say they were the most comfortable, like in terms of racing it over a long distance, but in terms of sprint racing, I have an absolute blast whenever I'm in it.
Yeah, and not only that, it's like I don't know. For me, it's something about how it looks. Like the front of it is just very satisfying to look at.
It is. It's a very Beetle reminiscent, which is ironic because this is also the track where they hold the 25 hours of Fun Cup. Obviously, them all being shelled as Beetles. Tim Schafer in the Garage 59 car. That's an interesting choice. Surprisingly, that's not a custom livery. That is a base game livery, the Garage 59 car. Normally, I believe they race in British GT, and also the European Blancpain series. I believe it's changed to, I don't remember what it's called now. So I've just been told that we're about to switch streams to part 2 of the stream. So anybody that wants to carry on watching will jump over to part 2, because obviously we won't be here for much longer. We will be on part 2 of the stream. I want to thank everybody who's watching now or watched at all for part 1 for watching, and I can't wait to see you guys on part 2.